fears you will bring them more. Sticks and stones, will they chase it all? Young men's way will carry on. Kinsmen crave the island gold. Each night chase and watch them fall. Young men's reign will turn this time. This is a prophet's call.
Can you hear that? Around the room, that is the sound of 1,000 players getting stuck into cardboard boxes full of Compendium of Rathe for the very first time. It is a brand new era here in Flesh and Blood. It is time for the Silver Age. My name is Ali Mines, joined in the booth this weekend, of course, by Pankaj Bhojwani. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing really well, Scott. I'm so excited for this world premiere of Compendium of Rathe and, of course, the debut of Silver Age as it was intended to be played with the Compendium of Rathe cards.
Yep, I cannot wait to see what players manage to cook up this weekend. We're going to see, of course, during the world premiere, those pre-constructed decks will be available at local game stores a little bit later on. Players are going to be breaking those out of the boxes for the first time, getting to grips with almost every class in the history of the game.
Every class, I think, just missing Necromancer, and I guess maybe missing Pirate, because that technically is a class as well.
All right.
But honestly, walking through the table just now, it was so cool just to see all the playmats that are laid out, and each playmat having 2 of the decks that our players playing the world premiere will get, of which they will pick 1 for each of the rounds. Well,
very excited to see players debating which of those 2 heroes they want to select. So let's talk about exactly how the day is going to work in a little bit more detail. We've got 4 rounds today, one way or the other for our players attending the world premiere. They're going to have a fantastic time throughout those 4 Swiss rounds. And then we've got some other things going on at the end of the day as well.
We've got a little bit of a show match going on. Scott, 2 of us are going to be battling it out in the arena. We'll be looking forward to that. And that is another thing I really want to focus on as we talk about Sage and getting into this format. There's a little bit of nostalgia going on here. The heroes that the 2 of us are going to play are no longer legal in CC, but heroes that we both definitely loved while they were legal. And I have to say, I fused an Ice Vein a few days ago, brought a tear to my eye.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Look, there are many fans out there that know that I'm also a bit of an Iyslander aficionado. Sadly for us, didn't feel like the most appropriate time to play an Iyslander mirror on camera, so chose to leave that at home for now. We'll get round to that another time. But I'm going to bring out an old favourite of yours, I believe. New is going to be making an appearance, our old friend from Part the Misfail, and I got a couple of tricks up my sleeve, some daggers to show you, and I'm sure that'll be a spectacular game, well worth watching along.
There's so much still to discover with this format, of course, on the back of Pen releasing as well. I just can't wait for our players to dive into it as we progress into Sage being one of the premier formats that this game has to offer.
Absolutely. So, a spectacular day to look forward to. Our players are now on the floor in real time, cracking open something that looks a little bit like this. Ooh. They look really snazzy, huh?
Yeah, and
lovely boxes.
And they are way bigger than I thought they would be. At first, I thought they would just be the size of the old Blitz decks, but these are a little bit heftier, and it has a really, really good feel to it as well.
Yeah, these are large. I kind of don't mind that. I need to get used to where this camera's going to be. It's going to be a long weekend, folks.
You got it.
There we go. Look. Okay, I'll warm up. Don't worry. So looking at Fi, he'll be with us in a bit. But these are hefty. These have some decent size to them. Lovely description on the back of these as to what's included, the cards you can expect, and the like. And, of course, the 1 booster pack of Compendium of Rathe as well. So players will have been assigned 2 of these at random this morning. I've already heard some love stories from people that are very happy about who they found, and some not love stories about the heroes they find themselves with. But it means that we'll be exploring these heroes maybe for the first time, and players are not forced to play the same hero each round. If you want to bounce back and forth during the world premiere and try out both decks, you're more than welcome to.
I think that's a really cool aspect of it as well. People are discovering these heroes in this format. People are discovering what these starter decks even include. Well, I say starter decks, but they're actually still very, very powerful despite being an introductory product. So people are discovering that, and it's cool that they get to switch the heroes around. If, say, they played fine the first round, weren't too happy with it, want to see what the other decks say. It's like Viserai, want to see what that has to offer, and they get to mix and match these decks as they go throughout the day.
So Fi, Viserai, Iyslander, there's plenty of other names in the mix. I've got to know, if you were out there on the field playing today, which decks were you hoping were in front of you?
Iyslander for sure. Definitely not Enigma. That deck can go burn in hell. The other one probably Viserai.
Strong feelings. Yeah. Strong feelings on Enigma.
Viserai, Enigma would be my picks. What about you?
So surprisingly, I wouldn't have minded picking up Iyslander either. I think we both have an affinity for that one. I'll be honest, I'm kind of infatuated with a few heroes of yesteryear. I wouldn't mind hitting, let's say, Dorinthia, for example. I'm a big Welcome to Rathe Limited enjoyer, so getting to play a power level of Dorinthia that feels cohesive but not like CC level is very appealing to me. I think I wouldn't mind a Viserai either. I think that's something else that I've kind of missed. I played Big Purple quite a lot in Classic Constructed myself and had a good time there. But honestly, I don't think there's many decks I wouldn't have minded playing. I think because these are such new products and they're built to be competitive against each other, I think there's a lot of gameplay experiences we're just not going to experience playing those heroes at any point in the history of the game.
I also do want to shout out the Azalea and Bravo Flattering Showman. A little bit of evasion that we've got going on in this format as well. Azalea potentially may be responsible for those very short games, depending on whether the top of the deck is fortunate to her. But then, of course, this is the Bravo Flattering Showman, who has been making a little bit of waves. So I'd be interested in those as well.
Yeah, Bravo, I think, a pretty spectacular pick for people looking to head into the calling tomorrow. I think it just sets a really good groundwork for getting into Sage one way or the other. But I'm looking forward to seeing which of our decks kind of prove to be the victor by the time that we get to the end of the World Premiere. Well, we can look at the end, but there's also a few exciting things at the start. I'm reliably informed that someone's joining us in the feature match.
I think we have a special someone involved in the creation of the game in some small capacity.
Yeah, James something. Remind me.
James...
Black?
White,
James
I think.
White. That would make some sense. So you might have heard of James White, just a small name in the game of Flesh and Blood. Very much the reason why we're all here watching this show today. I've not had the pleasure of watching James play Flesh and Blood before. I'm sure most of the folks at home haven't either, and that makes us feel like slightly a high-risk proposition to be playing in the feature match area during this world premiere.
Yeah, maybe can't be quite as critical of his plays as we normally would be, of course, like, you know, the two of us. But yeah, we will be commentating his first round at the world premiere, because he is here with us in this room, playing Silver Age as it debuts to the rest of the Flesh and Blood community. It's so exciting.
A little known fact, if you beat James in the world premiere, you become the CEO of Legend Story Studios.
Oh, that's the way the succession works.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's a really high-stakes game, so hopefully you'll enjoy checking that one out with us in the future. Of course, world premiere today, a little bit different than our normal world premieres that we're kind of used to. Typically a limited environment, and so players kind of dabbling in different ways. Going to be cracking open those booster packs and hopefully finding a lot of things we hadn't had revealed during reveal season 2. So I'm hopeful we hear soon enough about some of the cards we haven't had the pleasure of seeing just yet.
True, a lot of Majestics that we still haven't seen yet in this set, and also a few pieces of bling, let's put it that way. Some marvels that we have yet to see as well. I believe young hero marvels that will be available in these packs, and hopefully some of the players find them.
Take a look at what you see on screen. This is just a taste of what you can expect from Compendium of Rathe. Many of your favorite young heroes from across the history of the game find themselves with a brand new full art Marvel treatment.
And just to expand on this for some players who maybe have recently joined the game and maybe don't fully know why these heroes are getting the Marvel treatments now, it's because Marvels were introduced, you know, a few years into Flesh and Blood's making. So when these heroes came out, the Marvel treatment wasn't something that even existed. But now that we're exploring Compendium of Rathe, which is supposed to be a look back at Flesh and Blood and the way it's moving forward, now these old heroes of the past finally have the Marvel treatments that they deserve.
Lovely to see a few of our pre-constructed decks receiving a way to upgrade their hero card here as well. Dash, Phi, Azalea all appearing in our graphic here, but a few that maybe you wouldn't expect from yesteryear, maybe not have so much experience playing. I'm happy to see Kano getting a young Marvel for the first time. I'm sure that won't go horribly wrong for anybody. But Benji, Lexi, Oldhim, these are all heroes that many of us have fond memories of from yesteryear and can now enjoy in their full rarity here in Silver Age.
I'm so excited to explore Benji in Silver Age as well.
Okay.
The tiger stuff that's going on with this hero. I mean, we spoke about evasion a little bit. I mean, Benji is the face of evasion, if you will.
You know, it's weird. I've heard Benji called numerous things over the years, but face of evasion, maybe not one of them. I know there's some big fans of Benji out there, but not my favorite thing. I'll stay away from those Zephyr Needles if at all possible. Thankfully, not legal in this format.
Yeah. The ninja class is strange. It's a class that's somehow always called to me, and I always find compelling. Like, I played Katsu and Syndra in 2 recent callings as well, but it never serves me well. I should just stick to my mid-rangey decks. But something about the ninja class, especially, you know, cards like Become the Bottle that are in Compendium of Rathe, that card just got my juices flowing, and I just wanted to try and break that.
I'm glad it wasn't just me. I spent a lot of time on Become the Bottle in Zen. Obviously leading on a blue 0 for 3-star to transcend off of Become the Cup, also pretty stellar there. Changing names for the likes of Katsu, also pretty fantastic. So just all kinds of honestly, it's probably a pretty good talking point. We have some bread and butter pieces for a lot of heroes I would say are maybe a little underappreciated from the past and maybe didn't have their footing in the previous Silver Age metagame in the early access period. So happy to see kind of the glue coming together to make those heroes viable.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these strategies, a few of these archetypes that were introduced in years past getting expanded on in Compendium of Rathe. Teklo Vossen comes to mind, for example. Boost Teklo was an archetype we got hints of in Bright Lights, but now we're getting more of it with more of these boost cards. A boost card with an Evo upgrade on it, and these 0-cost Evo bases, which I'm very looking forward to see whether players can break that.
Well, Teglevossen, very new, very futuristic. A world premiere, very new and exciting. And somehow that's not the only new things we have to look forward to this year in Flesh and Blood. I'm hoping to see some of you on the battleground. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Battleground. It's going to be a fantastic new way of exploring premier level Flesh and Blood play at the local game store level.
At the local game store level is definitely where the emphasis for this should be. We obviously have ProQuest and RTNs, which are some of the most fun times in Flesh and Blood, but now we're adding another elevated premier play experience just for you locally.
These are open entry, no qualification required, and we're going to be seeing more and more stores selected for these if they're willing to go to bat for Flesh and Blood. If you actively support the game and go out of your way to make our play experience better, you're going to be rewarded with a Battleground event. So if you want one near you, all you can do is go to your local game store and make sure they're pushing everything Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, so if you're a player who maybe, plays your ProQuest and wins one, and obviously now when you win a ProQuest you can play further, try and push your store to sign up for these Battlegrounds. If they get chosen for this, that's another way for you to engage in this great game at the local level.
Can't wait to get to my first Battleground event sometime soon. Make sure you check out the site for more info as it becomes available. I'm sure there'll be plenty more secrets hidden away for us to learn about in the near future, as LSS does tend to do. So excited to get to grips with these in the Battleground arena sometime soon.
Lots of stuff yet to be explored with this Battlegrounds. I can't wait to get more information about this.
Okie dokie. Well, new news at the world premiere. New premiere play circuit. New everything so far. I want to talk about the old for just a moment. Maybe in a bit of a new way.
Okay. When you say old, you're talking antiques?
Potentially. Good shout. Yeah, good spot, I think. If you're not familiar, Compendium of Rathe has a brand new type of pack inside. It's very golden, it's very shiny, and they're called the Antiquity Pack. And inside of those, you are going to find many of the biggest haymakers from Flesh and Blood history in a brand new frame. Brand new shiny frame to look forward to. And I'm sure these are out on the tournament floor already. People are no doubt getting into grips with these, but they get one. They get one for signing the world premiere, and I think it's only fair that we get one.
Let's go ahead and rip it open.
I want to share.
A chance for a Fable, chance for a legendary. Eye of Ophidia. You got to rip that, Scott. I'm
not going to rip the eye. That's don't say that. That's terrifying. But I am eager to see what we might find inside. So first of all, 1/9 of a Flesh and Blood card back. That's not exactly what I expected, but that is, I mean, that's about as nostalgic as it gets, really, right there. So that's not half bad. Oh, okay, so these are foil. And now, if any of you can guess what corner of artwork that is from.
It seems to me like I'm thinking Enigma for some reason.
That looks like the Eye of Ophidia artwork to me.
Ooh, okay.
So, foily fabled, perhaps, in the back of the pack. Oasis Respite as our first card here. Looks pretty good in that Antiquity frame. I would argue that's a generic staple, wouldn't you?
For sure, yes. For everyone who hates Kano, despite him not being legal in CC anymore, still just shove this in your deck just for the message.
And then just behind, Truce.
Truce. Ooh.
Truce in cold foil. Well, as a
fatigue enjoyer, that I know that you are.
Fun. I'm not sure I would call myself that, but the last time I was in London, I played Florian, at the Pro Tour, and so that one will fit right into that deck right there. Surely that's enough packs. You don't need one of those, do you?
Whoa, what? Why don't I get a chance to open one?
We can save one for... no, I don't want to be the villain. That was you. You're the villain at these world premieres. That's how that works. So
exactly.
Go
I'm
ahead.
reviled. We went through this at the previous one.
Let's see you enjoy an Antiquity pack as well. See if you can find something a little bit more fabled than myself, perhaps.
Yes, hopefully I don't embarrass myself as I open up these paper packs, which I'm known to be not very good at for some reason.
I sympathize. The plastic packs are the bane of my life.
Okay,
So.
okay. Yeah, look at this. That was not very clean. Anyway, this is another part of the Flesh and Blood backing logo. Nice. Try and put
That's
these
the
together.
full Flesh and Blood backing. Look at you. Pull
yeah.
rates. Incredible.
All right. I'm going to follow your style. Turn this around. Okay.
Fiddler's Green. Okay, that one definitely seeing plenty of constructed play right now. Happy to see that inside of this
A little
box.
bit of a fatigue theme we've got going on here in the booth as we open these antiquity packs. And then...
Okay,
Ooh.
Sensor. This one, notoriously strong in decks like Ira in the course of Classic Constructed, has definitely been known to pop up periodically over the course of a format or two.
Yeah, I used to love playing this in New as well because you could look at the hand off of cards like Siren's Call and then call exactly what you need.
Of course you did. Yeah, okay,
Of course I
fair
did.
enough.
We spoke about me being the villain already.
Oh, it's going to be a long weekend. Okay, you know what? No. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. So I want one more antiquity pack, and I'm going to show you not only how to open a paper booster pack, because that was real amateur hour right there, but I'm going to show you what it's like to pull a Fabled live on camera.
Yeah, by the end of this, we're going to be able to put together the back of the
We're going to have a
logo
whole card
fully.
by the end of this. Look at us. We're very good at what we do. All right. Scar for a Scar.
That's a good one.
Okay. That one is going in my Silver Age deck. The Fabled isn't, though. I lied. But Cut Through the Facade is not half bad. This is a Majestic. This card has seen sporadic play over the course of time. I remember getting handily crushed by this in Living Legend a few times, funnily enough. So I can see this one popping up periodically.
This one's really cool for sure. A card that, yeah, you're right, where we saw a little bit of play, but I'm excited to see whether we see more of that as we move forward in Flesh and Blood and we see more heroes get aura support. We're seeing a bit of that in Compendium of Rathe already with the new sigils that's going on for the Runeblades and the Wizards.
Well, that's not a bad taster of what you can expect to find inside your antiquity packs. I'm sure we'll get a closer look at a few more things that are hidden inside there over the course of the weekend, but I'm pretty happy with my haul. That felt pretty good to me.
The Scar for a Scar, I think, was absolutely solid and truce for the fatigue enjoyers out there.
So, we know we're lucky enough to have the one and only James White joining us in the feature match area for round number 1. What hero do you think Mr. White would like to find in front of him?
I actually did speak to him a little bit before he went to see which decks he got, and he was talking about Iyslander's potential in this format as well. His take was that she does have a few polarizing matchups, where some matchups are really good for her and some aren't. So I imagine if that ended up in his pool, he still probably didn't go for that. I'm going to go with just the OG. I think Mr. James White is a Dorinthia player.
You know, I would love to. I was going to say the same. I think anything leaning towards WTR. I would even take Bravo Flattering Showman. Not quite the same, but the spirit is there. Just kind of the antithesis of the game, I think, would be a good fit. So I'm definitely hoping to see James picking up a veteran of the format, in my opinion, one way or the other. Of course, calling coming up this weekend as well. Big news all around because it is the first Silver Age calling with Compendium of Rathe being legal. Do you have any expectations at all of what to expect from the format going in?
So to begin with, I think Briar and Oldhim are the pillars of the format. They were the established metagame forces that people knew coming into this weekend. But I think there is so much to potentially break in this format. I was talking to a few players on the ground just now. Some people are on things like Vincent, which I think is potentially a little bit underexplored in this format. You think about a hero that can very efficiently convert small hands, like just one card, send a Deathly Whale, because a lot of Vincent's RuneGate power cards are in the commons and the rares, like the Deathly Whales. You'd miss the disruption that some of the Majestics have, but the power is really in the raw numbers that the deck is able to put out. Has a natural game plan into something that's trying to fatigue it because of the additional hand size, effectively, in the banish zone, so that's an exciting one. Fi got a bunch of fantastic upgrades in Compendium of Rathe. Maybe he comes in to combat the established aggro hero in Briar.
Yeah, I've heard similar whispers of Fi. I think a lot of people are very high on that deck after Compendium of Rathe. I think Deep Recesses of Existence, fantastic pickup for Vincent as well, so very excited to see what she can do. I've seen a lot of talk about a few other heroes, funnily enough. Volda, been a point of discussion from a lot of the folks here over in Europe. Feeling very good into the kind of expected matchups. She also picked up a lot of new Seismic Surge generators to kind of tie those synergies together.
21 health as well.
Yeah,
Volda, the highest health hero in Sage.
Certainly doesn't hurt, one way or the other. Also had a lot of whispers of Kano. And you know the rules. Everyone knows the rules with Kano. The best time to be playing Kano is when no one else is playing Kano, when they leave all the arcane barrier at home and choose not to respect the Wizards. And I think a few people might feel like Wizard has been a little bit overshadowed, I guess, heading into Compendium of Rathe, and maybe might leave those arcane barrier at home.
definitely going to be super exciting to see what our players have cooked up. I mean, there's so many heroes. We spoke about nostalgia a little bit. These heroes that have LL'd, but now there's this whole new format where you can still approach and investigate whether these heroes still have the spice, still have the power that they used to. I mean, the hero that you're going to be playing the show match later also comes to mind. You know, in CC, she had the tools to beat aggro. She obviously had the tools to beat Guardian. Is there something going on with that hero as well?
Yes. Yes,
there is. Oh,
there
okay,
is, yes.
cool. Wow.
Did you think I brought it for no reason at all? Like, what do you take me for?
Wow, now I'm actually scared. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll have to see if I embarrass myself on camera in that show match later on. I'm sure the community will never let me live that down one way or the other.
Oh, that's so forgivable.
I love you, folks. I promise. All right. Well, I'm tired of keeping you in suspense, so let's stop acting like Pleiades and make our way down into the feature match area for the first ever games of Silver Age pre-constructed on camera. It will be Glenn Rosario II that gets the honor of staring down the creator of Flesh and Blood. It will be James White on Phi Rising Rebellion.
So exciting to see James piloting the Draconic Ninja, the OG Draconic Ninja hero against Azalea. I think he's going to have his work cut out for him, Scott. Azalea packing a whole bunch of the disruptive arrows with evasion as well. Phi not really known to be very good at blocking. Gonna have to see whether James White can overcome the barrage of arrows falling his way.
Let's take a greater look at exactly how these heroes function. Azalea, the young ranger originally from Arcane Rising, once every turn can pay 0 resources to put a card from the arsenal onto the bottom of the deck. If you do, that top card is going to be put face up there instead. If you find an arrow, it's going to get dominate, making it exceptionally difficult for the opponent to block out problematic on hits.
And against Azalea, we have Phi, the Draconic Ninja hero released in Uprising, who can start the game with the Phoenix Flame in his graveyard and has the ability, once per turn instant, pay 3 resources, return a Phoenix Flame from your graveyard to your hand, but this ability costs 1 less to activate for each Draconic Chainlink you control, really exemplifying the Draconic talent's flavor and identity about wanting to go wide with a whole bunch of Draconic Chainlinks and getting rewarded by getting to go even wider.
Do you have any feelings necessarily about what to expect from this?
I think we're going to have a great game on our hands, Scott. I think if the Azalea doesn't quite find the disruption, she might find herself getting overwhelmed by the Phi. But if the disruption is something that's a little bit on the minor inconvenience side, something like a hamstring shot, Phi does have resources to sometimes play through cards like a hamstring shot. We could still see Phi overcome those arrows. I think the name of the game is going to be whether the Azalea can find the evasion of the dominates off the top of the deck.
It will be Azalea going first to start this game, but not before our players crack open a brand new Gem Pack 4. So let's see if we can learn a little bit more about what is hidden inside of these. James, of course, an expert in booster pack opening. Lightning fast. Does find that Valahai Riven twice! Okay, well, James playing Volder tomorrow, clearly, and we do find ourselves with Fire That Burns Within as an EA, and it's a gold foil.
Seeker Kunai, the assassin upgrade from Compendium of Rathe, sort of giving them like a shuriken-esque type card, like the one that the ninjas have, to try and push their on-hits even further.
I can't believe someone thought it was a good idea to give Assassin breaking scales, but I'll talk to Brian about that later.
Oh, James, he's right there in the feature match. Just go grab him right now.
Okay, I haven't got the nerves. Right now? No, I haven't got the nerves for that. I'll write a strongly worded letter at some point, I'm sure. Also, shout out to James, OG, here, no sleeves. Just how it should be in the feature match area. Just rustic on the school playground. Takes me back.
Also, shout out James for not forgetting his Phoenix Flame trigger. Did remember to put it in the graveyard. Because for those of you who weren't around when Uprising Limited was a thing, that was a thing, a part of playing Phi you could forget to start your game with the Phoenix Flame in the graveyard. So James, of course, established player that he is, remembered to put it there. While we're speaking about equipment and the arena, I do want to point out the Talismanic Lens on Glenn's side. Going to combo very well with the Azalea hero ability. Try and set up that arrow on top. Make sure you know what arrow it is. Maybe even dig closer to one and then dominate it to finish the game out.
There's brand new shiny Bolton boots taking up the foot slot there as well for Azalea in this deck. On James's side, we do see that Tiger set of equipment infamously released in around the table, of course, in the Ira deck there, alongside a Blade Beckoner helm to start things off. So it does have the ability to sneak an extra attack in if required. Also note both these players rocking their lovely hot stamped world premiere exclusive hero cards in our feature match area today. Expecting to see a decent number of those over the course of the weekend.
These will be hot pickups for sure throughout this entire weekend. I want to touch a little bit on the blade back and a helm on James's side. The additional text in the card not really going to be very relevant in this matchup because Azalea, of course, doesn't attack with the weapon. So that card just going to be a block one, effectively an iron rot, if you will, for this matchup.
I think we see Glenn here embodying what I love most about a world premiere like this. There's just not going to be a lot of familiarity with these heroes for a lot of our newer players, and so just taking time here to funnel through the hand and make these considerations, because clearly Azalea is not a comfort pick and not entirely sure how to go about navigating this.
Especially when you're only given 2 heroes to pick from at the start of this event, which, you know, you didn't choose these heroes either. Yeah, some of our players might not be super familiar with the play patterns and the heroes, reading these cards for the first time, and that's exactly why we're here at these events, about discovering, learning this great game of ours.
I kind of love that. Honestly, it kind of warms my heart to see someone taking a moment and, okay, what does my hero ability do again? And how do I sequence this? Because ultimately, we were all here at some point or another. We all had to start our Flesh and Blood journey somewhere. I'm embarrassed to think how many times I blocked with Codex of Frailty. You know, we all had to learn one way or the other. And I think enjoying that journey in real time is very important to what makes our game so special. And having the pleasure of kind of seeing that on camera as Glenn here takes a moment to funnel through Azalea's cards. We see a Dry Powder Shot, Swift Shot in the hand there, Murkmire Grapnel, some of these premium red arrows we've kind of grown to expect from Azalea, alongside Drop the Anchor before navigating their first. But I mean, also there's the added pressure of playing against James White in the feature match area. I'm sure you would really prefer not to mess this one up, given the choice.
Especially on a hero like Azalea, or Rangers in general. Ranger, you know, does have the added mechanic of you can't play your attacks from hand. You have to get them in arsenal first. And that is a mechanic you just need a lot of muscle memory, need a way to get used to that play pattern before you can actually pilot these decks very effectively. And there's a whole bunch of triggers, remember, as well right now. For example, the Death Dealer Draw trigger, which Glenn just did, the Dry Powder Shot trigger once it is loaded face up as well. It does have +2 for the rest of this turn. Let's see if Glenn's able to chain together a few pumps, as Azalea is wont to do, to perhaps send this and leak some damage on turn 0 against this Fi, who notoriously doesn't block very well.
Yeah, Fi not exactly in the business of soaking up damage with anything other than his face. We see Glenn here hovering over that Drop the Anchor, and will fire off that Dry Powder Shot to get us started for the weekend. And James here going to double-check Drop the Anchor, making sure that Fi being tapped isn't at all problematic for him.
And this is only coming in for 8. Glenn did not find another pump off the top. And James White's hand blocks exactly for 8. So if there was one more pump, some damage would have been leaked. Unfortunately for Glenn, though, James able to block that out. Going to be able to start his turn with a fresh 4 cards off the top.
Now, I start to feel more confident about my abilities to play Flesh and Blood when I see that even the creator will just bust their entire hand on the first turn of the game and accept that maybe we can find a little something else. On James's side, we see Scar for a Scar, brand new card, Fire that burns within. Alongside 2 blues there to kind of funnel through the resources to make this turn come together.
2 Cinderskin Devotion. Scar for a Scar. I almost wonder whether James wished he leaked 1 on that earlier turn so that card would be live. In this hand, probably going to be something more like a finisher. Doesn't quite have a great starter in this hand. Fire that burns within can be used as a starter, but you don't get the additional text because you won't have the Phoenix Flame unless you play a full blue into it beforehand, which doesn't seem very worth it. So James is just going to start here, paying 1 for coming in for 2, go again.
So we see James here choosing to respond to the trigger from Fire that burns within. We'll spend the remaining 2 resources now that we have 1 Draconic Chain Link to grab back that Phoenix Flame and funnel it straight into becoming a fresh card. So 4 go again at the cost of a blue here. Glenn taking a moment to fun through James's graveyard there, see what was blocked with on turn 0.
Of course, this means Fi's hero ability has been used this turn already, so won't be able to get the Phoenix Flame again as an additional 1 damage later on this turn.
We do see James tapping Fi there to signal that that Phoenix Flame has been utilized this turn already.
And he picked up a Snatch off the top from the draw effect of Fire that burns within. But with this hand, because of the Scar for a Scar, kind of already did have a finisher, so doesn't have a way to convert both those cards to really threaten the Snatch on her draw.
Time for Azalea to gain some life instant speed, no doubt, and throw a spanner in those works. We will see those Bolton Boots jumping in nice and early here to cover up the breakpoint on Fire that burns within, quickly followed by that Searing Emberblade swing. Worth noting, of course, Azalea not particularly armor-dense, doesn't have tons of ways of covering up breakpoints. Might lead to that Snatch being a little bit of a problem later on this turn.
That Bolton boots, basically the only piece of armor available to Glenn's side of the field, already being used here on turn 1, which makes a lot of sense. This matchup, you don't expect it to go long, Scott. It's going to be like 3-4 turns probably. Although looking at the way Glenn has been drawing so far, it's been quite arrow-dense, has been missing quite a few of his pumps. And hence we see him blocking a little bit more on this turn cycle. Not something that Azalea is very excited to be doing, but sometimes you draw those arrow-heavy hands. They tell you to put your card sideways.
As you called out there, Pankaj, just going to see that Scar for a Scar as the chain ender here. James, of course, expecting to be ahead on life for the majority of this game if everything's going to plan, and therefore going to hold on to that snatch to find a window where an arsenal might be found from it or another extender can be found from it to keep the turn going instead. We're going to see Glenn taking 4 here, keeping the remaining 2 cards in hand, falling to 16, and trying to mount some kind of offense on the way back.
I believe he's holding on to 2 arrows in hand and an arrow in arsenal as well. So curious to see how he plans to convert this hand here, opting not to block 3 on that final chain link from James White's side.
Correct. I believe that's a Merkmeyer grapnel there in the yard. Bolton shot
arsenal
in hand and a searing shot in hand as well. So 3 arrows to work with. We're going to see the blind Azalea activation. I would like a buff, please, is the name of the game here. Let's see what we find. Okay, that's not half bad. Swift shot's going to lock and load, so we're going to see a dominated arrow here. Small fist pump there from Glenn as well. This one is going to have go again, courtesy of its ability, which should hopefully free up this hand to come together.
Yeah, a very good hit for Glenn off the top here. Was looking for a pump or an arrow that has go again. Did find the latter in this case. Swift shot, of course, put face up in arsenal thanks to Azalea's hero ability. And before go again, going to be able to load and get the Death Dealer draw as well. One aspect of Azalea for those people who loved playing her in CC as well was trying to get the Death Dealer draw effect every turn of the game if possible. That weapon is incredibly strong. Every turn you go without activating the weapon represents lost value, and Glenn over here on this turn is going to be able to activate the weapon after the Swift shot comes in.
4 go again, dominate. James gestures to, yeah, no problem with me. Happy to take 4 damage. Huge shout out here to Glenn as well for rotating the cards around to make sure James knows what they do. I mean, that is a real concern for your first round opponent during the world premiere. So it's polite. Big fan of that.
James, I think a bit has an excess of finishers once again, has a snatch in hand and a snatch in arsenal as well. So potentially looking to block with one of those, perhaps saving it for a potential on-head, because he's yet to see that. It's been a lot of vanilla damage coming out of Glenn so far in this second turn of the Sage World Premiere.
So we're seeing Glenn here reaching for bullseye braces. I wonder if the goal here is to lock and load an arrow, maybe spend... I'm trying to think of a way for us to spend the resource from Blossom of Spring and Bolton Boots here to kind of do it all, necessarily.
Well, because of Bolton Shot's effect, you don't even need to use Bolton Boots. It already gets +1 from Bullseye Bracer. So this has go again. And you could Blossom of Spring for you, and you can use that resource to activate your Death Dealer. So Glenn here, recognizing the pace of the game very, very effectively. This game doesn't want to go long, just wants to pop out his equipment right now if possible. I wouldn't be surprised if next turn we just see the Talismanic Lens come in and try and dominate an arrow to just close the game out.
It's a real rock and a hard place scenario here for James White. Finds himself staring down Bolton Shot. Doesn't really want to block here. But even if they do, that Blossom of Spring can combine with that Death Dealer activation that we haven't seen so far this turn and still fire this Searing Shot. This was an exceptionally well-navigated turn from Glenn Rosario II. Going to see that bonus copy of Snatch on defense, Dewey. Damage taken will lock and load the Searing Shot, saving that chess piece for later. And we will see 4/5 in a roundabout way. Extra damage coming through here. And a very impressive assault here from Glenn from a turn that started on 3 arrows.
So not getting the Death Dealer value for this turn, so not ending with an arsenal, is Glenn. But yeah, you're absolutely right. 3-arrow turn, be able to convert all of it just using Bullseye Braces effectively. Very, very strong sequencing from Glenn.
I'm gonna steal that from James. The just vague gesture as I shove my armor vaguely at my opponent to insinuate that all of it is going in front of the arrow. Not interested in taking that bonus point of damage from the Searing Shot, and we'll make our way back to James White, who is staring at that rise from the ashes in the hand. Let's a Fire Tenant strike first, alongside a Hot on their heels. So we'll see the ashes rise to start the turn. Phoenix Flame rebought from the graveyard. A little bit of bonus damage will be stapled on to the first attack this time around as well.
And let's see whether he's found a way to discard that Phoenix Flame, something like the Fire that burns within from the previous turn. Don't think he quite has it here.
The Fire Tenant strike first does kick us off to start the turn here. Will, of course, make that next Draconic attack one bigger in the process. This is going to be 6 with go again, courtesy of that Rise from the Ashes. A little bit of bonus juice on this one. So Glenn here going to funnel through a brand new hand. We do see multiple of those buffs being found. We see Lace from Inertia at the front of the hand. We're suspectly missing from that previous turn cycle. So James here, pretty well set up to go wide here. Hot on the heels, Phoenix Flame, and that Snatch that was parked in the arsenal. Going to present a very real amount of damage here for Glenn to consider.
Very importantly, doesn't currently have a Draconic starter on the combat chain. The Phoenix Flame in hand can, of course, double up as a Draconic starter. Will come in for 1 thanks to Fire Tenant, not thanks to its own effect. So still could continue to turn that way. And we know there's a Snatch in Arsenal they want to end this turn off with.
We see Glenn here leaning defense. We see Lace from Lace with Inertia. I think that's calling the big guns. Another Lace of Frailty in the hand alongside Entangling Arrow. So 1 arrow, 3 buffs looks to be the name of the game here. A little worried about maybe the amount of heat that might be coming from James over the course of this turn. Choosing to use Lace with Inertia on defense here. Taking 4, falling down to 12, I believe.
Almost wondered whether Glenn perhaps drew a hand of all buffs, but I do believe he has the 1 arrow, the 1 entangling shot, because that is another risk that you run into playing the Ranger hero when you go off an arsenal. So you might just draw 4 arrows, 4 non-arrows, for example, and fully break your turn. Glenn, though, did find the arrow in this case.
Love to see the quip there from James. Just looks good. We all do it. We all do it. Draconic chain link. Okay, so James, I said you were right. James,
yep.
You were right the first time, James. You need Draconic chain links on their heels. Otherwise, we might find ourselves with a slightly smaller turn than we previously anticipated.
Fire Tenant, of course, one of those cards that looks very Draconic on the art, but is not Draconic itself. That type line does say just Ninja, so you do need to start with the Phoenix Flame here. Gets a +1 thanks to Fire Tenant. Coming for 1 now, the Hot in the Heels will have go again. And the on-head mark, which in Fire doesn't actually do anything. No fealty will be generated over here. A common point of confusion. Creating fealty when hitting a marked hero is just an effect that Fang, that the Royal Draconic heroes have. Fang and Syndra, not Fire. So this mark actually doesn't confer anything of value to this Draconic Ninja, except potentially just a little bit of fear as a Snatch comes in.
It's about sending a message. You need your opponent to know that their hero is now a black text box with a red X on it. Okay.
True. Azalea is marked right now. James White did forget his trigger.
Embarrassing stuff in the feature match area. Glenn here, of course, now falling to 8 at the hands of that Hot on their heels. Staring into the face of a Snatch. Going to see Talismanic Lens taking a peek at what we may find in the future. We do see Take Aim and Nimblism sitting on top of the deck there. Not typically the things you're looking for to jam an arrow in your opponent's eye socket.
2 more pumps on top. Glenn just hasn't found anything disruptive at all this entire game. And we saw him being arrow dense in the first turn of the game, and now we're sort of seeing him be pump dense, if you will. 3 pumps in this hand already, and then 2 more on top. And that's a tricky stuff you have to navigate from a hero like Azalea, one of those heroes that really wants to have a mix of these card types, the pumps and the arrows. You need to find them in the correct order. And when you don't find them in the best order, how do you navigate your way out of it?
More fool me for assuming that James White would miss a trigger. Marked token successfully gained. Azalea going to hold on to that one until at least the Snatch. Might very well take it away, depending on Glenn's choice here. And we do see this is a difficult situation to navigate. James being caught out, yeah. I suppose there should have been a mark token in this Fire deck somewhere. Amateur hour.
Yeah. So Glenn here could block 4 with his pumps in hand and hold on to the arrow, and maybe just go to Arsenal or use a Blossom of Spring to load that arrow.
Okay, looks like Glenn here just calling a judge, which you should do when staring down the CEO of Legend Story Studios. Looks to have some questions about how Azalea's hero ability works here with these buffs. Maybe it's a case of, well, do my buffs get dominate? Do I don't know. Who knows what the question is there. So just some confusion exactly about how that might work. So taking the time to call your friendly neighborhood judge, which is exactly what you should do in an event like this.
Yeah, so he's in an interesting spot over here. Blocking out a Snatch, typically something that is quite valuable, of course. But if you block with 2 pumps here, you're sort of giving up 6 damage on your end to block 4 and prevent them drawing a card. The math there does sort of work in your favor, but also the longer the game goes, the more Fi gets value from the repeater Phoenix Flame. And we already saw Glenn be pretty aggressive with the equipment on his first real turn of the game. So he wants the game to go short rather than long. So bit of a tricky spot for him. I'm curious to see the decision that he takes to navigate his way out of this.
I think so. I think you kind of alluded to it earlier during the game there, that Azalea does have this kind of wrong half of the deck problem on occasion. You kind of need this critical mass of buffs and arrows to do the thing and send these very large dominated arrows, or these go wide turns with a lot of go again. Glenn just kind of struggling to find a mix of the two over the course of the game.
Yeah, and without any armor as well to try and block out this pesky breakpoint on the Snatch, it's a very, very difficult choice, especially making it on stream against James White, the creator of the game.
I won't lie, I would be nervous as well. I think in a situation like this. Azalea also not a deck I'm particularly proficient with, so I don't blame Glenn at all for taking the time and kind of navigating things out. I'm just very glad that we didn't see Hot on their heels be very cold there, which I was certainly worried about for a moment. Thankfully, James managed to put it together there. Fi, admittedly, looking pretty impressive so far from the turns we've kind of seen sequenced. It's a lot of the red power you would expect from this deck. Snatch is kind of looking premium. The second one, a bit awkward, did have to go on blocking duty, but otherwise these chains have been pretty succinct, I think.
Yeah, and even despite the Scar for Scar not being live, just using it as a 0-for-4 finish at the end of the chain in a format like Sage, where block 4s are hard to come by unless your name is Oldhim. Most other heroes don't really have access to those 4 blocks, so the cards, even like Scar for Scar at the end of a chain, or especially Snatch, for example, does confer quite a bit of damage leakage over the course of the game, especially alongside the Phoenix Flame. The Phoenix Flames that Fi is able to send so easily at the opponents as well.
Okay, sounds like we are ready back down on the floor. So let's get back down into the game and see exactly where we find ourselves. So, things all resolved. Judge Ed is confirming the details for Glenn about how Azalea comes together and how this hand is going to function. Looks like that Snatch did connect this time around. And so Glenn falling to 4 life, James drawing a card to park in that arsenal. We'll see Blossom of Spring being activated here to buy a bonus resource. Wouldn't be surprised to see this lock and load straight into that Death Dealer.
And thanks to the Talismanic Lens that was popped on James White's turn, Glenn knows exactly what he's going to be drawing off the Death Dealer as well. But since he saw 2 pumps on top, unless he was risky and opted one of them to the bottom, I don't think we're going to be seeing an Azalea activation on this turn. So it's just going to be... Oh, you know what? He just Azalea'd into a pump. So he didn't need to draw off Death Dealer first.
Yeah, James clarifying here, Death Dealer will draw the card first, and then we will Azalea activate. So we saw that take aim here. I certainly wish I had 2 arsenals, but I'm afraid that is not how Azalea works. And so this seems no doubt what the question that was being asked, I imagine.
Yeah.
And maybe there has been a slight miscommunication about how that resolves. I would love to start the game with New Horizons in play. I would make my life so much easier every time I was playing Ranger, but it looks like we were just there clarifying exactly what goes on. So it looks like the judge call there was questioning Go again on Azalea's hero ability, if it applies to the arrow, and the player seems to maybe have misunderstood how Azalea's ability works, but of course we knew the cards on the top there. So assumed that action points might play out in a different way than they perhaps did, and as a result has to resequence this turn. But I'm not going to lie, this turned out okay.
13 damage coming in, which is exactly James White's life total, and he has used all his armor already, so at least 1 card must be given by him up on defense over here. And I'm curious whether Glenn is potentially regretting the Lace with Inertia block on the previous turn. Sure, he would have been at 2 life had he not blocked with it, but this would have been coming in for 16 instead of 13, which would have made, the blocking decision on James White's side that much more difficult.
Big one in the hand here for James White. We see Wax On in the hand here. Lines up very well against the 0-costed Entangling Shot. That being said, the rest of this hand, I could take it or leave it.
I think there's an excess of blues over here. Yep, so Nip at the heels, potentially coming down on blocking duty alongside his Wax On. That's 2 cards blocking 8. I feel like we spoke a lot about, Fi isn't really great at blocking, doesn't really want to do it. And here we have James White blocking 8 with 2 cards in the Draconic Ninja.
So Wax On doing what it does best here, lining up against the aggressive threats of the Silver Age format, giving you one of the best defense reactions you could ask for. James falling to 8 at the hands of Entangling Shot, and if that 5 wasn't tapped before, it is now.
Not that it really matters for that hero, of course. No tap ability to speak of on his side. The Frailty token, though, probably going to confer an extra 1 life for Glenn's side of the field as James White starts his turn.
So the assault continues here. Brand with Cinderclaw, the first attack of the turn here. This one infamous enough to be taken away from Classic Constructed recently. So not a bad piece of cardboard, if you ask me.
And now things get a little bit tough for Glenn at 4 life against the Draconic Ninja that has Searing Ember Blade, which is only coming for 2 thanks to Frailty, but also Phoenix Flames. At this, life total gets so incredibly awkward, and I also wouldn't be surprised, Scott, if we start to see some Tigers coming out on this turn as well from James White's side.
Well, worth noting, those equipment set are lurking to see that Crouching Tiger emerging. If the excess damage will do the job. We'll see Entangling Shot on defense here to soak up that Brand with Cinderclaw. It will be the Searing Ember Blade to follow. We got a quick peek at the arsenal there from James from the Snatch. Another copy of Hot on Their Heels is parked there, so can extend this turn. Worth noting, much like this Ember Blade, though, it will be one smaller thanks to that Frailty token.
2 damage. With the promise of 1 Phoenix Flame on this turn as well. Glenn very quickly getting into the pseudo-Kodachi lock, more like the Phoenix Flame lock, if you will, when you're against fire, where you have to start putting cards in front of Phoenix Flames or even potentially crouching, like a Crouching Tiger, thanks to the Tearing Shuko buff that can confer under a Crouching Tiger as well. Glenn's in a very tough spot here against the CEO of Legend Story Studios.
To go again, the name of the game for Searing Ember Blade here, and we will see more defense being committed from Glenn Rosario II. He's kind of thumbing that Ridge Rider shot to the front of the hand here, baiting, giving up yet another arrow on offense.
And it's that awkward spot once you've given up the Blossom of Spring as well. You need to keep at least 2 cards to do anything offensive, because you need to be able to pitch to Death Dealer and then load your arrow as well. So if you are forced to block out too much, like Azalea just does not have a 1-card hand once the Blossom of Spring is gone from his side of the field.
Definitely a bind. Glenn finds himself in here. We do see another hand that is, I mean, maybe for the first time this game, really, an apt mix of buff and arrow. Was 3 arrows this time. Take Aim, which we saw from the opt, from that Talismanic Lens, still lurking in the hand on top. It will be that Ridge Rider shot that is committed on defense here to soak up some additional damage, which will have James reaching for that Graveyard. Finds the Phoenix Flame. Will continue this turn with a little bit more juice. 1 go again. Another question being asked of our Azalea player.
Paying 1 to activate 5 because only 2 Draconic Chain Links were on the table at that point.
The Flame
hiding what the arsenal is.
Flame licks through. 1 point of damage happily taken here. Now James has decisions to make. We know Hot on Their Heels in the arsenal can threaten 2 damage. We know the Tiger generated by the whole equipment suite, capable of threatening another 2, can force Glenn to give up another card, but it will cost all of our remaining resources to do it.
I think you have to go for it. Taking 1 extra card from Glenn here is massive. It ensures that he has nothing on his turn. No Codex of Frailty in this format. No 1-card play for the Ranger.
Thank Wraith. Wraith.
Which means that Glenn will be forced to pass as long as you send Lethal Enforcement block with 1 more card. And it looks like James White is going to go for it. Pouncing Paws here being activated. Tearing Shuko as well. Going to create a Crouching Tiger. Going to get +2. Just 2 extra damage on those equipment pieces. Very, very strong suite available to Draconic Ninja in Sage.
Quickly taken from Glenn, falls to 1, and the pain comes through as we see Hot on Their Heels. Lurking in the arsenal for James White will command another card from Glenn Rosario here if he wants to stay alive. Reaching for that Take Aim to soak up this damage. No doubt stuck parking an arrow in the arsenal and facing down the wrath of a 5-player with 4 cards to work with.
Can we talk a little bit about how awkward these numbers presented by James White were on this turn? It was 3 into 2 into 1 into 2 into 2. How is anyone supposed to block that effectively?
Slowly.
The answer is no, you just can't.
Slowly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so we do, of course, see the defense required of Glenn to stay alive. A very quick arsenal of that dry powder shot before passing back to James here. 4 more cards to work with. We see Dragon Power alongside Brand with Cinderclaw, and Blaze Headlong. Now, I'm not very good at math, but that adds up to a lot of damage.
More than enough, especially since Blaze Headlong comes in for 4, which is a breakpoint. Phoenix Flame going to come in for 1, which is lethal. Phoenix Flame Lock is the name of the game here from James White. And Phi, not really a deck that bricks a lot. So And in this case, James White certainly hasn't. An onslaught of attacks coming from his side.
Real shot on defense 4 from Blaze. Headlong will command both of these buffs found by Glenn to join the combat chain on defense. And we're going to see that blue being pitched away in the form of Dragon Power to enable the Searing Ember Blade. It's going to be enough. Ravenous Rabble, not enough to keep us alive. The game will end, and James White still has a job. We're all very, very glad to see it. The CEO of Legend Story Studios finds a way to find success in the first round of the world premiere here in London. Fire Rising Rebellion looking pretty darn good there.
Unfortunately, no CEO succession over here for Glenn's side over here. James White continues to be the one who's going to design our cards for the new future, maybe until the next world premiere that he plays at. But yeah, I'm so curious to hear what potentially his other deck choice was and how he landed on Fi. But that was such a great showcase of what Fi can do in Summer Age.
I think that was a great showcase of Fi. I think there was some difficulty in the draws for our Azalea player as well, but I was really impressed by that 3-arrow turn. I think we both kind of looked at the hand and went, oh, I'm not entirely sure how you kind of put this together, but Azalea hero ability, found a swift shot, managed to chain go wide. I think we kind of think of other rangers like Lexi for being more infamous for this kind of multiple attack kind of turn, but clearly Azalea very capable of it too.
And that was just off of one equipment piece as well. It was just the bullseye braces thanks to the natural go again, well, natural go again from Swift Shot in that when it was Azalea'd in, and a natural go again on Bolton Shot when you combine it with the bullseye braces. So to even use the boost on that turn could totally have seen other times in the game where he potentially goes 2 arrows wide, 2 or 3 arrows wide off of the Bolton boots, which we didn't quite get to see popped because of how aggressive James was able to be early on in that game.
Hot on the heels indeed. Well, an impressive showing to start off our world premiere. I'm told we're going to be hearing from James himself a little bit about how that game went, maybe some of the choices before the game, and we're going to leave that in the hands of the lovely Samo Byrne. So stay with us. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Oh, look at that E-strike.
Look at that, baby. It's a brand new age in Flesh and Blood. And with me is the man who started it all. James White joins us in the booth. My friend, what a game we had.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm doing business things.
Yeah, like the Flesh and Blood I get to play these days is mostly at the design level. So
Yeah.
it's like kind of testing the prototype concepts to make sure that they work and function and stuff like that. So it's not that I don't play any Flesh and Blood. I just don't play like real world Flesh and Blood.
No, totally.
Yeah.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Fi is kind of an iconic hero for you, right? Like in the early development design days, Fi was a hero kind of early on in your head you were kicking around, right?
Yeah, he's been around since like 2015. He's been around since the beginning. He was the OG Draconic hero, the progenitor of what Draconic is. And interesting story. I think I said this one time on an interview. There was it was New Year's Eve one night, and I was deep in the design tank working away. All the people were outside in the Viaduct Harbour in Auckland partying. I could hear all the cheers and everyone getting drunk, and I was just like in the tank, design. And it was in that moment playing with fire that I realized we had cycles in our game.
Playing with Fi.
Playing with fire.
Oh, wow.
I realized that actually we have this beautiful structure that exists in our game of the red, yellow, blue, and it was in that moment. It was like this massive aha, light bulb moment. It was like, oh my god,
this is it.
Yeah.
This is the game.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, dude. My first time in Auckland, I was actually walking around that harbor with your friend and mine, Brian Gottlieb, and Brian literally pointed to this building, and he was like, you see that? That's where James was that New Year's night. It was that apartment. I was like, oh, a building of legend. Well, you brought Fi. You were lucky enough to grab Fi here, Compendium of Rathe World Premiere. Talk to me about the experience of getting to play that Silver Age Precon live for everybody at home right there in the feature match area.
I'm in a little bit of butterflies, to be honest, a little bit of nerves, put me on under the gun, under the spotlight on the big show. But we got there. We got the W, and I mean it's a great deck. I think of all of the Silver Age decks, the Fi deck is probably one of the peak decks.
Yeah.
We have said that these decks are capable of winning callings. I firmly believe that Fi deck is capable of winning callings.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful, very consistent, and very unrelenting.
Yeah.
As we kind of saw in that game, as we got to the back end, and I was able to strip all but one card from his hand when I went in with the Tigers off the equipment. So that he couldn't activate the Death Dealer. It's like one card, his only play is going to be to set an Arsenal on pass.
Totally.
But you get them in the back foot like that, and just their Fi deck is very consistent.
Yeah. Just
get to deploy your hand. There are some hands that can like break if you draw too many cards that require to draw on a chain links to go again or whatever.
Sure.
But very consistent deck and very powerful. And the fire that burns within, man.
Dude, that card's
it definitely was burning within in that match.
Yeah, baby. Love to hear
that
it.
card's so good.
Well, this is a really exciting world premiere because it's almost like a two-parter. We're world premiering Compendium of Rathe, and we're also world premiering Silver Age.
Yes.
We really are bringing Silver Age to the forefront for the first time in its fullest capacity as it was meant to be played. Talk to me just a little bit about, as looking at these precons, right? Talk to me about just what Silver Age means for Flesh and Blood. These precons are a great example. There's one of almost every class in Fab. They're really an invitation for players, whatever your play style is, right?
Yes.
You can try any of these decks. And like you say, some of them, a lot of them, maybe we're good enough to win callings, at least compete at a really high level. Just talk to me a little bit about what your brain process was like as you were bringing this to the table.
Yeah, so look, we're always thinking about what can we do to make that first play experience seamless, for that next new player who wants to join the community. And, there's a few different barriers to entry that exist in the TCG industry in general. One is it can be price point. These games, these are luxury hobbies. They can be quite pricey to get into. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
So really addressing that just head on. Let's just make this price accessible. But the other thing is time. I mean, a lot of people who play Flesh and Blood, they are a little bit more mature. They're professionals. They have families. They have careers, and a lot of people just don't have infinite time to go out there and research deck lists and go and hunt down cards to actually make these decks. So having a product that you can play straight out of the box for $20 USD, and the deck is just good. These decks are good.
Yeah.
We've spoken. It is the $20 ticket to the world tour, to the $2 million world tour, and we stand behind a number of these decks being competitive at that level, and we wanted to showcase, as you mentioned, the spectrum of classes that exist, though. And so, sure, they're not all maybe elite level, but they're all good decks.
Yeah.
And some of them, like the Fires and the Viserais and the KOs and the Bravos, these decks are top tier. So just like getting rid of this other barrier to entry of time, crack and play. I really enjoy that about the product. I know I can open the product and I'm playing a great deck straight out of the box.
Yeah. No, that's really exciting. And with any meta, there's going to be initial heroes, initial decks that are at the top of the meta, even within our, initial product line. There's going to be things that are at the top of the meta, but what's exciting is the fact that they exist for everybody. They exist for everybody who's new, anybody who wants to just get a quick grab play. I have friends and family that I am bringing these to as you've been asking me, what's this thing you do?
Sure.
How do I play? I'm I've got a really great way to just engage with anyone who wants to get involved. These decks, they all play really well against each other.
There's one more thing I really like about Silver Age, just in general as a concept, which is it unlocks utility and value in a whole different section of your collection.
Oh my God,
there's so many interesting rares that exist in our game that always live in the shadow of Majestics or equipments that just are never going to quite be good enough compared to legendaries. So having this format that it puts them up on the center stage. I like that as a someone who loves building decks across my life. That is one of the parts of the TCG experience that I personally enjoy the most is brewing and building decks and being able to look at this whole new section of my collection. It's actually, that's a great card now. That has a home. That has a purpose.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and I think, from now to Yokohama, I haven't felt the brewer brain collectively in Flesh and Blood be as activated as it is in these last couple weeks leading up to this event, and as I know it will be leading up to Yokohama when this format is featured in the Pro Tour, right?
Yeah.
Exactly what you're describing, the brewing potential as a lot of your collection is just opened up. It's really exciting. I do just want to hear a little more, from your perspective, as the head of the snake on top of the dragon, if you will, what does Silver Age mean for Flesh and Blood moving forward?
Yeah.
What does this all mean for us?
It really is the start of a new era, a new chapter for Flesh and Blood, and we really do hope that the fans around the world and the LGS owners and managers out there, they do use this as that pathway for the new player to enter our beautiful community. So that in and of itself is a very driving force behind what Silver Age is intended to be, and we hope that it will become. But also, it's the primary way of playing short form Fab here on out.
Yeah.
Classic Constructed is the quintessential Flesh and Blood experience at the competitive level. But Classic Constructed games they can be grindy, and it takes a certain amount of time commitment to go and play a CC tournament. Where short form Fab, in the past it was Blitz. It's run its course. It's been sunset.
Yeah.
Farewell. Thank you very much, Blitz. It's now all about Silver Age. And for short form Fab, it is fun, it is fast, it is accessible, and it is the future for short form Fab.
It's a bright future indeed, if any of our early returns are enough to go off of. We've also got this just gorgeous new product in Compendium of Rathe.
Yeah.
It's going to be an all-timer. You can already tell.
I think so. I mean, just seeing the fan feedback and the sentiment over the last week when the preview season has been in full swing, it's been fantastic. Yeah.
Well, talk to me just briefly, because I do have you. I know you got more games to play, more things to do, but just talk to me about Compendium of Rathe as it was kicking around in your brain, the kind of the genesis of it, and what you are excited maybe most for that it brings to the table.
Yeah, sure. So this product started because we were talking about the LL leaderboard bloat. That was the origin of returning to the supplementary set or the expansion set, the non-draftable set. So for your folks out there, I'm sorry, all the speculation, is there a hero in the set? There ain't no hero in the set.
Yeah.
And the reason there ain't no hero in the set is so that we can actually get a little bit of, get on top of the expanding roster of heroes on that Living Legend leaderboard. So I'm actually super excited for this upcoming season. We have the ProQuest season coming up, seeing the cream rise off the top of that Living Legend leaderboard. And what that does is it unlocks the viability of a whole new echelon of heroes who have been waiting in the wings, the Teklovosans, maybe the Maxes, who knows?
Ooh,
right?
A little bit of Max love.
Yeah, He
has Kiss of Wrench now.
He does have Kiss of Wrench. Yeah, you like that big heavy metal in the mouth.
Yeah. Shout out Breakpoints. I heard that. I like that.
Yeah, no, it's a good one. But yeah, from time to time, we need to be able to make these sets that allow the leaderboard just to contract a little bit.
Yeah, no.
So that was kind of the origin point. It's okay, well, if we're going to make a non-draftable set, let's actually just go to the extreme of making something for everybody. And
Yeah.
one of the, I guess, the gimmicks of this is that we tried to get a card for every single frame that has existed in the history of Flesh and Blood into this product. So that was kind of what led into this concept of the Compendium, this like giant book of the history of Rathe, where it tells a story of like every hero, every class, every talent that exists within the world of Rathe. We got very close to getting every single frame, and there are a few like very obscure ones that don't feature, like you know, the shapeshifter cosplay frame or some of the judge promo frames and things like that. But we're probably about 98% of the frames that exist are in this. So you see, you know, the Tokon Bard card and the Shiana card and so on. Yeah,
really exciting.
Yeah, so from a flavor point of view, that was there. But we wanted to really create something that like all of the fans, no matter what your class or talent or hero is, you feel like there's something in this for you.
Well, I can tell you that since Bright Lights released, I was trying to boost in Teklovasen, straight up. I had my Foundry Heart. I was like, I want to rip 2 cards off the top and draw a card. And these boost Teklo cards, boy, oh boy, they got me excited.
Enjoy your Ghost Protocol, man.
Yeah, dude, that's a real one.
That's a real one. Yeah,
it's exciting. Well, we got to see some of these really just gorgeous antiquity packs open so far. We know there are some big hitters, but there's a lot that are as yet still, you know, quasi unrevealed. I know a lot of people out there have gotten to open their very first antiquity pack, but I want to give you the chance to open some of these. So I'm going to hand these over to you. We're going to get a beautiful look down at some of these antiquity packs. We're looking for our first real big hit, James.
All right.
So I need you to bring that founder's luck to some of these, all right?
All right. See what I can do.
And you look from like the treasure pack in High Seas to these, some pretty cool evolution. Ravenous Rabble.
That's nice. Oh, okay. Okay.
That's pretty good. Look at that.
Oh, it was the shine on this that got me. But it's okay.
Yeah, a little daddy. I mean, dude, what I'm liking about what I'm seeing is there's a lot of really playable staples is what I'm seeing. A lot of these cards that we're ripping, Ravenous Rabble, that all you got, like those are cards that we play in so many decks, and now we get a nice new treatment on these. Yeah, we got 3 of these bad boys.
Yeah, we got 3. We're just getting started.
Come on, baby. Show me something. That's mine. I have been looking for that. Okay. I've been looking for that one. I've been looking for scrap. Oh boy. Okay. Hello.
Yeah, that's quite good.
Hello, nice. Weakest link. Hello.
Oh wow. Okay.
Something else.
Okay. Actually, we're putting together the pieces here.
Look at
something
that, though.
like that. I don't know.
You actually kind of started.
Yeah,
dude, Weakest Link, are you kidding me?
Yeah, Weakest Link is nice.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, look, all the cards in this Antiquities pack are generics.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Really? So for everybody?
Yeah. Like this is the good stuff. This is where you're going to get...
Oh my
like that,
gosh,
like that.
Dude, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I need them.
Yeah, all right.
What else we got?
What else we got?
Oh, no way!
No way!
It's not true!
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Crater's luck. Yes.
No way!
Yes.
Oh my God.
Okay. Now, I just want to point out
God.
very importantly,
Yeah.
non-foil.
Yeah.
Non-foil.
Yeah.
To all your collectors out there, non-foil.
True.
Non-foil. We ain't dipping into your rainbow foil.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But to all the gamers out there, that was one of the coolest things that's ever happened on stream. Are you kidding me?
Do.
Well, James, you know what I think we should do with this?
Yeah, give it away.
I think we should give it away to one of you watching. That's what I think. We were always trying to give away one of these. I think we'll do it at the end of the day. So you better hang out with us throughout our stream because someone's getting an Eye of Ophidia.
Beautiful.
In the chat.
Yeah.
Someone's getting one of these
go.
pulled by the man himself.
You're welcome.
That was flames, dude. That was absolute flames. Well, we have so much more fun coming up. I don't know if anything's going to top that. We got 3 more rounds of the world premiere. We got giveaways. We got more swag to look at. Don't go anywhere. Thanks so much for hanging out with me, James. We'll see you soon. Whoa. Are you?
every other player on the planet, that was a phenomenal moment. For me, I have been robbed of my chance to open an Eye of Ophidia. James, we're going to be having words.
Absolutely rigged, in my opinion. CEO of the company opening Eye of Ophidia. Of course it wasn't. But we have a fantastic giveaway now. Everyone watching this, stay until the end of the stream, because we are giving away that Eye of Ophidia pulled by the man himself after round 4.
I want to see people going berserk in the chat during round 4, because if you don't deserve an Eye of Ophidia, because I don't deserve an Eye of Ophidia, which is a really unfortunate place to be.
You're really salty about that, aren't you? You really wanted.
James has provided me with many incredible experiences in life, and also taken one away. Okay, they don't even out. I need you to know that. No, very, very excited to see that giveaway, and one lucky fan at home is going to have a Fable pulled by the man, which I think is an incredible memory for a world premiere, and I'm very, very happy to see it.
For sure. You know what? We maybe should have got him to like sign it or something too. But yeah,
I'm not sure he would. You know, there's lots of those hidden treasures have got to be the last signatures for James.
True.
So no signed Fables, but you'll know. You'll know. So very, very happy to see that. Phenomenal showing from James to start us off, I think. Fi looking very, very strong. Azalea looking pretty reasonable on the other side of the table. I think we're probably going to do our best to have 2 different heroes this time around to kind of show up some variety as we head into round 2. I believe we've also got a pretty renowned player, someone also of note in the feature match area.
Yeah, I think he's got a few small accolades to his name. I want to say a world championship, actually. The latest world championship, even the one from Philadelphia. And a recent calling win as well, winning calling Seattle. We are, of course, talking about Michael Jaszczur, who will be gracing us with his presence in the feature match area for round 2.
Very excited. I hear Michael chose to play Enigma, I believe, from the pre-cons. Definitely feels like a deck that is a little bit more of a difference from what we saw at the World Championship. It was a lot of Dash IO and Syndra, some very aggressively slanted decks. Enigma probably slightly different, I would think.
I think what I'm learning about Michael Jaszczur, the more I see him play, is that he actually has so many archetypes that he's able to pilot so effectively. I mean, let's think about his calling Seattle win, right? That was on Florian.
Of course.
Not the aggressive heroes that he brought to Philadelphia. This man is a man of many talents, if you will. He can play the slower, grindier value, can also just beat your face in with a ninja or a mechanologist. So
talk to me a little bit about Enigma in the Silver Age format. We know a little bit about the pre-constructed deck. What is this hero kind of expecting to do?
A big thing is Spectral Manifestations in this format, because that, alongside Cosmo, means that the shield can attack for free for 4 damage. So go again, not super relevant, but what that lets Enigma do is block out with 4 cards in a format where the offensive output isn't as high as something that we see in CC. So you can block it out, and even with 0 cards remaining on your turn, swing your shield for free for 4, effectively getting so much value. You say each of your cards block 3, you get 12 points of value on defense and then 4 on offense. If you just do 16-point turn cycles over and over again, that's how you can overcome so many decks in the format. And that's not even to mention if you're against a slower deck, something like one of the Oldims that we're expecting a lot of this coming weekend, well, that deck just gets buried in aura value.
Enigma, of course, getting to use that Transcend mechanic from Part of the Misfell, which is something we haven't seen necessarily if you joined us after Part of the Misfell left Classic Constructed. Transcending into Inner Chi, a bit of a unique situation in Flesh and Blood in general, but very intriguing to me, I think, in Silver Age. Kind of gives you a higher density of no-block cards, which is a little bit dangerous in the face of some of those more aggressive decks. But for something like Enigma, it gives them a very impressive endgame of being able to make Spectral Shields in both players' turns, which I think kind of gives you inevitability that no one else has access to. So hopefully I'm looking forward to seeing some of that on camera.
And also in the end game, each chi is activated to make a Spectral Shield with a +1 counter on it. So it attacks for 2 for free, and it also blocks 1. So effectively in the end game, you are getting 3 points of value kind of per chi. So even though they're not blocking, you're still getting the 1 point of defense that can help you with a break point or something, or just 1 more point of life after it also attacked for 2 for free. So there's still quite a lot of value in the end game in these chis. But yeah, to your point, if you draw too many of them at the same time, can't control all of them, then it's just a bunch of no blocks that are bricking you up, so to speak.
Well, so to speak. Well, the last time we saw Michael Jaszczur, he was sending Florian into the Living Legend, which is something that I kind of want to take a brief look at before we get started this round. The Living Legend leaderboard has been changing quite significantly in the wake of our previous RTN season. These point totals, well, Florian is gone, but there's a few other notable folk here getting a little bit on the high side.
You know, all 4 of our top heroes on this leaderboard, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to Yokohama and say 2 or 3 of these heroes are gone by then. KO Armed and Dangerous at 959. This hero has been winning a lot. Not in the top 3 for over the most recent RTN season, but still hovering around along like 4 and 5 throughout the entire season. Very likely going to be gone in the next ProQuest season, which will conclude before Yokohama. And then, of course, we have Prism, Awaken of Soul, released in Dusk Till Dawn a while back, also racking up all those points.
Gonna say my heart will break slightly when we lose Verdant Thorn of the Rose. Has definitely been my default hero for the last year or so now. Really big fan, qualified for Pro Tour Yokohama on the hero myself, and not surprised to see her finding so much success. But very interested in number 4 here as well. Fire Rising Rebellion, a deck we've talked about a lot this weekend. Just saw James running on camera. Some very powerful cards printed for this hero in Compendium of Rathe. It might not be long until we're saying goodbye to our former World Championship deck.
We focused a lot on Compendium of Rathe's impact in Silver Age, but I do want to touch a little bit about the potential CC impact, especially when it comes to Fire Rising Rebellion. Now, Fire, of course, was hit quite hard in the most recent BNR, where Brand with Cinderclaw was banned to curb Syndra's power level in the format, and Fire was an unfortunate casualty caught in the crossfire. But has found a lot of upgrades in Compendium of Rathe. I know amongst quite a few of the top players, this hero is starting to get a little bit of stirrings, a little bit of reinvestigation, thanks to some of the new cards that we also saw in Sage, but also for the CC cards that Compendium of Rathe is providing for this hero. There is effectively Art of War for a Phoenix Flame type deck that I think all of these Fire players are going to enjoy.
Yeah, I've heard that one referred to as Fart of War, and I'm very curious if that's going to stick around, the Fire Art of War.
I hope not.
I would prefer the Fart of War not to stick around either, to be entirely honest with you. So
that is not unpleasant.
No, I'm sure playing against the card isn't pleasant either. So I look forward to seeing what Fire can do in the upcoming ProQuest season. And of course, many other heroes, much like him, no doubt going to be ascending to greater pastures before you know it. Well,
that is, of course, the CC implications of Compendium of Rathe. Just a little check-in on our LL leaderboard, but of course, this weekend is going to be all about Sage, and we will be continuing with that, of course, the rest of this world premiere.
Well, we started off our event with the CEO. We're going to be carrying things on with our world champion. Let's make our way down into the feature match area for round 2 of the world premiere here in London. It will be Michael Jaszczur rocking Enigma on the other side of the table. James Hooper playing on home territory, rocking Viserai on the other side of the table.
And of course, both these players this time did sleeve their decks. We don't have an unsleeved Enigma, unsleeved Viserai. Just want to point out again, James White did also have his stamped Phi unsleeved as well. Yeah, absolutely. But let's go ahead and take a look at the heroes that these players are playing, starting with Michael Jaszczur's Enigma.
Enigma here, if you're unfamiliar, 1 time per turn, your first Spectral Shield will be costing you 1 less to activate. Now that matters because of Cosmo, the weapon that comes alongside this deck that allows your Spectral Shield to start attacking your opponent, will mean that first Spectral Shield is going to be attacking for free each and every time. However, once per turn as an instance, that's both you and your opponent's turns, you can pitch 3, well, Chi in this case. Not going to be resources, going to need to transcend one of your inner Chi cards to create Chi to make a Spectral Shield token with a +1 counter on it. Those Spectral Shields with counters, they're going to have Go again, which means they're going to be going in a lot faster and a lot harder than some of the others.
And on the other side, we have Viserai, which is the OG Runeblade hero released in Arcane Rising. Of course, both these heroes have been LL'd as well, and I do want to, hone in on that every time we see a previously LL'd hero show up in Sage. I do think that is a fascinating facet of this format. Now, Viserai reads, whenever you play a Runeblade card, if you have played another non-attack action card this turn, create a Rune-Shan token. So this hero really wants to leverage 4 or 5 card hands, because each additional card you play after starting a turn off with a non-attack, as long as those cards are Runeblade cards, effectively have +1 stapled onto them in the form of a Rune-Shan token.
Worth knowing, of course, Viserai was the first hero to ascend to Living Legend in the previous version of Blitz, so does have a pedigree to maintain as we make our way into Silver Age, and I cannot wait to see if James Hooper is the one to bring out their power. We'll start things off once more with a little bit more of Gem Pack 4. We'll see what our players manage to find inside. Okay, EA's abound here. Shimmering Spectre and the Techlo Trebuchet 2000. EA Rainbow foil for James there. Not a bad souvenir, if I don't say so myself.
Solid pickups and solid upgrades coming out of Compendium of Rathe, and we see that Shimmering Mirage, especially his quick dodge flexes on a stick. I'm really excited to see whether that card has an impact in CC.
Now, I will note to start this game here, do not panic. The world champion has not forgotten to flip their equipment. Enigma does have access to the cloaked mechanic that we found way back when. Does require your equipment to start face down for numerous reasons. We'll see it popping up at some point during this game, depending on how Michael wants to use it. For now, we're going to see a pretty impressive start here from James Hooper. It's Malefic Incantation number 1 and Malefic Incantation numero 2.
And the second one, of course, will trigger Viserai as well, so it'll be an additional Runechan token generated here from James Hooper's side. Michael Jaszczur exclaiming a little bit at this setup from Viserai. This takes me back to when we last saw Viserai in CC, where if you let them go first, suddenly just setting up a whole bunch of board state and you are just crying on the other side of the table.
In these spots, I like to think, at least they're both yellow. It could be worse. Like it could, if it's me, they're both red. But we will hit the high notes in the form of these auras and the follow-up attack here. This one, very impressive upgrade that Viserai never really got to experience in Blitz before. Plays very, very well with any aura generation.
So this is an interesting play from James Hooper's side. He is giving up an arsenal, is giving up one of the Runechan tokens that was generated on this turn, because that can effectively just be blocked up by Michael Jaszczur, but does get to end the turn with 3 Runechans, because 2 of his incantations will trigger. Viserai will trigger as well on the playing of the hit the high notes, so does get to start next turn with 3 Runechans on the field. Of course, at the cost of the arsenal being given up here on his side, on his turn 0.
The hand from Michael Jaszczur, the opposite of James Hooper. You're not always looking for unmovable in the opening hand. However, this one is blue. Does mean those resources can be spent easily covering up those Runechans. We'll see on the horizon taking a peek at the top of the deck. Not that Michael can really do anything about it, but he's going to get to know a little bit more about the next hand, maybe 20 seconds early.
Mm-hmm. This matchup already quite tough for the Enigma side. Enigma really wants to keep the board state alive, all those pieces with ward, but when the opposing side is sending split damage at you in the form of Runechans and physical damage, it can be quite tough sometimes to protect your ward pieces. So not only is the matchup already tough, James Hooper already with a very impressive setup on his first turn of the game. Let's see whether Michael Jaszczur can combat that on his side of the field.
As you alluded to, Spectral Manifestations, the big, powerful start here for Michael Jaszczur, makes that Spectral Shield if there is no other Illusionist aura in play. There is not, and so it has 3 counters stapled on, means 4 go again at 0 charge is the name of the game here, courtesy of that powerful Illusionist action. And
on James Hooper's side, no non-attacks in that hand. You know, we spoke earlier. We saw Azalea literally go through this little song and dance and need to find the cards in the correct order, the correct ratios. Runeblade is sort of the class that exemplifies that the most. Wants a mix of non-attacks and attacks, and James Hooper here drew 4 attacks in his hand. A little bit awkward. Thankfully, one of these attacks is the Shrill of Skullform, which you can still turn on from the Malefic Incantations triggering and creating auras.
Michael here embodying the other class identity of Illusionist. When in doubt, lamp them with a generic. Does the job. 7 damage from Look Tough here. Going to be blocked out by Shrill and the brand new Beckoning Haunt for 2 extra points. So 2 damage coming on through will knock James Hooper down to 17. Those arms expended nice and early. Not bad news for Michael by any means.
And Michael Jaszczur very happy to see the opponent blocking, especially the opponent Viserai, who wants to keep those big hands to leverage that hero ability. He knows that the more cards James Hooper blocks with, the fewer cards will be coming his way on offense, which means it'll be that much easier for him to protect his Spectral Shield.
Okay, so James here with what looks like a small misstep, but isn't, and we're about to figure this out in a moment, no doubt. Malefic Incantation works the way you want it to, with Runic Felling Song. Brand new card here from Compendium of Rathe. You will remove these counters down to generate the Rune Chants, and by the time Runic Felling Song checks if there is an aura to banish, there will be. And then you can grab one of those Malefic Incantations, chuck it away, and ping a point of arcane damage. So James here sequencing these things correctly, took a look through the yard, realized I needed an aura, there wasn't one there, and thankfully those Malefic Incantations bailing him out.
I believe Michael Jaszczur is double-checking the interaction works, and yep, it does. The 2 Runechans being left behind from those incantations triggering. Runic Felling Song Banish happening over here. Runic Felling Song Banish in this is in Florian, but it is pretty interesting in Florian as well. Not a hero that's in these precards, of course, but it is interesting how you could potentially have that be your first Earth card banished. If you have an Earth Aura in the graveyard, you can banish that and then get online that much quicker with Florian. Of course, Viserai doesn't really care about the banishing to get online, so to speak, but the 1 extra damage against a deck that wants to protect its ward can be very, very effective. Yeah,
couldn't agree more. So just to clarify there, players called judge to confirm that interaction works the way that it does. You may or may not be able to tell I tested a lot of Florian heading into this weekend and did try and figure out exactly how those things go. So again, judges are your friends. These events, you should take the time. If you're unsure how anything works, your opponent doesn't have to be your friend. So take a moment to just call someone in, double check that they all know what they're talking about. So we're all good to go down there in the beach match area. Things have been confirmed. We know the Malefic Incantation will be disappearing into the Banish Zone for an extra point of arcane damage here. So Michael Jaszczur pitching away to that arcane barrier to soak up some of those rune chants, commits the rest of the hand on defense. And this is the game plan you alluded to at the beginning of this match, Pankaj. Going to be playing protection on this one gigantic Spectral Shield, getting full value out of all the cards in hand, and then chipping in for 4 time and again.
This is exactly what we spoke about, using all 4 cards on defense and just getting a free 4 attack value. So on James Hooper's side, he sent 4 arcane damage off of 3 rune chants and a runic Felling Song, alongside 7 damage. Michael Jaszczur prevents all 11 of the damage. Did need to give up 1 block on the Blade Back on the Helm to do so, but then gets to swing the Spectral Shield for free. So James Hooper really needs to try and set up a bigger hand, really come in with those awkward breakpoints off of arcane damage and rune chants and the mixture of physical attacks to get the pesky Spectral Shield off the side of the board from Michael Jaszczur.
Yeah, if you squint real close, that is a 0-cost Titan's Fist, and I think many Guardians out there would certainly love to have access to one of those.
With Go again, no less. Just imagine.
James here on defense with the brand new Sigil of Sliphade. Going to be sucking up 3 damage here, taking a point. 4 will only have 3 cards to work with. We'll see Condemned to Slaughter, Movrian Skies, and Vexing Malice here, which definitely has some potency given 1 point of Arcane Barrier.
2 arcane damage on the side. Very, very good in the end game scenarios when people go down to like the 1-2 life total. Vexing Malice can suddenly end the game out of nowhere. Very resource flush is James Hooper on this hand, so not the biggest offensive output, but the 2 arcane damage over here might be the answer he needs to get rid of that Spectral Shield. So far we have 2 rune chants and the 2 arcane from Vexing Malice coming out.
Of course, Movrian Skies does have an on-hit here. Should the physical point of damage leak on through from Vexing Malice as well, we'll find a bonus rune chant for the trouble. Leaves Michael staring at a hand here that is not the most optimal for taking care of this situation. We see Waxing Spectre there. Spears of Surrealty. Looks like another red in the back of the hand as well. So not perfect by any stretch.
I do wonder whether at this point, maybe you just let that Spectral Shield go and you just swing the spears in your turn because of how weird these numbers are coming up from James Hooper.
I won't prevent any of the arcade.
So no damage being prevented here from our world champion. The shield will bite the dust.
Yep. Exactly as we said, yeah, just let that shield go. You have a hand that's decent on output. Big thanks to the red spears of Surreality, of course.
Makes a lot of sense to see the block here from Blade Beckoner Boots. Can gain some extra value later on from the Reaping Blade if required, but going to stop that on hit from Movrian Skies as the Blade comes on through. 3 damage, 1 more point of Arcane here. Going to see the Reaping Blade potentially covered here by Test of Strength, one of these powerful generic options that allow our players to clash. We will see a big fat lot of nothing on top of both decks here. So no gold, do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
A little bit of information given to both sides as well. Blue Flying High revealed off of James Hooper's side of the deck, and a red Astral Etchings on Michael Jaszczur's side. So if he's able to create a Spectral Shield token, James Hooper does need to be wary of the potential of an instant speed Astral Etchings coming out of Michael Jaszczur's next hand. And, you know, we spoke a little bit about nostalgia, but seeing a Movrian Skies play into an attack, into a weapon swing, that brings me back, Scott.
That's Christmas morning.
The good old bread and butter Viserai plays. Movrian Skies, attack, swing the blade, pass. Beautiful.
Speaking of bread and butter plays, take me back to Part of the Misfell Limited with Waxing Spectre. Often a first pick for me in that format. And 4 go again once more here from the powerful red aura. Does gain a +1 counter courtesy of being played from a blue card. Does have Ward 3. Ward definitely a tricky thing in this matchup. Going to try and get the most out of that prevention effect on the way back, but rune chants don't make that easy.
It's an interesting balance where sometimes if there's just one rune chant coming in, yeah, it's difficult to protect your ward, but Enigma is able to use resources on the opponent's side of the turn as well. So, if you say pitch a blue to stop one rune chant, you have 2 floating, you could play another Waxing Spectre on their turn, for example, something like a Waning Vengeance even potentially. So Enigma does have counterplay to the weird rune chant breakpoints coming out of James Hooper's side.
We're going to see Flying High here reach into red Spellblade Assault. So blue Flying High will grant go again to this. Is not blue, and therefore the bonus point of damage will not come across. But go again, all we're looking for here. 4 go again, 2 rune chants made in the back.
Should be 1 more, thanks to Viserai's hero ability triggering as well, as long as James Hooper remembers that. Remember, there is a little bit of tricksiness you have to remember with the Viserai hero text. It only cares about Runeblade cards being played after the non-attack, but the non-attack itself does not need to be a Runeblade card. So Flying High does, in a sense, turn Viserai online, quote-unquote, for the rest of the turn. So Spellblade Assault does create the additional rune chant. 3 rune chants now, which not exactly a breakpoint. Michael Yasker very likely to be able to cover up the rune chants there to protect the Waxing Spectre, but a very important difference between Waxing Spectre and a Spectral Shield is that you can't swing the Waxing Spectre for free. So perhaps that's why Michael Yasker just opted to just let that Ward 3 go, blocking, getting the full 3 value from it, blocking the physical on the Spellblade Assault.
I want to call out a lovely gesture there from Michael. Was the one to spot the missing rune chant, did acknowledge it to James and say, hey, should be another one of those available for you here. And there's definitely some options available here. We're going to see that resource that's left floating, looming into Beckoning Haunt here to continue the turn. Going to grab back Malefic Incantation into the hand. Going to want to keep going a little bit wider. I think, unfortunately, there is no go again on Beckoning Haunt here, which means we won't be playing that Malefic this turn.
Yeah, so it just goes... Okay, it looks like Michael Yasker did say we did catch him. Just more sportsmanship coming out from our world champ over here. He did say, oh, that doesn't have go again. If you don't want to do it, that is fine. Which is just very, very generous of him. You love to see that. And come on, this is a world premiere.
Exactly.
We have players learning these cards for the first time. We have new players all over the place as well. Michael Jaszczur just gracing his opponent, especially in the feature match area as well. What a stand-up world champion.
Yep, can't argue with that. The worst time to be a generous soul and give your opponent their 3rd rune chant is when they smack you with Amplify the Arknight in the immediate wake of it, which is the follow-up here for James. Hefty amount of arcane and some physical damage to boot. We will see some respect finally given from Yasker. Will AB1 and run out double Waning Vengeance here. This is another very powerful instant speed aura that Enigma has access to. If a blue in the pitch zone there is available when they are destroyed, which they are about to be very quickly by this Amplify the Arknight, Spectral Shields will be made.
So he actually didn't AB at all and just paid for both Waning Vengeances, has the one floating, and we know from the reveal of the Test of Strength that he has his red Astral Etchings. So does this entire sequence on James Hooper's side of the turn, gets to go into his turn with a Spectral Shield that he can attack for free, unlike that Waxing Spectre that we saw coming in for 4 go against Michael Yasker. We spoke about this at the top of this game. This is the game plan for Enigma. Off of Spectral Manifestations or off of Astral Etchings, get a shield, a fat shield with a bunch of counters, and just protect it and attack with it for free again and again. Make your opponent deal with this somehow.
It's like this guy's good at Flesh and Blood or something.
I know, almost like, he won a world championship or something and a calling like immediately after as well.
Yeah, we were there. It was great. James here debating defense, which is never really where you want to be staring down Enigma. These shields have got to go. You have to hold on to cards to take care of these. If you can't force your way through the wall, it gets a little sticky. Thankfully, there is the perfect tool for the job in the hand of James Hooper here. Condemned to Slaughter, one of my big favorites in this deck. Eat target rune chant, tell target shield to go away.
Yeah, but Michael Yasker does have the excess Spectral Shield over here, the one with no counters on it, which he can just happily give up to this Condemned to Slaughter. So James Hooper still needs to somehow deal with the Spectral Shield that's remaining, the one with the counters on it. That is his real target over here. And this is going to be a hit the high notes for 9? This is not exactly what he needs to deal with that Spectral Shield on Michael Yasker's side. Michael Yasker will be very happy to just block 9 on this and continue this onslaught.
I know you're very right that this is not what James needs, but there's something about an attack for 9 not being what you need that upsets me morally.
Yep. You asked me which decks would I want to play, and I said definitely not Enigma, and yeah, exactly for that reason. It is morally repulsive, so to speak.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Well, maybe not. It's probably been heard before. On the horizon, and Manifest Muscle playing defense alongside Big Blue Sky from the Arsenal. Was that bonus blue defense reaction for Michael? So 9 damage prevented here with 2 cards left remaining in hand. More importantly, one of those, Rising Sun, Setting Moon. Big Blue Sky, of course. Blue defense reaction will count. So we'll see our first transcend of the game here as Rising Sun, Setting Moon fixes the hand for our world champion.
Comes back to his hand in the form of a Chi, which he could use to activate Enigma, but perhaps can still just use it as a regular blue to perhaps send an attack after the Spectral Shield, which is exactly where Enigma wants to be. You give her a little space, she will leverage the go again of the Spectral Shield. If you don't, she's happy to block out and just send 4 vanilla, so really putting the onus on the opponent to deal with the board state, which so far James Hooper's hands haven't quite been able to do. We saw one Morph Skies turn, one Flying High turn, but unfortunately these turns were backed up by attacks that were blues or just not that hefty, like the Spellblade Assault, for example. So James Hooper gonna have his work cut out for him.
Okay, we'll see Spectral Shield for 4 once more. Blade Beckoner jumping in front. Of course, bonus will be gained by these as the Spectral Shield is a weapon during Enigma's turn, and we will finally see that Uphold tradition being unfolded here by Michael Jaszczur. Bonus plus 1 counter going to be distributed onto this Spectral Shield. Now 5 go again, so 1 point sneaking through. Perhaps more importantly, bonus piece of ward available on the arms to suck up future damage, and a whopping 8 damage coming at James Hooper.
Does have Phantasm though, so if James Hooper has a popper, say something like that, red amplify the Arcanine, looks like isn't the case. Just a yellow Shrill of Skull form, which is not a popper, folks. Just going to be blocking 3, and now life totals firmly in the lead of James Hooper. He's already used a card to block with. Spectral Shield with 4 counters on Michael Jaszczur's side. Also, important to note, Uphold Tradition does have Ward 1 on it as well, so all the more difficult for James Hooper to get through Michael Jaszczur's defenses, and if he isn't able to, that Spectral Shield coming in for 5 represents lethal damage.
See Flying High once more alongside Shrill of the Skull form and Rune Rager Swarm in the hand here for James. Typically cards that are impactful in this matchup. Going wide does help you get through that wall of Spectral Shields, but not lining up particularly well here. It's just going to be that Shrill being pitched and paid for here. Likely going to be immediately stopped by cards from hand from Michael Jaszczur. That Rune Chant, of course, does need to be dealt with first.
That can just be the ward, potentially, or you use the ward for the breakpoint and Shrill of Skull form, but no aura being created over here. That Runeblade awkwardness is exactly what we're witnessing here in our round 2 of the world premiere. James Hooper just hasn't been able to string together one of those big Viserai hands. Full 4 or 5 card hands has just been the most I think he's converted on offense is 3 cards, and that is simply not enough to overcome the Mystic Illusionist.
Manifest Muscle and Enigma Chimera on defense here, soaking up the damage from the Shrill. Again, just going to be keeping that shield alive. That is the name of the game here. At this point, the shield is large enough to be threatening James's entire life total each turn.
Also keeping the Uphold Tradition. Didn't even use that on the 1 Rune Chant or the 4 damage breakpoint. So Michael Jaszczur still keeping his shields up as he sends lethal for free. And speaking of more Runeblade, unfortunate breaks over here from James Hooper's side. Now we're seeing the non-attack flush. And cards like Malefic Incantation, very, very strong. We're seeing 2 copies of the reds now. Very, very strong. However, do need the game to go a little bit longer. And I'm not sure that James Hooper has that time now with his life total currently at 3, facing down Michael Jaszczur's 12.
Those certainly look like my Malefic Incantations, turning up when my opponent is taking my head off. But for now, in play they are. Double incantations over the course of this game. Rune Chant will be generated, of course, if James remembers, courtesy of that next non-attack action.
And once again, Michael Jaszczur reminding his opponent about the Viserai trigger, showing the amazing sportsmanship that we've come to love from this player.
That Arsenal Rune Raged Swarm from the previous turn will pop its head out. So 3 and 1 with go again. These Malefic Incantations will trigger, as will Viserai, to make a chunk more behind.
So be 3 Rune Chants left behind after this, and of course Rune Rager Swarm does have go again. So James Hooper, to follow this up, could go ahead and pop that Blossom of Spring and just swing the Reaping Blade and Arsenal and Morven's guys if he wants to. Could, of course, also just use the Morvid Sky as a pitch outlet, as pitch just to swing the Reaping Blade. But of course, it's using that whole card to swing the weapon doesn't feel the most efficient. So wouldn't be surprised to see the Blossom of Spring come in on this turn for the Reaping Blade. Still, though, the total offensive output on this turn, just 9. James Super just hasn't been able to send more than 12 on one turn.
Yep.
Michael Jaszczur saying, you know what, you're at 3. This is fine. I'll just take your full onslaught over here and send lethal. We've seen him, run those big Phantasm attacks. Might just be what he needs to close out the game.
Look, that's not good news. I need you to understand that. Your goal is to get through the shield, but when your opponent looks at their hand and goes, yeah, that's fine. You are not in good shape. And so we're going to see that Blade Beckoner coming on in to get its bonus value from the Reaping Blade here. Michael falling to 6, has 5 cards to work with, and I am concerned for any Hoop fans in the chat at this moment in time.
Especially when you want the game to go a little bit longer so you can get the value from a Malefic Incantation. So see your opponent just keep the full 5 cards as an illusionist, excuse me, who wants to protect the board state.
That's how I feel looking at illusionist right there.
I know. I'm just shaking in fear for James Hooper.
Sigil Suffering here, definitely not a bad tool in the matchup in general, but unfortunately for James, there is a resource floating, an Arcane Barrier available, and so that Arcane Ping will not be taking care of the attacking shield. Instead, damage will leak through, bringing James down to 2.
Oh god, no attack here in James Hooper's side. That hand is all non-attacks and that 1 defense reaction.
Does that take you back? Does that take you back to Viserai of yesteryear? No attacks, don't know what's happening, struggling.
The part of Viserai that I definitely hated.
Fluid motion there coming out from Michael Jaszczur. We'll see Homage to Ancestors played in response here. Will transcend and no doubt... no life. No, Reaping Blade. You are ahead on life. Your card is blank except for the chi that is going to kill me.
Does need to create the aura now so that Fluid Motion gets a go again. Oh no, has go again because the Spectral Manifestations was played earlier this turn. So that already had go again, and now coming in for 6 attack at the end of this.
Big old overpower.
With a shield with 3 counters on it left behind as well.
It's going to be good enough. Spectral Rider will bring our world champion to victory in the feature match area. It is Michael Jaszczur reminding us why so many folks at home cannot stand Enigma.
A little bit of unfortunate hands from James Hooper's side over there. We didn't really get to see the big Viserai turns, right? The turns where you go Morven Sky's Shrill into further extenders like Rune Rager Swarms and things like that. I think the most offensive output we saw in a single turn from the Viserai side was just 11, which is not enough to overcome an Enigma that has shields and wards aplenty.
Look, I'll be honest, I felt rage of emotions during that game. None more than Michael's face on the first turn of the game, just double incanting. Yeah, okay, I've been here before. But we saw the roller coaster of a matchup like this. Clear that Viserai has the tools, things like Condemned to Slaughter, these Rune Rager Swarms let you go wide, Rune Chance being a bit pesky sometimes to handle for Enigma, but Enigma with plenty of counterplay, as you kind of alluded to at the start of the game. Staunch defense, protect those shields when it matters, but more importantly, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Let the shields go when the time is right to send a Spectral Rider.
And I do also want to call out Michael Jaszczur's amazing sportsmanship that
Absolutely.
we saw several examples of throughout the game, reminding the opponent of the incantation triggers, reminding the opponent of the Viserai triggers as well. Just an absolute treat of a game to watch, and really goes to show how an amazing of a world champion Michael Jaszczur is.
You could say that Michael Jaszczur is a gem.
And with that, of course, folks, we're going to open up some gem packs on stream. But let's talk about what these gem packs even are. These are the packs you get when you show up to your local game stores and play in the armories. A little bit of just an entry treat, if you will.
Absolutely. Gem packs have quickly become one of my favorite parts of local level Flesh and Blood play. They're an incredible reward for just turning up to play your armory. And if you haven't caught wind from the Super Armory in London over the weekend, there is a brand new, very shiny marvel in this one in the form of Max the Hype Nitro.
And there are some amazing hits in these gem packs, and something that I really like about them as well is that they are agnostic of your performance at the armory level. It's not just, oh, you won 3 of your games and so you get a gem pack. Everyone who plays, everyone who attends gets a gem pack. It's really just something for everyone to celebrate.
Now, I've heard complaints for numerous years that you sleeve up your Max deck and you assemble Nitro Mechanoid and there's, why is my hero dash now? No one wants that. So we're fixing that with Gem Pack number 4. Construct Micro-Mechanoid Wrench on the front side. Very hobbled together Max-looking Mechanoid on the back. Really big fan of this one.
Absolutely loving it. And that does not end there. We have a few more amazing hits in Gem Pack Series 4. Glistening Steelblade, previously a card that was only available in the Classic Battles, the Dorinthia versus Rhina Classic Battles, now making a showing in Gem Pack 4.
Reinforce the Line, a card that stands to gain a lot of extra play in Silver Age as a format. Fantastic defensive tool if you're looking to get 4 block value attached to another attack of yours. Brand new art on this one. EA all the way through. Happy to see this appearing in the Gem Pack as well. Of course, if you are an Ira aficionado, there's some bling for you here too.
Some more support for the Edge of Autumn archetype that was introduced in the Ira Armory deck. Well, Enact Vengeance was a card that showed up in the Armory deck as well. Feign Vengeance, an upgrade from Compendium of Rathe, and here in Gem Pack 4, you get to bling out your Ira cards, or should I even say potentially Katsu cards? I know Katsu is liking the Edge of Autumn support as well, thanks to mostly Okana Scarabs, but he might also be interested in these cards.
All I'm saying, Tiger Strike Shuko on Feign Vengeance, 1. I'm getting my mask draw whether you like it or not. You can block, I'll draw a card. You don't block, I'll draw a card. I'm all about these cards making an appearance in the 4th Gem Pack. Of course, there is one more heavy hitter at the top of the throne. Crown of Dominion sees a reprint as the big hit in this one.
Your hero is royal, and with this equipped, create a gold token. So yes, your hero will be vulnerable to regicides from opposing arachnids. So Crown of Dominion, a fantastic hit in Gem Pack 4 as well.
You didn't make it sound fantastic, I'll be honest. That sounds like I'd be losing a lot of games.
I'm just trying to get more people to play regicide. That card is so cool, but you know, obviously it comes at a big cost.
I'll take the gold token. The gold token works for me. So Crown of Dominion, very much what we're looking for, and I'm gonna go looking for it. Does that sound good to you?
What are you looking for in these packs, Scott?
Crown of Dominion.
Crown of Dominion.
That's what I just said, Pankaj. I would like the. Okay, you can't get the staff, man. Right. Let me improve on James. I'm sure I can beat him. I have a video. All right.
Okay. You got Power Max.
I have a wrench.
No. You have the hand that's holding the wrench.
You're so right. Okay. Anyway. Oh, Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. If you didn't hate Marlin already, now you do.
I've been saying for a while I want more threats in the Marlin deck. Shallow Water Harpoon, upgrade from Compendium of Rathe. Excited to put that into Marlin.
I'm told the trick is to slow roll.
You got this. I believe in you. Oh, red strip. Red strip.
That's not a crown.
Ooh.
Well, I've been called worse.
Was this a nickname in high school or something?
Thanks, Pankaj. I'm glad that I can have a friend in the booth with me.
Always
Snarky
here to
prick.
support you, Scott.
More than one of them in the booth right now, I suppose. This one pretty good. I believe RKO, big fan of this one. Extra lucky, looking for a scrap targets to banish. 5 damage if you just rip your opponent's deck to shreds. Great card, in my opinion.
More Mocking Blow type cards where the base is 1 and it gets +4. And of course, you RKO on top of it to get the full +5 bonus from that hero ability.
All right, do you want to open that Crown of Dominion for me? I'll trade you the Harpoon.
I'll do it. I'm not sure about the trading part, but I will open a Gem Pack.
You agreed. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Let's see if I can do a better job of opening these paper packs this time. You've been doing an amazing job here. Okay, there we go. I think that's better.
That's like
way
A+
cleaner.
pack opening. Look at
There we
you.
go. Yeah, and now I've got Max's face.
Face token.
Look at that.
Want
Face.
to buy $5.
Yep. Soon we.
Oh! God, I suck at this.
Nitro Mechanoid, the Max version 2. I did not slow roll that at all, so since now we're going to see what else comes. Oh, another Snarky prick. 2 of us in the booth, Scott.
Oh, it's going to be a long weekend. Well, look on the bright side. I've got Max.
You've got the hand that holds a wrench.
That's weirdly poetic. I'm not against that one way or the other. Gem Pack 4 going to be coming to an armory near you very, very soon. Hopefully you can open your fair share of snarky pricks and maybe a crown in the process as well. We'll be back for round 3 in just a few moments. Stay with us. Look, I'm starting to think I'm slightly cursed at these world premieres. Every time I sit down and hand booster packs to someone else, there's liquid gold, and then I open things that I will find in my local armory, Sam. I'm hearing that the chat's convinced these packs are rigged. So would you please explain why none of them are rigged for me?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, haters might say it's fake, but we just got a stack of these things to open, and I don't really know what to say other than, some people just got it like that and some people don't.
I need better friends.
No, come on. It's not my fault that you're opening the wrong packs. Here, next time when we open something, we can switch.
I'm not going to deal or no deal myself out
What?
of that one.
I mean,
No.
Hey, it makes you feel any better. We're giving away everything we're opening
That's
today.
true,
Right? The Nitromechanoid, the Ivanfidia, these are all going to people watching the stream right now.
All right. Well, that makes me feel worse. Thanks.
Okay. Well, I guess you're not a person of the people.
You've put me in a bind.
You know what I want to talk about? Something that I can't give away because they're exclusive. Well, not exclusive necessarily, but they are for the people here at the venue. But these are some seasonal pieces.
Peaches. We have some peaches?
We have some peaches. We have lovely fruit and fauna for you all. Now, we have seasonal pieces of merchandise that are going to be all throughout the Compendium season. And I want to show the people at home so that they can make sure they have on their list what they're trying to pick up when they make their way to a calling or a world tour stop.
Okay.
Firstly, are you kidding? Are you kidding me, dog? There are some mats that I have a lot of mats. I might have to pick some of these up. These are going to be seasonal world tour stops, all Compendium of Rathe season.
That one's mine.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I'm sorry. There's only a limited amount.
I ain't allowed nothing.
No, you're not. Wait, maybe tomorrow. Take a look. Oh my,
all right.
Dude, the new tunic, the Nunic.
That's a good name.
New tunic.
We'll go with Nunic.
New tunic. I'm gonna need a Nunic.
We've got a Nunic,
And a Nunic, and we've got a Lyeth.
That is
Scary.
some real. I'll pass on that one actually.
Yeah. So these next set, including the one here, these are going to be not every one of these mats is at every single World Tour stop. There's going to be a smattering from the ones that are on offer here at the World Premiere. So make sure you might have to get to a couple of different spots or hit up some of your friends if you want to collect them all.
We got Far War in the building.
Ooh, dude, I'm gonna just let that one pass. I'm just gonna move on from that one real quick. Take it, dude. The art is so sick.
That rocks. That rocks.
This look at the homies staring back at the viewer. Just looking back like, oh, this isn't good for us.
I'm like so glad I'm not that guy.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm looking at. I'm like, he's looking back like
he's having a bad time.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was more fool you for being loyal to Volcor, I guess.
Speaking of having a bad time.
Oh,
dude, that is one of the craziest pieces of art, dude.
That's so vibrant.
This is the Equip and Orbitoclast, right?
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Lobotomy. Yeah. If you're a big lore nerd like I am, this is actually spectacular artwork for Arachne's lore as well. So I'll be having that.
Oh
Thanks.
no, as if. But we can look at some much nicer prospects of who we'd rather be in the Flesh and Blood lorescape. This feels like someone I could be.
That's like me when I'm working from home.
Yeah.
I'm cozy as hell.
Seeing everything.
Hood over my eyes.
All seeing.
Dead to humankind.
Yeah. So these are some of the fantastic mats that are on offer at World Tour Stop seasonally during the Compendium of Rathe season. And I'm really excited about them because they are the play mats in Fab have always been way up there.
Apex.
But dude, the art in Compendium, it just goes so crazy. It looks so good on these mats. You might have to make your way to a World Tour Stop near you, head up a calling, hit up a showdown, and pick up some of the mats that we got on offer.
I'm just a big fan that we have like so many story points here as well. You kind of look at the artwork of Command & Conquer. We're hinting at maybe some things to come down in the future. Lobotomy here is hinting some things maybe coming back in there. I'm trying, chat. He will spill the beans.
No comment. No comment on any of that. But no, Compendium, one of my favorite pieces or parts of the set and the art, how many heroes we get to see featured on these cards doing their thing, just being badasses, using their powers. It just like adds so much. I love the feeling of playing Fab. Yeah, exactly. You get to see all these incredible heroes, just absolutely dominating the battlefield in their own ways. And I'm stoked on this set. I think we have a game we're about to watch, and then I want to open some, dude. We've been opening all the like auxiliary packs. We need to open just the packs, don't you think?
Yes. Yes, I do. I would also like to open the packs.
Yeah,
and therefore I will be
we will
during
be
the game.
Opening the pack. No, not during the game. We have to cast the game.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to cast the game. Let's get to the game, my
All
friends.
right.
We've got another round for you here from the world premiere in London as Compendium of Rathe finally graces our gaming tables, and we have got a couple of players here, one of which you might recognize from a whole host of events all around the trading card game space.
You know, it's kind of funny. On my way here, traveling down to London, I was editing Andrea Mengucci's article, which is a bit of a full circle moment for me.
Lovely.
Doing some great content for Flesh and Blood recently. Happy to see him having such a good time with the game. Small little known fact here, Andrea picked Fi from the decks he was given this morning, opened the one booster inside, and opened a Marvel Young Fi.
No shot.
To go alongside that deck. So
that's
was
sick.
very happy to be playing Fi fresh out of the gate. Connor Davis on the other side here, rocking Azalea once more. We've seen this matchup once already, but I'm looking forward to seeing how players who are finding success in the world premiere navigate things slightly differently than the first round of the day.
Yeah, first round was fun for a whole host of reasons. We got to see, of course, the creator, the CEO, the big dog himself, James White, take Fi to the promised land, and probably looks like a newer player, at least to Azalea on the other side of the table. So we might get to see, like, as you mentioned, you know, our left side player here, 2-0, clearly finding success with this deck. This is going to be a fast one either way, right? You've got two decks that love to put the hurt on quickly. We'll have to see which one of them is able to actually take it down.
All I'm saying is if you've played much Azalea, you know those extra ways to look at the top of your deck go a very long way at giving you consistency. If you haven't, I encourage you to have confidence. Don't look, blind flip, press the button, find the arrow.
I know we did those feature matches from LSS HQ, and I got called a coward so many times for not going for the blind flip, folks.
Zero confidence.
We looked after the game. It was a pump on top. It was a pump on top.
It's always an arrow when you don't look in the game.
No, I looked. It was a pump.
The universe changes the order of your card. Oh, coward.
I would have just lost immediately. I had to show off. You know, we were trying to show off. You know how you play the deck optimally, right? You know, and everybody knows
and they
that.
Put you there?
I was gonna say, if everybody knows, the reason I'm here as a caster is because of my prowess at the game and my incredible tournament results.
Yeah, I believe Michael Yaska thanked you for everything he knows. Actually,
He
at the
did.
end of Philadelphia, I watched that celebration happen.
He was crying.
Yeah,
he was crying. It
Well,
was beautiful.
You sure those were happy tears?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get down to the feature match table, my friends. We've got a Luminary, we've got a Titan, Andrea Mengucci facing off against Connor Davis. They got a couple gem packs to open. Let's see what we got. Ooh, Ion Charge and a Hulk Up EA, and then we got the couple Bolton cards. Damn, Duty Bound Blitz and Roaring Beam.
Well, if
Not playing Bolton here, but if he was, he's going to be happy.
I was going to say, if Connor's not set on Azalea after the world premiere, I have an idea where he might go in the face of those cards. Just showing off the Marvel fight. I'm so much luckier than you. I just,
that is pretty sick, dude.
It's gorgeous. That's a beautiful. I love the way that the little flames in Fi's hands here are like foiled out separately. It adds so much pizzazz.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, Marvel.
Dude, the young Marvels in this set are one of my favorite touches. It adds, you know, because one of the things that's so great about Silver Age is, of course, the affordable price point, is, of course, the ability to be able to, you know, get into the game without necessarily having to break the bank. But for the players like me who like to have a little bit of spice, a little bit of ice, if you will, something like these young Marvels give you if you want that outlet, if you want that extra part and avenue for personalization. Now they have the option thanks to these printings in Compendium.
Brown with Cinderclaw to kick us off here will immediately bite some defense from Connor. You may notice if you're paying astute attention that currently there are boots on Connor's arms and arms on Connor's feet. We'll remedy that in a brief moment, but if you've never tried firing an arrow with shoes on your hands, I don't recommend it.
Fire Tenant going to buy a block as well. This is going to be now 5 with Go again because of the +1 from the Fire Tenant strike first.
Worth noting here from Andrea, going first is not a bad idea here for Fi. You'll find this a lot in Silver Age. Fi's attacks are just small and annoying, so it's kind of hard to dedicate your entire opening hand to stopping all the damage your opponent can throw at you. So you can leak damage. You can guarantee some early aggression. Is Phoenix Flame going to do exactly that? Going to earn some equipment from some hastily fixed shoes to cover up that damage. And Andrea here with an interesting choice. Could, of course, volley that last card. But I like this. I like saving it, going long for a bigger turn later on. Azalea not going to be staring down red in the ledger or anything in this format. So typically your action point's kind of safe.
A couple of Ridge Rider shots being placed on blocks for Connor. And you have to imagine, if he was able to go first, it would have been nice. You get to put that in, opt 1, maybe get that first turn 0, dominate off. But now for Mengu, on turn 1 of the game after turn 0, didn't have to face down a turn 0 dominate. Let's see what Connor's able to find here. It's going to be Ravensrabble to start, which lets him look at the top. Now he knows it's a pump on top. And now for Andrea, he knows it would have to be a blind Azalea after a Death Dealer to be able to actually get that dominate off.
I've never been so certain that someone was going to take damage than I am on Andrea on this turn. The first 2 cards drawn, Scar for a Scar, Scar for a Scar. No, I'm definitely taking something this turn. Take Aim will be the answer to that question for now. It is Lava Burst and Snatch in hand, which is a little bit awkward, truth be told. No way to really get full value out of all of that. Hopefully the Arsenal with a way to tie that together, or we'll maybe see that Lava Burst on defense here on the follow-up attack.
Yeah, it'll depend a lot on what that Arsenal is, right? Because we need the Rupture to be on 4, but right now we can only go 2 chain links wide after the damage taken, so Mengu down to 16. We're going to go ahead and come in with this Infecting Shot after getting the draw off of the Death Dealer.
7 points of damage here with the bonus Blood Rot is quite a hefty charge here. We're kind of seeing the power of Azalea, even when she's not dominating these arrows. There's just some vicious on-hits you really don't want to deal with. Fai not interested in blocking, so Infecting Shot just representing a very, very rewarding rate.
Now, interestingly, we do have 5 block available, Lava Burst plus the Snatch. Maybe a couple pieces of equipment join as well because of the on-hit of that Blood Rot. You do just get to send 2 cards and 8 damage afterwards. It's a pretty fair offer out of 4 cards.
So, we're going to see Becking Helm. Okay, yeah, Andrea not interested in this Blood Rot coming across at all here. Taking the James White approach to blocking with the armor and shifting everything entirely sideways. Do want to take a moment to note here, Connor adapting to the matchup. We saw earlier on Talismanic Lens in the first feature match against Fai. Connor, more interested in blocking, understands that maybe that equipment might have to cover some bases against a card like Snatch. Chooses to go with that Blade Beckoner Helm instead. So seeing those sideboards of these precons in full effect.
Forgo again with the Scar for a Scar. Have to imagine that Arsenal's going to be coming out on this chain, given that the Snatch was kept in hand. Looks like we're pitching the Scar into a Mounting Anger, so it's going to be a breakpoint into a breakpoint here. The Mounting Anger going to ask for the Helm of the Blade Beckoner, and if he doesn't give it, Connor that is, that means the +1 would be able to be conferred upon this Snatch to turn it into an attack for 5.
I want to note this was incredibly well navigated from Andrea Mengucci here. Chose to lead on Scar for a Scar, knowing if Connor didn't take the damage, the second Scar did wonders. Immediately followed up, asked the same question again. If Connor did take the damage, 16 to 16 doesn't work anymore. Make sure there's a pitch outlet in the arsenal, still converts the entire hand, has the ability to end the turn on Snatch here. When Connor clearly didn't want to block the rest of this.
Yeah, now look at this. Mounting Anger, of course, on hit. You get to banish a card and give it +1. The Snatch going to be the follow-up, which now means that Blade Beckoner Helm is not able to join the party and cover up this draw effect. 2 cards have to be placed in front of this, or Andrea Mengucci is going to have an Arsenal, have his opponent on 7. And that's a really good place to be if you're on 5. The rip off the top is going to be a blue Cinder Skin Devotion.
Okay. It's playable. Yeah. That's the important thing. It's not ideal. It's not what you were looking for. But Cinder Skin Devotion often does a great job of kind of extending those chain links out to get something like Lava Burst. So it might be important that we found that one drawn off the Snatch if we find a go big hand available for Andrea that might contain a Lava Burst.
Now this is interesting. We've got the Blood Scent able to pitch into the Fire That Burns Within. This would be a huge potential turn for Andrea Mengucci. It's going to be a Scout the Periphery, looking at the top for the Azalea deck, which is important, especially because of the sideboard, like we described, being in action. No opting from that Talismanic Lens. So +3 from the Scout the Periphery.
Connor now debating how to follow this up. Looks like a send in the big guns in the hand, which could theoretically circumvent needing to get that arrow into the arsenal. Alternatively, of course, Death Dealer appealing with that Blossom of Spring, perhaps. We could see Bullseye Braces to tie things together. It's going to be good enough here. Going to want that Infecting Shot to be paid for with this Tunic, or the last buff in hand. And that's the question Connor's facing here. Does his arrow need to be bigger, or is my chess piece more important to play a smaller hand when I'm staring down all this damage from Fai?
Got to give this one a think. Blossom of Spring utilized to grab the resource.
Okay, so Connor going with route number 3 here. Chooses not to leverage this buff. And I like this. A big part of Azalea's kit in a lot of situations is making sure a card stays in that arsenal. Sometimes you need to be able to turn a card after blocking into an arrow from the top of your deck. Find, dominate. Chooses to accept this arrow is just big enough. 11's pretty good. Blood Rot Pox, not half bad. Would rather be able to play a smaller hand next turn with an arsenal and maybe get that damage through to have a dominate victory here if this turn can be survived. But I'm not going to lie to you. Andrea's hand looks very strong.
Very strong. Mengu here would be down to 5 after taking that 11. So after the Blood Rot, we'll go down to 3, which means that pretty much any Dominate would be able to seize the game. We are going to see the Hot in the Heels be followed up after the Ronin Renegade. So now Connor should be down to 4. after taking that 3. And this is just going to be a pretty big turn. We have to imagine from this Phi deck looking like one of the all-stars out of this list of precons.
So Fire that burns within, Lava Burst. Those pouncing paws cashed in here, no doubt to enable that blood scent. It's going to be 2 extra damage from the Tiger, the resource required for Fire that burns within. The Fire will also be the 3rd Draconic Chainlink, which means that Phoenix Flame costs nothing and immediately converts into a fresh card.
This is going to be just a huge, huge turn from Mengu. We're seeing the power of the Phi deck, and once again, the Azalea deck a little bit stumbling out of the gate. We know, just from the hero ability and the lack of life in this format compared to CC, that she is going to be a true contender in Silver Age moving forward. In the feature match area so far, it might be all Phi all the time. Blood Scent going to power up. The Fire that burns within can now respond to the attack trigger because of the 3rd link. Utilize Phi, grab the Phoenix Flame back into the hand, which means it can now be immediately discarded to the effect of the Fire that it's going to continue to burn within, draw a card, and come in for 4.
This is really unfortunate here for Connor, who definitely set themselves up to be in a spot where he could keep a buff in hand, dominate an arrow, slam that buff, close the door. The life totals here were surprisingly close, but we see a gigantic hand here from Andrea, who picks up another extender alongside that Lava Burst. Embrace the Firebrand coming off the top of the deck here. This turn is gigantic. We see Lace with Inertia stuck on blocking, Firebrand to continue, and you see the head shake from Connor Davis, who doesn't know that this is not the finale. There is still a Lava Burst to come.
Hey. And a Cinderskin Devotion as this Inflame, the Firebrand is placed down, 1 damage placed over the top. Now the Lava Burst comes down for 5. The Blade Beckoner Helm will get in the way, and 4 damage will be taken as Andrea Mengucci takes the win 3-0 with these precon decks here at the World Premiere in London.
If you want to secure a victory in round 3 of the World Premiere, all you need is a Marvel young hero, an incredible repertoire of successive achievements across TCG history, and 6 successive chain links of combat damage. I might be in trouble, Sam.
Why are you in trouble?
I don't have any of those things.
Yeah, tough. But what you do have...
You weren't supposed to agree.
Oh, sorry. I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking about the chain links. I didn't really hear what you said. Did you say? Is it
doesn't
okay?
matter. No, go back to the packs. Go back to the packs. It's
Yeah.
fine.
No. I was just thinking about the precons. I was thinking about that Phi deck, honestly, because that's been my surprise so far of the day. Just how dominant it's looked coming out of the box, straight out the rip. You have to imagine Phi is going to be looking pretty good in that calling tomorrow.
Look, that looked good. I can't refute it one way or the other. 6 chain links in any format's pretty impressive. But when you're playing a format like Silver Age, which is commons and rares, we're looking at lower life totals and more dynamic games. It's really hard to keep up with that unless you are a deck designed to do so. And that's kind of what we'll see navigated in the calling tomorrow. It's going to be a balance. There's some very defensive decks who will struggle with decks like Enigma because they're trying to soak up the damage from decks like Phi, who is looking really impressive out of the box, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think it is time. We're in the world premiere. We've gotten to see so many brand new things. Battlegrounds announced the new pinnacle of in-store play. I'm just gonna once again show this puppy off. Haters will truly say it was fake, it was seeded. I assure you it was not. We just got really lucky. And that means that one of you gets to get really lucky as well. We are going to just be continuing to open some hopeful gas and continuing to give cool stuff away to all of you watching as a thank you for hanging out with us. I want to open some packs, but first, I do want to tell you about some of the upcoming events that we've got just ahead on the World Tour, because these callings we got coming up, man, the swag that is now on offer. Take a look at what you get for purchasing your entry, purchasing your package into some of these callings.
It's a little bit of pizzazz, and as an elemental enjoyer, I'm certainly not going to be complaining. The sheaths here, very impactful cards, have a lot of potential in something like in Silver Age, I should say. Colors of Aria, another card that is doing some funky stuff alongside any kind of elements. I'm very much looking forward to banishing it to my copy of Elemental Strike to get all of my effects, doing all the wonderful goodies. I'm looking forward to seeing what these cards can do across multiple formats. So a couple of events to look forward to here. Calling San Diego, calling Montreal, and calling Toulouse on the horizons. These promos and, of course, their complimentary event tickets will be available at all of those shows.
As well as some fantastic casters will be available at these shows as well for you to harass and tell them why you think you are right and they are wrong. Because let me tell you, as a caster, there's nothing we like more, right? Nothing we like more. Nothing we like more. San Diego! just next weekend. Going to be so exciting. The first standalone Silver Age calling, not attached to a world premiere event. We've got an all-star team. We got Bryce Platts, we got Majin Bey. You all know Bryce and Majin, but Julian Carr, pastry time. Truly, you want to talk about an OG of the esports space. League of Legends royalty over there, Julian Carr. Going to be joining us in the booth in San Diego. He's a friend. We've hung out a couple times in Los Angeles. You're a big fan?
We end up talking a lot on social media.
Nice.
There's some banter back and forth. And it's a funny story. They were asking some advice for their first Flesh and Blood calling on social media. And I was like, you know what, we'll try and give you some tips, we'll help. And talk. 2 days later, I'm casting the event. I was like, why didn't you I could have given you other advice. I gave you the entirely wrong advice. So, it was a lovely conversation.
Yeah, really good dude. I know just from talking to him how excited he is about Silver Age, about the format. It will be good to check in with him as well as check in with you, Scott, in Montreal with both of our very good friend Ellie Bird. That's going to be such an exciting calling because it's the first CC calling with Compendium of Rathe. We're going to really get to see what all these brand new cards have done in this format.
Look, I'm going to be straight with you. I cannot wait to work with Ellie. I've not had the opportunity to do so far. It's going to be a hell of a show. But I'm a little worried you've made Fi too good in Classic Constructed, and there's a very real chance I'm casting this event by myself.
Because she'll play?
Oh, yeah.
Because she has to play
I'm
Fi.
in danger. It might be a heavy workload. I'm kind of okay with it. I'll survive. I'll survive.
Well, I'll just tell you, I got something fun for you on that calling. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet, but all you at home, make sure you're tuned into Montreal. There's some cool stuff coming on that one.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to be hearing from you again, my friend, as the calling returns to France in Toulouse. We've got so much fun looking forward there as well with our friends Gabe and Erica. Erica, of course, a stalwart of the Flesh and Blood casting scene. So excited to see her return to the booth. She's been helping us behind the scenes, actually, on some of these pretty impressive World Tour Tier 4 stops. She's been really helpful in those stops as well, but great to get her back in front of the camera.
Two of my favorite people in the community. Had the pleasure of working with both on numerous occasions and playing numerous airport games with them on occasion too. So happy to see them back in the booth. Happy to be vibing alongside them in the calling in Toulouse. Should be a remarkable show, I hope.
I think so. And you know, I'm just happy to be vibing along here with you, my friend. Let me tell you, there's just nothing like literally nothing like a world premiere. They are
I love these streams.
So fun. They're so fun to be at. I actually get to play at world premieres because we get to, our stream doesn't take all day and we get to actually play in the events. This one, 1,000 players completely sold out. Hundreds of people on the wait list. People couldn't even get in. Every seat out there completely filled as people were just so excited to get their hands on Compendium of Rathe, play with these precons. We've got so much more Silver Age coming up throughout the weekend. And I think the world premieres this year are going to be on another level. I'm just saying. I'm
inclined to agree. I think we were kind of looming when the doors opened and people made their way into the hall. And that's always a lovely moment for me. I like watching the crowd kind of pour in and feel the atmosphere for the first time. There's more crowd than I expected. That's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people. A lot of people. Everyone's so excited. And just the vibes. James honestly even alluded to it when I had the chance to speak to him, just how excited he is to welcome more people into the community. And it's not a horse I like to beat because, you don't want to say like, oh man, aren't we so great? But man, the Flesh and Blood community really is just tops. Like, there is just nothing like getting to come to these events and spend time with the community that has been formulated and grown over the course of these last 6 years in this game, because people are just so lovely to talk to, play with, get excited with, and just jam fab.
You know full well, Sam, that this is my home. As far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't give this for the world. And every time that we get to be at one of these, I remember why I'm so lucky to be part of this community. There is nothing like it. I ain't crying on camera. We're saving that for later on.
Yeah. It's happened to me a couple times. My friend. Let's go ahead and dive into a booster box of Compendium of Rathe. I want to start taking a look at these cards. I'm going to show you the box here as you open it up. Look at the way the Antiquity pack is just like laid out there for you. So nice. We'll have to open this up, maybe give it away. But first, I want to open some of these packs. Scott, if you'd be so kind.
Okay, I'm sure we can do that. What do you want from this set, Sam?
So I told James to his face. There's nothing wrong with this. It's like say it to his face. Like I was making some crazy point. No, I told him to his face. In bright lights, I was trying to boost Teklovasan. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to boost an Evo. I wanted to draw cards. And as the Evos hit my banish zone. So that is what I am most excited to do in the set, bar none. Okay. The fact that they printed some boost synergies, Teklovasan. I've had all those EA Terminator tanks and War Machines for quite a long time. So I'm looking forward to boosting. What about you?
I can't open good cards for me, so I'm hoping I can open good cards for you. That's
okay.
Not a bad one for your plan. Heavy Metal Hardcore is very cool for that.
So a lot of these cards have been seen. We're not going to necessarily get too many surprises as we take a look at the components of these packs. But Scott, I'd really like it if, as you go through this, you're one of our foremost minds of the game, just talk about what decks you're excited to see built, what decks you think are the most helped by some of these cards, strategies. I just want to hear from you as we start to go through these packs.
You know what's helped by most? I'm a known Chiana lover.
Yeah.
I have spent many days with Olympia's armor equipped playing Visit the Goldbane Estate.
Yeah.
And I get to do that and become a hero of my choice as well while pretending I'm playing Iyslander.
Yeah,
which is
true.
a wonderful place to be
True,
for me
true,
mentally.
true.
So very much looking forward to that. But in general, I'm looking forward to a few things from Compendium of Rathe, to be honest. I think Vincent is one that appeals to me the most in something like Silver Age. It's something I'm very eager to explore. I was playing Chain before his unfortunate demise. So looking forward to Rune getting some cards there. I think the Deep Recesses is very, very enjoyable there as well. In Classic Constructed, I'm still obviously a bit of a Verdant's diehard.
Ooh.
I won't complain about some bonus cold foils. I'm actually excited about this card in something like Puffin in Silver Age because some block 3 arms is quite the incentive to give a deck a shot in the first place. So it's a big fan of this one. But otherwise in Classic Constructed, I think we picked up a lot of tools that are kind of like side grades for existing heroes. I don't expect like a world of change, but I think the big one on the topic of discussion for everyone is Fi. Obviously hasn't been seen all too much outside of Ellie's run at Worlds. I'm sure one Ethan Mansant might want a pound of flesh, perhaps. £2 required. Okay, I understand. But yeah, I think Fi with Fart War, another big one that we're a big fan of.
I don't get behind that one.
No, okay,
I don't
that's
think
fine.
the card is so epic. It's like the art is so majestic.
It is
we can't
certainly
call
epic.
it Fart of War, dog. No way. No way we can't call it Fart of War.
I'll let the community decide as they always do. You can either walk in Sam's shoes or you can walk in my shoes. It's entirely up to you.
Let's talk about Walk in My Shoes because I think Lyeth is a deck that has had a little bit of a show at some major callings. We saw Shannon Puteri top 8 in Phuket. Fit so close to top 8ing on Lyeth in the most recent calling Hong Kong, Akihabara, one of those. But so exciting to see another card for Lyeth because I think this one's actually pretty good, dude.
Yeah, I think this is incredibly flavorful too. I love the idea of being like, actually, you're the short one now.
Yeah.
You lose your hero ability. But like, I also want to give a quick shout out to Liam Holden, who was the first player to get LL points on Lyeth over the course of the RTN season. So finding success, slowly coming together, and if you want your opponent to see what it's like to play Lyeth without the smarts, this is how you do it. So big fan of this card. Hoping it finds some success alongside those Suspend Auras we found so many of in Super Slam way back in Montreal.
Yeah, interesting. You hear James say Teklo, Max, a deck that definitely got some real love. We go, the Heart Wrencher.
Can you get on board with this one being Kiss of Wrench?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I'm glad we can agree on something.
We said so. Insult to Injury. That's a card I'm excited about.
Okay.
That's a card I'm excited about, especially with the new line crossers. I'm an RKO lover, and just getting another way to extend the hand in RKO. You're not always gated by in CC you have Scabskin Leathers, but really you're looking for like E-strikes. You're looking for scraps. Insult to Injury being a way to continue extend a hand, and with something like this blue, of course, KO's ability always threatening to make
Suddenly
it 6 go again if you have the vigor. This is what I'm looking forward to really getting to test.
This is one that's got my interest, honestly. Cloud Cover we had in yellow previously, didn't exist in red. This card is surprisingly potent in Azalea. You have it as a lightning instant, so it can kind of do the thing on your turn if you want it to. It plays well with Golem in the Flash, just lets you ping it back and forth. But on defense, this covers every type of damage. This is arcane safety, this is physical safety. Azalea is not known for blocking particularly well. So having access to an instant that plays well on your combo turn, charges Folzar on your opponent's turn, this does a lot. I actually think this card's got a lot of potential. Looking forward to experimenting with that one. I spent so much time working with Chorus of Rotwood heading into this event, trying to get it for the show match. I'm a big fan of a lot of the cards Florian received, obviously no longer with us in Classic Constructed. But between Runic Felling Song and this and our Verdant Tide, our brand new kind of Mordred Tide effect, there's something there.
There's something there.
Speaking of something there.
Yes, this is. I'm glad you stuck on this one.
Yeah.
This is a real card, Scott. Talk to me about it.
Have you seen Cerebellum Processor?
I have, yes.
What if instead of drawing a card, you just grabbed a card from your deck and slammed it on a table?
Yeah, no, that would also seem good.
That would be, yeah. What if that card, when you slammed it on a table, could be cranked to give you an action point?
That also seemed good.
Yes.
But now, what if when you grab the card from your deck, you very quickly just construct the Nitro Mechanoid, and suddenly you're swinging for 6 overpower?
I wouldn't know about Nitro Mechanoid because I can't open any.
Yeah. Well, I love Construct Nitro Mechanoid in Max specifically, and the assembly module. Listen, if they're going to make us play hyperdrivers in our decks, if they're going to make us play with all this cool hyperdriver support, then I want some payoff and assembly module being able to grab it from the deck. Not only you talk about thinning the deck, so maybe you don't draw the hyperdriver on a turn that you need an attack. That's part of the deck tension of adding the hyperdrivers to the deck. If you're LSS, if you're going to make me play the hyperdrivers in my main deck, assembly module is exactly what I want to see as a way to turbo me towards the Nitro Mechanoid. The Nitro Mechanoid we actually have right over here, which will be given away to one of you. We'll be giving it away to one of you. I can't wait for someone to...
No. Look, I need to hold this for as long as I'm allowed to.
Okay, fine.
Okay, because I'm not allowed to take it.
Flip
this side.
Flip
the
that
wrench.
Yeah,
the wrench.
Dude. It's really sick.
It's so vibrant. It looks so good alongside the Construct Bankbreaker from the Judge Pack as well. Very similar color scheme. So if you're a real Max enjoyer, you're going to get all kinds of galactic purples and blues over the course of your win conditions, which I'm certainly a fan of.
Iswardi, my goat.
Certainly up there. Certainly up there.
Yeah, no, this is it's just an exciting time. Should we open a couple more?
Yeah, sure.
Let's open a couple more.
I'm always down for more booster packs.
We got time.
I need to open something worth giving away, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I don't like my odds. This is the 4th world premiere, and my track record sucks. My packs off camera, not half bad. Packs on camera, embarrassing. And we are. Okay. No, I get it.
Move along. Skywarden, this is one. You talk about Puffin. This is a real card, dude. Not only is it a real card, it's just a cute little one. It's tiny little one.
The most exciting part of this, not only do you get more copies of Golden Skywarden effects, but this sets the precedent that you might receive 161,802 other expansion slot cards for Puffin at some point in the future. Doomsaying, another one that's pretty cool. This is a Majestic that has some potency in Runeblade. Very, very excited to see this one come together. Aura removal, definitely not something I'm going to complain about.
Taking a look. Open one more, and then there's some. After we open this one, there's some news I need to bring. There's news.
Okay.
There's news I need to bring after this pack.
Although I better make this one good then, I guess. I'm a big fan of this card, by the way.
Yeah?
Excessive Blood Loss. I think this is just fantastic in Arachne Huntsman in basically all formats, but this card is stellar in Silver Age. We have the Graven Equipment Suite that costs silver to rebuy. This is potentially grabbing you 2 silver by itself, and so in theory, each and every one of these you land and banish 2 cards is giving you 2 block value on the way back, which is really, really impressive stuff. So big, big fan of that card. Off-foily Conquer the Icy Terrain, not half bad. Galicia's Cradle.
Yeah.
We saw Inflame the Fireband doing good work on camera, and sorry playing. This one's cool. Has some potency in Boltwind and Light Heroes in general in Silver Age. Not half bad, but I'm afraid I keep failing on the giveaway front.
No, we got plenty more boosters to open over the course of the weekend, and we also have, and we have right here, the Antiquity Pack that was in this box of Compendium of Rathe. And I don't know if you've heard the legend of the Marvel.
I was very worried where that was going for a moment.
Okay, no. The Marvel that is within these Compendium packs, this is one of the hardest cards to open in Flesh and Blood. I have it on authority that this does not pop up that often, and I think you're about to see why. We were waiting. I wanted it to actually get opened by someone for the first time before revealed, but now we can reveal it to all of you. If you go and purchase some Compendium of Rathe, pick yourself up some of these, you might be able to open a pretty special card. I want to take a look. Show me the Marvel. Scott, what do you think of that?
I think I just spent a lot of money.
It just happened already?
No, it's gone. No, if I think of it as being gone now, it's like go math. It works out that I didn't spend that money later. The problem is that I announced it on air, which is maybe not the best for my mental world, but okay. Okay. Marvel in Light and Strike. You tell me this is one of the... why is it? Oh, God. Yeah. I am in so much trouble.
Y'all, this Marvel in Light and Strike, brand new art from Wisnu-Tan, one of the OG artists in Flesh and Blood.
God, just look at it.
The Marvel in the Antiquity Pack. This is a stunner in cold foil. One of the most gorgeous cards ever printed, regardless of game. This is just one of the most spectacular pieces of collectible material that I think exist. If I thought it was feasible, I'd try to get 3. I don't know if it's going to be feasible, y'all. It is just a masterpiece.
I know James is going to be watching this show back at some point in the future, so all I have to say to that is please. I'll take please. This is a spectacle. This is something just truly exceptional. I never thought we would see the day where a Marvel Enlightened Strike made its way into the game, and now you at home know what the pinnacle of these antiquity packs will be. This is one for the history books, which seems awfully apt for the Compendium of Rathe.
Yeah, I mean, we've been able to see a number of the cards revealed in the antiquity pack. You heard from James, all generic. So you open these cards in the pack, you're guaranteed to at least have the option to run it in either Classic Constructed or Silver Age. And now you know, not only can you get Tunic, EA Tunic, not only can you get Eye of Ophidia, Heart of Findall, Riches of Truple Donny, Marvel Enlightened Strike as well. I am just... It's just tops. It's just tops.
My deck's going to look so good. It's going to look so good, and I'm going to be so poor. So very poor.
There will be a time when on stream, I think, I will expect to see someday some calling, some Pro Tour.
I'll be at Pro Tour Yokohama. I'm playing.
You'll go ahead and just fan them out.
Yeah, I'm playing in Yokohama.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
if I am playing a deck with Enlightened Strike, I'll give you a message, and then we can swap a feature match. We can work something out.
Okay, well, we have this antiquity pack. I want to see. What imagine you just rip the strike.
There is zero chance they don't call it rigged.
Here we
zero
go.
chance.
I give it to you.
I have never wanted something to be rigged so badly in my life.
All right, let's find out.
Oh my lord! So this is glued onto this? Yes. Okay. So I don't want to damage my E-Strike.
All right, let's take a look.
That is now
Here
a
we
near
go.
mint E-Strike.
It's interesting. So we got just the big card back as one of the options.
We do. I kind of like that, to be honest. It's a nice collectible piece. This is my second Oasis
Another
Respite.
Oasis Respite.
Okay. So deck already looking better.
Seduce Secrets. This is interesting. This is one of those cards that hasn't found a true home yet, but a card that I know definitely initially did some work in Azalea and has that potential just because of that generic type line. You always know there's a potential for Seduce Secrets to come into the meta at some point.
Yeah, I've played this one in Kasai more than once as well. The odd yellow that lets you have information on your opponent's hand, draws the card to make the Centauri Sabers free. Definitely a powerful generic, has some potency in certain spots.
But E-Strike it does not. E-Strike it does not. But
Why
that's
would
okay.
you
But that's
remind
okay.
me?
We have some more antiquity packs to open throughout the day. We might even open some more later over the stream.
I just realized if we open one, I have to give it away, don't I?
Today, at least, for sure. Today today's a big giveaway day. So yeah, maybe you don't open anymore because I don't know if we'd ever get you back.
I'm not sure I would make it.
I'm not sure you'd make it. That would be too tragic. That'd be too tragic. But maybe what would happen is we'd put a poll. We could see if the chat. We could
You know how that's gonna go.
Let Scott keep it. I don't know if that
Zero chance. Absolutely
I
zero
don't know.
chance.
I'm hearing that we might be having some pairings up for our next round here at the
Beautiful.
World Premiere. So we're going to go ahead, take a quick break, let some players get situated, and we'll be back with more from the World Premiere in London right after this.
still slinging Silver Age. Let's go find out what the team is bringing to the table. Here's the stash. Bam! Flattering Showman. That sledge goes pretty hard. Yo, what are you playing in Silver Age?
I'm playing 5. I'm playing Iyslander, the ice queen of the frozen north.
Yo, Elena, what are you playing in Silver Age?
I'm playing KO.
Pre-cons will probably go Dash. I learnt with Dash. My wife learnt with Dash. Learn people up with Dash.
Oh, what?
What? That's crazy. I'm playing Dash.
Hey, Fran, what are you playing in Silver Age?
Actually, I'm playing Dash. So I'm gonna be using some boom grenades. Gotta learn how to use those, and yeah.
What are we playing?
I'm playing Enigma for the first time ever, so this is gonna go maybe not so well.
I'm about to crush him with this freshly minted Viserai Silver Age deck.
Michelle, what are you doing?
I'm going to make a fort.
Nice.
Thanks.
What are you playing in Silver Age?
I'm going to play Dash because she's fun.
I'm gonna let you guys in on something that I probably should do less of, but this is one of my favorite things to do, and that's pester the devs for the spice. That was funny, so I think we're alright. Hey guys. Alex. Hello.
Here we go.
You know what I'm here for. You guys know what I'm here for. This is content, you can't say no.
The next word's out of your mouth better not be, I want the spice.
You know what it is. What is the Silver Age spice, guys?
I'll start off with like a medium to mild spice, you know. Play KO. Play KO. KO's sick in this format.
The answer is always Enigma.
Florian, I think there's something to be found in Florian, but 2 Pleiades. You know, I'm just saying confidence is pretty good.
Yeah.
There might be a hit piece that just gives you one on tap, just saying, just saying.
Okay, so my spice is play Riptide. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Okay, so is your local community terrorized by aggro decks? Play Riptide and you will absolutely obliterate all of them.
Well, the truth is actually they're all wrong, because I know the spice myself, and it's KO Berserker Runs. I'm telling you, once I get that custom dice I've been working on, it's over. It's over.
A bit of spice from all of our friends over at Legend Story Studios, and a lot of Dash. A lot of our friends at LSS playing Dash in those pre-cons as we're gearing up for our final round here from the world premiere in London. Pankaj, what are you playing in Silver Age?
I'm playing Iyslander,
Yeah,
Sam. I
yeah,
mean, they
you already
told me
knew.
I can play my Ice Wizard once again. It was the first deck I picked up, the first thing I want to try and break, so to speak. I mean, it has a really good Briar matchup, and that's kind of all I can say about it right now so far. Further investigation is pending.
No, it's an exciting time to be able to return to a number of heroes that we have not been able to see in quite some time. And when I was playing Iyslander for those show matches on the LSS channel, I was invoking your name, my friend. I was invoking your name throughout that experience because it does feel good to be back with some old beloveds, let me say.
I fused an Ice Vein, and I cried.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, just
cried,
full tears.
broke down.
Just full tears. You're just like,
so much.
Trigger, please discard or pay 2. They discard, you're like, good choice. Pass. Yeah, no, it is. I will just say, like, it feels like we're just on the precipice of something really exciting with the potential. You heard James talk about the brewer brain in him. I think the brewer brain in Flesh and Blood fans all over the world is just at the beginning of the precipice of what it truly means to start to look back at old commons, old forgotten rares, and be like, what's going on here? What do I actually have in my collection?
And there's so much nostalgia going on as well. We're talking about Iceland and fusing Ice Veins, but that Viserai game that we watched as well, just seeing Viserai go once again, Morven Sky's attack weapon, that also just evokes all these memories of playing that hero back in CC. Enigma enjoys as well, seeing the Spectral Manifestations, Waxing Spectre stuff, transcending a mechanic that we haven't seen since all the Mystic heroes left. You get to do that again in Silver Age.
Yeah, dude, Mauve, Shrill, Sword is just like...
The bread and butter.
I'm back. I'm fully back. And like Mystic Heroes are a great example. I wasn't able to play as much Classic Constructed in the MST era. I was working a lot, casting a lot. There were a lot of books in the format. It was very fast, so it was a tougher time for me just personally to get as many games in of CC. But I owned every single Marvel Chi. I just was like, these are the most gorgeous pieces in the game. I love the transcend mechanic, just like from a feeling perspective. Ever since James described it, I heard him just like, you transcend to the heavens and you receive a blessing. I was like, well, that's just the coolest thing in the world. And personally, to be able to return to the Mystic talent in this new format, take all those Marvel Cheese, because they're all basically commons, and being able to explore that class, that talent, again, in all three of those heroes, I'm really looking forward to it.
I love that we get to go back to these old heroes of past, these old heroes that we love and adore so much. I mean, the two mainstays of the format right now, at least coming to this weekend, coming into the very early stages of Sage Investigation, are Brian and Oldhim, two heroes that so many people loved. I mean, we both started the game with Tales of Aria as well. Oldhim and Briar were the heroes that people were discovering back then. Now they're being rediscovered here in Silver Age. There's just so much still to dig into with this format.
Dude, Young Briar is the first deck that, I think it was Young Briar versus Young Lexi with those two Tales of Aria precons were like the very first games I ever played of Flesh and Blood. And I think we'll see some of those heroes tomorrow in our calling. They're not in these precons, but they're certainly in the format. It's a really exciting time. It's just great to be here with you, Pankaj, as we head down to the feature match area and talk about an old favorite. Talk about a returning hero. I'm not talking about Bravo. I'm talking about Pablo, a hero of this game with a hero he was known for, being able to take that precon. That's some nice, gorgeous happenstance there. And we're going to see him in the feature match area and taking on Fabian Schunn.
And of course, Pablo playing again back in London. Now, remind me, I don't know why Pablo in London is ringing a little bit of a bell. Did he win something, some tournament or something in London?
Pablo likes London, given that the last time Flesh and Blood was here, he won the Pro Tour.
The entire thing.
Yeah,
yes.
He won the Pro Tour to become the only two-time PT champion in our game's history. Let's take a look at these heroes we have. Bravo, Flattering, Showman, a brand new, basically, look at Bravo in a 20-life format versus Viserai. We've seen Viserai already in the feature match area. So talk to me about what Showman represents, because I think it's going to have a really big impact on the Silver Age meta.
So Bravo, of course, reads action, pay 2 resources, tap him, turn a face-down card in your arsenal face up. If it has Crush, it gets +2 power and dominate this turn. And of course, his ability has Go again. So what Bravo represents is almost Azalea-esque in that he has these disruptive on-hits as he's allowed to give evasion, so he can force a disruption through and also have an evasive endgame to close out the game. On top of that, unlike Azalea though, he has a little bit more robustness, has better armor, and of course has access to a weapon as well, so is potentially able to threaten on both axes. Is he going to run you out through deck damage, or is he also going to pressure your life shuttle from evasion?
It's going to be an exciting match. Pablo, of course, for those of you who weren't with us at that time, won a calling with Bravo, the OG Bravo. Very much known for the Guardian class at a certain point in this game. So you have to imagine he feels right at home with the Flattering Showman. As both of our players, as a thank you for being on feature, going to open some gem packs here. Ooh, EA doubling season. Plus the EA reinforced the line with that brand new art. Let's see what Pablo gets to open. Of course, Gem Pack 4 available at your local game stores all season long during this season as you play in your armory. So we do hope you'll join us at your armory, get some of these exclusive packs. We've already seen a Nitro Mechanoid open by some of us here in the booth. Let's see what we get. Ooh, Feign Vengeance. Dude, I'm lit on that card. I love that one. And then Man Overboard, that new pirate attack. I believe this is the one that lets you discard for Go again?
I think so. Feign Vengeance, a card I'm super excited for.
I think Feign Vengeance is sick.
Edge of Autumn.
Yes.
The whole Okana Scarab's Edge of Autumn archetype introduced in the Ira Armory deck is both, seems to be quite relevant for Ira, but also Katsu. So I'm looking to see Feign Vengeance enter some Katsu lists as well. As our players open up their equipment, Pablo Pintor pointing out the enclosed Firemind as his headpiece. The Null Rune hood, if you will, with a little Guardian flavor on it.
It's a little bit of flavor. That way you don't just have to equip, Null Rune hood. It's like, no, I am the Guardian. I get the enclosed Firemind. A little bit of flavor for the Guardian class. As we see Pablo begin to start this game off, looks like he's going first. So he gets that important first arsenal, which might be enough here as we're going to see the Thunderquake come down, threaten a little bit of deck damage, and also just get some blues out of the hand.
Both players definitely want to be going first in this matchup. Viserai, of course, to try and set up some auras, some Malefic incantations, maybe some rune chants, and Pablo, of course, to set up the arsenal to crush the opponent on the following turn, as Fabian goes ahead and gives 3 cards on defense, wanting to leak nothing on this first turn. That's 3 cards out of deck to Pablo's 1. We spoke about the potential of fatigue, given that he is a Guardian hero. Going to see whether that deck damage is going to come back and reward him later on in the game as we move over to Fabian's first real turn of this game, round 4 of the World Premiere in London.
Malefic Incantation, a nice start after we gave some cards on defense if we are Viserai.
I will play Blue Mauvrian Skies.
Blue Mauvrian Skies,
the
trigger
bread and
Viserai,
butter.
Yeah, baby, here we go. Mauve Skies makes a rune chant. See what the follow-up is here.
Looks like it's going to be a Spellblade Assault coming for 4, getting go again from the Blue Mauvrian Skies with the on-hit of creating 1 rune chant as well. But thanks to Viserai, he's going to resolve the Spellblade Assault with 3 rune chants on the back. 2 from a Spellblade Assault, 1 from Viserai.
4 in the back, exactly.
4 thanks to Malefic Incantation as well, of course.
Wow. Pretty good. 4 rune chants that are going to come along with that Reaping Blade. So this will be 5 into 7 off of the 4 cards. And the Malefic Incantation that will need to tick down. So we'll see if the players catch that. There it is. On cue.
This on-hit with Spellblade Assault as well. Thanks to Mauvrian Skies. Will be an extra rune chant if this hits. But I believe Pablo Pintor has found one of those 4 blocks. So we'll be able to conserve an armor piece.
Yeah, but this is the 5th one is the one that is coming on me, right? Like, you play this?
Yeah, my bad.
We spoke
Just
about this
confirming,
earlier.
yep. Confirming how many rune chants are made when.
Mm-hmm. Remember, this is a world premiere, folks, and a lot of these players perhaps haven't played with these heroes of the past. So it takes a little bit of a while to get used to as well with all these triggers going on in these heroes.
It's going to be an AB1 to take care of that rune chant, and then the Crash and Bash, not going to show to get the Seismic Surge, but so important. 4 block here to cover up not only this hit, but the on-hit effect of that Mauvrian Skies to save another piece. Looks like it is going to be a pitch of the blue instead.
That makes sense because you know for a fact 4 more rune chants are going to be coming after the Spellblade Assault. So pitching a blue, those 2 resources floating can be used to soak up another 2 damage later on.
Yeah, it looks like the Seismic Surge is going to be made off the Crash and Bash effect of showing a card with Crush from the hand to create a Seismic Surge, and then 4 plus 3 with the Reaping Blade.
Preventing the full 4 is Pablo Pintor, and not leaking a single point of damage on Fabian's turn at all. So this Seismic Surge likely is going to go to waste. Pablo Pintor telling his opponent he's going to need to come up with something a little stronger than that to try and leak some damage into this Guardian.
Surge Pass is going to be the action here from Pablo. Draw 4. We'll see what Fabian can put together from there. Looks like we've got another Malefic in the hand.
Looking a little resource light. 4 reds drawn up by Fabian over here, and the only attack here is a 3-cost attack. A little bit awkward, and Pablo, of course, not attacking, not giving Fabian a chance to even use his reduced to rune chant on defense.
I have to imagine this might just be pitch a card into the Reaping Blade arsenal, the reduce. But if you arsenal the reduce, you don't have the rune chant, so you have to wait a whole turn cycle. And this is why a player Pablo Pintor's caliber, like, dude, you know, you're 3-0, but Viserai, always liable to have a little bit of a bricky hand. That's a bit of the trade-off for all the power present in that Rune Blade hero. Have some disgusting turns, have some clunkers.
Could pitch the reduce for the Reaping Blade, since you know that you're not going to end this turn with a rune chant, but you're giving Bravo all that space. Bravo is going to dominate something at you with that space. You want a defense reaction in Arsenal, if 100%. Possible, for that situation. So Fabian here has a bit of a decision to make.
It's not how you, it's not how you draw it up. It's not how you draw it up for Viserai here.
Looks like might be opting to pitch that defense reaction. It's a tricky spot for Fabian, for sure. Defense reaction in Arsenal, one of the few ways you can get around a dominated attack. Gonna hit the pitch zone for Fabian.
Condemned to slaughter, trigger Viserai.
Yeah, we're just going full offense, foregoing the Arsenal to at least get the rune chant and get the +3, because Condemned to Slaughter doesn't care about attack action, it just says attack. So for 4 cards out of hand, it's going to be 7 value and no Arsenal.
Did have the option to pop Blossom of Spring there to swing the blade and then have the Runic Felling Song for the Arsenal. But Fabian, I think, wants to keep that chess piece for something a little more offensive in the future.
What do you think about that? I'm curious if the Arsenal would have been important, but it looks like we are just going to go ahead, and we're seeing a very defensive posture from this Bravo deck. Block with a couple cards, place a card in the pitch. Might just be coming in with the Titan's Fist here.
Pablo really leveraging the fact that a lot of Viserai's damage, while on some turn cycles can be quite a lot of damage and tricksy with the split damage, isn't all physical. And the thing about arcane damage is that you can prevent it on the Guardian side without losing cards in deck. So Pablo seems to be punishing that from the Viserai side, saying that if I just block your physical, you don't have enough physical damage in deck for me to get fatigued, but I'm going to keep sending Titan's Fist at you, and every point of arcane, I'll just block that without losing any cards in deck. So Pablo, once again, putting the pressure on Fabian over here, telling him you need to set up something a lot stronger than what we've been doing so far.
Block for a total of 4 thanks to that Blade Beckoner Helm. Getting that +1 value for defending a weapon attack.
Blocking with the Read the Runes, that is one of the few cards that allows Viserai to pass on damage from one turn to the next. Of course, Spellblade Assault here doing a Read the Runes impression, if you will, triggering both Malefic Incantations and, of course, creating 2 Rune Chants off of its own effect. So Fabian will get move into the next turn with 4 Rune Chants set up already, which means that if he draws another Reduced Rune Chant, that he will be able to play that for free on Pablo's turn. So a little bit of setup going on over here, despite having blocked with the Read the Runes.
Pablo does draw another 4 block, but also draws a fair amount of reds.
No arcane damage coming this turn, though. Just 4 physical. So we'll be
we'll get to
able to block this out very easily.
And we'll be able to just throw with the blue a 2-card, likely 8, because of the Seismic Surge. If we want to utilize that Crash and Bash, looks like he might be going to block with a couple cards. See what the call is here from Pablo.
From these first few turns, we can already tell Pablo's posture in this game is definitely fatigue. So he's thinking, how can he get the most value from his cards? Making sure it's not so much about tempo, but it's about making sure each card in his deck is maximized for its either defensive or offensive output.
Yeah, he's just going to go ahead. He was going to sandbag 1 card if he went and used the Crash and Bash, made the Seismic Surge. So just keeping it in the deck, putting it in the pitch stack for 4 block for later. And here comes a Debilitate with a pretty big crush effect, threatening 10 value if the crush comes across with that -2 on the first attack from Fabian.
And given the weaker turn from Fabian over there, Pablo Pintor recognizing that the Seismic Surge from Clash and Bash wouldn't have done anything for him on this turn. So opted instead to pitch it to the bottom. Maybe later on when it comes back around, he can actually leverage the Seismic Surge. I'm curious what Pablo's arsenal is. It's been stuck there for a while, since his first turn of the game. Of course, he's been taking a defensive posture, so no Brava activation. I have to wonder, is it even a crush card?
Yeah, I wonder, dude. But it's so funny. He arsenaled, that first turn. Like, you get that first arsenal. It's so important as Bravo. I'm looking at this game. I'm just imagining, like, I'll take some damage. I'll dominate you, dog. I don't care. Pablo just showing the restraint necessary to win with this class at the highest level. It's not just about take damage to throw damage. Not if you have an end game that if your opponent cannot get around, might be not a foregone conclusion, but close to. However, that new Beckoning Haunt, the 2-block equipment in the arm slot, a new piece for Viserai, going to cover up that crush. First blood over on Pablo's side, down to 17 goes Viserai.
And that crush was so relevant for Pablo Pintor because Fabian was forced to block with a Rune Rage's Swarm. That's one of the few natural go-again pieces that this Viserai Precon has. Being forced to use it on block there actually confers quite a significant downgrade in the offensive output for Fabian's turn. Because remember, Rune Rage's Swarm on a typical Viserai turn is actually an effective 0 for 4 because of the Viserai trigger as well. So Fabian definitely not happy to give that up, but that is what this Bravo deck sometimes asks you to do. That Debilitate, had the crush gone through, would have been a -2. So Fabian's forced to block with that very important go-again piece. And unfortunately for him, did not have a non-attack on this turn at all. So no Viserai triggers happening as he gives up yet more go-again pieces. We spoke a lot about the Rune Rage's Swarm being extended. These Rune Flashes are as well, but you really want them on turns where you are triggering Viserai's hero ability. Unfortunately for Fabian, though, these outputs, these salvos, not quite strong enough to get over Pablo's defenses.
Fabian going to be able to swing him with the weapon. Will definitely buy likely just a piece of, blade back and equipment. So taking damage is Bravo. But you talk about threat density. If this is your first time watching a game of Flesh and Blood like this, You have to be careful when your opponent is just blocking as much as possible, because something like Titan's Fist presents an endgame that would put Bravo just in such a powerful position to close out the game in a deterministic way. You have to stack up damage if you're in the seat for Fabian here. You have to put an offensive output together that's just so potent that you get through those defenses, and then you have to do it again and maybe even a third time, and it takes really careful either sculpting in your first cycle of cards or building up in that second cycle as you pitch. It's a tricky thing to do. You have to get the hang of it. I still remember the first time I beat a Bravo because I hadn't figured out how to do it yet, and it was so satisfying the first time I did so.
And
but it does take time.
And finally, we see what was in Pablo Pintor's arsenal this entire time was not a crush card, folks. It was instead a defensive piece in the form of Staunch Response, covering up the Shrill of Skullform, which of course had the red Morven Skies on it as well. So Pablo able to use one card in deck to block the 6 physical entirely from Fabian. And Fabian here representing some of that setup that you were talking about, Sam. 6 rune chants for Fabian's following turn. Let's see if he's able to have a stronger offensive output on that turn as compared to that double rune flash turn, which wasn't super strong. But once again, Pablo Pintor with the disruptive attack to potentially punish Fabian's setup over here. We're going to take at least one card from Fabian's hand to avoid the crush effect on this Boulder Drop. Boulder Drop representing, if this crushes you, you lose a card from hand. If you want to avoid the crush, well, you still lose a card on your offensive output because you had to block this Boulder Drop. It's going to Fabian. Bit of a tough spot here. Is really hoping to have found a reduced rune chant potentially to be able to cover the crush more effectively, but with this hand either going to be forced to use 2 cards from hand to block this out, or use the Blade Beckoner Boots to cover up 4 damage on this Boulder Drop and not get affected by the crush effect. Speaking of threat density, I also do want to point out these 6 rune chants that Fabian has set up on his side. While, yes, it's good an extra 6 damage on the offensive turn for the following turn cycle, it is still 6 damage that Pablo is able to block without losing any cards in deck. And we saw that happen on that previous setup as well. He had 5 rune chants off the back of the Spellblade Assault setup turn, but Pablo Pintor just pitched 2 blues and got to block that 5 damage without losing any cards in deck.
So we have another Morven Skies. Then...
Hear Fabian say, yeah, another Morven Skies.
And Pablo there didn't even Arsenal over here. Had a blue crush card to Arsenal, decided not worth to put this in my Arsenal. I'm just going to keep it as an extra blocking card for the rune chants potentially.
So that's 3 in total. I'll pitch 6 for the rune chants. 6.
And exactly what we were talking about. 6 damage prevented by Pablo here without losing a single card in deck. This is the problem with Viserai setup in this matchup. It is damage that doesn't deal deck damage. And Pablo, with his posture this entire game, has been representing that this matchup is going to be all about deck damage.
Makes another rune chant here. You can see just eats up the 3 with another blue. Going to go ahead and place another card in front of the Rune Rager Swarm. So this is going to be 1 and 3. So for 4 total value, Pablo's just going to take this. So down to 12 he goes. Question is, how much is left in the deck already for Fabian?
And look at that deck size compared to that graveyard side. Fabian, I think, maybe has 2.5 to 3 turn cycles left to get through the remaining 12 damage on Pablo Pintor's side, but we've already seen quite a few of the setup pieces gone already. A few Malefics gone, both Read the Runes have been seen already, both red Spellblade Assaults have been seen as well. How much more setup does Fabian even have to get over the final few life points of Pablo Pintor?
This is so classic. Getting to see Pablo on a Guardian, just put on a clinic.
And then
say, listen, dude, you're going to have to put something together.
Now we have to point out as well, Viserai does have a weapon. It's not a wizard or an illusionist or something where if you just run them out of cards in deck, they literally cannot do anything anymore. Reaping Blade is still... you are still able to convert cards in deck to at least 3 damage thanks to Reaping Blade. It just doesn't quite compare to Titan's Fist's 4, but if there's enough of a life gap, then the Reaping Blade can still, in a sense, counter-fatigue a Guardian. But of course, because so much of the damage has just been prevented by preserving cards in deck, like just taking a look at Pablo's deck size, for example, with respect to his graveyard, he has so many more cards in deck.
Titan's Fist comes across for 4, asks the same question as it always does. You're going to give me card, you're going to give me life. Nice to see on that Viserai card, though. The hot stamped London exclusive 2026. They look so nice in person. Exclusive at this event in this world premiere format. Those cards are going to be a hot commodity. I mean, there's only going to be like 1,000 total, right, that are going to be really in circulation. I don't think they're giving them out again. I think they were really only for the world premiere.
Just 2 per player who showed up
so
at his world
2,000,
premiere.
yeah.
Very, very exclusive, hot item for sure.
Those are going to be, when you see one of those across the table, you're going to know, like, ah, oh, dude, that's gas.
I will block 3. Yeah.
1 damage leak through by Pablo Pintor, but more importantly, that is 1 card out of Fabian's deck as well.
Let's see what Fabian's got. The new card, Sigil of Sylphidae, hits the combat chain. This is an interesting one in lots of ways, given that it allows for the Viserai hero ability to be turned on for the rest of the turn. It also allows for some extra bits of arcane damage in a couple different ways.
Represents 2 damage total, this card, once when it enters and once when it exits at the start of Fabian's next turn. But for this turn, of course, as you pointed out, Viserai is online. Every Runeblade card that's played this turn now will create an additional rune chant.
Also, cards like Runic Felling Song, looking for auras in the graveyard. This can do that as well. Fabian here doing a nice job keeping some threats, keeping that Amplify the Arcanite around for later in this game.
And we'll have 2 rune chants
2 in the back.
at the end of this turn. 1 from Elephant Incantation, 1 from Viserai. So 2 plus 6, the 2 rune chants very easily covered up by Pablo Pintor. Thanks to the blue, he already pitched the Sigil of Sylphidae's arcane damage.
Yeah, that's good.
Block for 6 is the call.
I'll end my turn.
And I will also end my turn, sadly.
Oh, and Pablo, as you say, I will also end the turn sadly. Can't throw the Titan's Fist. Gonna sandbag the card and draw back up.
No blue for Pablo over there.
Okay, so this
And now, this is the first time we have seen Fabian have a full 5-card hand. The previous times he had setups, Pablo had a disruptive piece to send back at him. There was a Debilitate, there was the Boulder Draw, but for the first time now we're seeing a full 5-card Viserai hand. Let's see whether he has those extenders, like a Rune Rager Swarm, or maybe even like a blue Rune Flash, for example, to really leverage the space that he has gotten.
Survey says, good cards, but not
all it
action points.
Does he have a non-attack in Arsenal? Is that what he put there?
Have
in
we
the previous
used
turn?
all the Movrins, guys? I mean, this is the type of thing, right? We talk about setting up. You might have to set up in your pitch deck. Red Moverin Skies, Runic Felling Song. Here's now all of a sudden a 7-power attack that threatens those 3 rune chants. If you've gotten go again, maybe you try to pitch alongside it. Oh,
Rune Rager Swarm.
Rune Rager Swarm, a
Rune
go
Flash.
again piece, a
Yeah.
Rune Flash, an Amplify the Arcanite. You stack up the Malefic incantations for later. This is sometimes what has to be done.
attack with this.
It's just going to be the Spellblade Assault here, trying to create more rune chants, but the rune chants immediately eaten up by those 2 pitch, and here's just an attack for 2. That surely is going to just go ahead and buy a single block.
Should be 3 rune chants made on the back here. 1 from Incantation, 2 from the Spellblade Assault. It looks like Pablo is pointing that out. Once again, great sportsmanship being showed from our players over here. But man, Sam, I was hyping up the first full 5-card hand from Viserai, and only 2 cards were able to be converted from that hand. And that is some of this. Sometimes that is just a Runeblade brick.
It is, I think, a good teaching moment, especially for anybody who's a little newer to Flesh and Blood or who is coming into this game for the first time here. This is something you might find at something like a Calling, something like an Armory. You might find someone who is comfortable taking the game really long because they are confident in their ability to get over the top at the end of the game. And it's one of the most interesting, one of the most exciting things about Flesh and Blood, but it's also one of the most skill-intensive, being able to pitch the right cards in the right order to set yourself up for that game-winning turn or 2 to actually close a game out when someone like Pablo is looking to just try to take it long and win in the end game.
Especially on a class like Runeblade, where you also need to pay a lot of attention to your ratios of your non-attacks versus your attacks as well. Not something that all classes need to really care about, but Runeblade tests you on that front as well, especially when you're against a deck that is trying to take it long, take it slow, as you pointed out, Sam. As Runic Flattering Song comes out, that does leak a couple points of damage against Pablo Pintor, but still he's very happy to just use his blues on defense, both in the pitch zone and on the combat chain. As we pass over another 5-card hand from Viserai over here. Are there non-attacks? Though there is one. The final yellow Malefic Incantation does come in. Non-attack has been played on this turn. Viserai is online. Can these 5 cards leak enough damage into Pablo Pintor to make that Reaping Blade a threat?
Attack with this again.
Take down the Malefic. Here comes the Runic Felling Song. Very cool new card for Rune Blades. Something I'm excited to see how it gets utilized best as possible. 2 cards for 8 damage with that split potential can be really powerful. But currently running into a bit of the brick wall that is Pablo Pintor. Back home with the Guardian as the Staunch Response just comes down and can cover this thing up perfectly.
So clean. 1 resource pitch to the arcane damage from Runic Felling Song, and then the remaining 2 used for the Staunch Response to block the physical out completely. 2 cards blocking that 8. So effective from our 2-time Pro Tour champion.
I think we're seeing potentially a red boulder drop head to the arsenal for Pablo. Gonna set up something to actually close the game out later, potentially. As we're just seeing the boulder drop come down with for blue 5. Still threatening that crush, but a single card will take care of it. We are in Viserai's seat, but man, you talk about decks starting to thin. Oh, she's looking thin.
I think that's 1 more hand left for Fabian over here. Needs to get over 11 points on Pablo Pintor's side. Can we just point out how we haven't seen a single Bravo activation yet this entire game? That's just not the name of the game for Pablo. Look at it once again. It looks like he did Arsenal this time, but I want to call out the previous time where he did not Arsenal, opted instead to hold on to his blue attack because he's been prioritizing Arsenal these defense reactions in the form of the Staunch Responses.
Pablo drew up that crash and bash that we saw him pitch a number of turns ago, so we are in second cycle, which is when you return to the cards you have pitched. Vexing Malice here, just going to come here, threaten a bunch of arcane.
And it looks like, I think Fabian's out of non-attack, Sam. We've been seen a few turn cycles, the past few turns, where it's just been 1 non-attack played, and he's not able to convert the rest of his hand. Same thing happening over here. Total of 5 arcane coming in. With just AB1 on Pablo's side, he will leak at least 1 to the blue Vexing Malice's effect.
Pablo looking like he might want to overpitch again. No, he's just going to go ahead and pitch to the 3 and then the 2, taking 1 because he only has AB1.
And 1 physical here. Might just give a piece of armor to this. Or even a card. He's so far ahead in deck density that he's fine giving a card on this 1 damage.
And it also allows for that Seismic Surge, meaning he can throw what I believe is a red boulder drop in Arsenal with just the 1 blue pitch, as the Seismic Surge will pop. Oh, it is just a blue Debilitate, so but does still get to come in for 6.
Threatening a crush as well. Basically forces 1 card from Fabian's side as we approach his final few turns of the game. I have to call out Pablo's discipline this entire game. Had a couple of times where Fabian took a setup turn and Pablo could have countered with his own setup turn, maybe used Bravo's hero ability, but he recognized he never wants to be in a position to take damage to send his Arsenal Crush card. He recognized from the start that his game plan in this matchup was to just run the opponent out of threads and then overpower them with the better weapon in the endgame, and he has executed that game plan to perfection.
Block 3, taking 3, down to 9 goes Fabian. 4 cards drawn up for Pablo, probably going to be mostly blues from here on out. Flying high, give the next attack go again. We'll have 1 left over thanks to the cost reduction.
And 1 Runchan made in the back thanks to Viserai, so representing a total of 11 damage this turn, I believe. 1+6 right now and a 1+3 on the Reaping Blade follow-up. Not sure what his arsenal is, but if that is another go again card, could see a little bit more damage coming out on this turn cycle for Fabian.
Pitch 1 to prevent the 1 rune chance. 6 physical, buys 2 cards from Pablo. We have one of those extenders.
Rune, I hit the high notes.
Hit the high notes, so that's pretty good. Gets to come in for 1 and 6. It's like blocking a total of 5, taking 1, down to 9 goes Pablo. So that was a respectable turn from Fabian. It is feeling like it might be just a little, too late.
And that is almost his last hand drawn for Fabian. Just one more card remaining in deck.
Condemned to slaughter blue. Another, is that a flying high?
I see another flying high, yes.
Flying high means the Vexing Malice gets go again.
Pitching this. 2 resources floating.
2 resources floating. Here comes 1 and 2.
And that is the second Vexing Malice. The only 2, so 2 of 2 Vexing Malices have been seen. And Flying High is +1 will trigger this time because this is a blue Vexing Malice, of course.
Spence is killing me can come down now and block this out. Shrill of Skull form with those final 2 floating, so 5 and 1. 1 can eat the Rune Chant. Looks like it's just going to be a block for 3, taking 2. Down to 6 goes Pablo.
And now just 2 cards remaining for Fabian's side. Now we're firmly in the Fabian's play as the rest of the game, basically just swinging Reaping Blade again and again, as Pablo probably will be swinging just Titan's Fist again and again. But with so many more cards left in Pablo's deck, he can actually block out the Reaping Blade way more effectively than Fabian can block Titan's Fist.
Yeah, it is what we would call deterministic from here. Pablo has executed the game plan. He knows what he was trying to do. Just a couple of non-attacks. It will be Reaping Blade. We'll see if they go ahead and play it out or if they just go ahead and extend a handshake from here.
I do want to take a moment to also talk about the different paces of gameplay that we've been able to witness in just today in the world premiere for the Silver Age format. We saw the 5 Azalea games finish in a flash, basically just 2 or 3 turns. And then here we see how this fatigue strategy is also extremely viable. And I think that is one aspect of Sage as well that it'll be very interesting to explore as the format matures, the difference between these gameplay paces.
And we see the attack for 8 now come down, which means the final 2 cards are being threatened from our Viserai player, Pablo Pintor, taking it down on a hero that helped give him his legendary status, as we now see Bravo return to the format in a big ol' way.
So all our heavy hitters featured on stream today did end up winning the match. We had James White win his match. We had Michael Jaszczur win his match, Andrea Mengucci, and then now Pablo Pintor. All 4 of them showed up on stream, showed us that's why they are good at the game, and some of the mainstays in FleshandBlood just taking on the games on stream.
No, excellent analysis. You know, Pablo, good. Michael, good.
Yeah. I thought these players are somewhat decent. They have just a few accolades to the names or something.
No, that was fun to watch, just because, honestly, seeing Pablo on a Guardian, it's like, yes, something is right. Something is right in the world. But it does herald, I think, what will be a really exciting day tomorrow. We get to see the Silver Age format in its entirety. This is what we're all here for, right? Seeing the new format, seeing what people brew, and seeing what Silver Age means. Because it really does represent a new era for Flesh and Blood, and it's an exciting one at that. Take a look just at what we can expect from these exciting days ahead, because there's so much coming up in our callings, in the World Tour in general. It's going to be a good one.
Of course, today was all played with precons. All the players today got 2 precons to choose from, and then they pick one for their matches. For each of the matches, they could do a little round robin, move between the 2, should they choose to. But tomorrow, as you said, Sam, we get to see Silver Age as it was intended. All the cards are available in this format, including the upgrades from Pen, going to be on display tomorrow.
Yeah, it is just exactly what the doctor ordered, this format. Going to just change everything in so many ways. It's accessible, it's fun. I was actually talking to Florian Christian Lagen. We were having a chance to chat just out there on the hall floor. I asked him what he thought about the format. Not only does he like it, he says, listen, it's just fun for the kitchen table in a different way. CC, it's hard not to feel like, you know, it's hard not to lock in when you play CC. If you want to also just like, with the homies, take some games, Silver Age is where it's at.
And I love that Silver Age is also coming to the Pro Tour. And I know a lot of players are tuning into the stream this weekend to see the first weekend of Silver Age, to see what we can expect, a little bit of a preview, if you will, for what will be coming up at Pro Tour Yokohama, where of course Silver Age will be one of the 2 formats that our top veterans of this game will be competing in.
Yeah, we got to see these pre-cons on display today as our players got those exclusive hot stamped promo cards from the World Premiere event. Of course, most of the classes, the vast majority of the classes in Flesh and Blood represented, so something for everyone, which is so exciting. And a lot of these decks, people are finding out, really quite strong. Going to make some major waves in the format as we kind of look ahead at what this all represents. Release Celebration Weekend comes up next week. I do hope you'll all join us, get that sweet Pursuit of Knowledge promo. That's coming up next week at your armories from this point forward. And then we're going to, like you said, Callings and beyond, the Calling in San Diego and the Pro Tour in Yokohama. This format, it's here to stay.
And of course, every World Tour stop from now on is going to feature showdowns instead of battle hardens, and all these showdowns will be Silver Age. So this format is here to stay.
And you talk about a format and the way it will be managed. Guess what, y'all? You might have heard Brian say it in that keynote. Yeah, we're handing you the keys to the kingdom in Silver Age, as I believe just at the close of Pro Tour Yokohama or around then, I don't know if it'll be before or after, we will begin opening up the voting system where you at home get to decide the meta. That's right. If you've played Silver Age in the most recent season, you will get the opportunity to vote on which heroes you want to take a spot on the sidelines. Which hero you're like, I don't want to play against that actually anymore. Can you stop hitting me with that? I want to see what the meta looks like without a deck that you don't like at home. That's where you get to make the calls.
That's right. Get your pitchforks out, if you will, and go complain
about
about your heroes. You know what? I'm gonna vote for Gravy Bones, even if he's not even like playing in the format. I just hate that hero. Just get out of here. I don't play against it. It's not even around. No one's playing him.
Yeah.
Just ban him anyway.
You revive the YouTube channel just for that. Just for that. No, yeah, I don't think so. Well, here's the thing, y'all. We've got a couple more packs we can open. I do think we should open another Antiquity pack. I think we should open the Trifecta. We've reached the end of our world premiere stream of games, so we need to open every single one of the packs that we have on offer. Then I want a chance to chat with Pablo Pintor. Then I want to actually watch you and Scott play a little show match of the Silver Age format, featuring your own brews, cards from Compendium, all of these young heroes. And we got to give away some cards. So there's a lot left on our stream. But first, let's go ahead and let's open some of these. Let's open some of these packs.
Yeah, I hear while I was away in the previous round, you told everyone you're giving away the Mechanoid that I opened in the previous round.
Yeah.
Just came into that shock, I guess.
Yeah,
all right. It's not like I was married to that card and committing to play Max for the rest of my life.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look.
The things we do for our wonderful viewers back home.
So first, just a single pack of Compendium. Just a single pack of Compendium. We've seen a fair amount of these cards over the course of the weekend, of course. Become the Bottle. I know you were saying you were excited about these one. This is one I'm really interested in, the Conquer the Icy Terrain. This thing really seems to be doing some major work in multiple heroes.
Yeah, Iyslander can blow up people's AB with that.
Descend into madness. Banish a random card from the defending hero's hand, then they draw a card at an attack reaction, blue, block 3. I mean, listen, that might not seem that interesting, but when you've sculpted a whole turn, taken a bunch of damage, and or are deciding on your blocks already on defense, and then all of a sudden everything changes, a little bit of chaos in your life, that's going to be an interesting one. Ooh, look at this. I haven't seen this card yet. Kimono of Layered Lessons. Take a pitch to turn it face up and put a +1 defense counter on this. And it's cloaked. I don't think we've ever seen that mechanic before.
A revisit of the cloak mechanic that was, of course, introduced in Part the Mistveil, coming back and rearing its head again in Compendium of Rathe. Of course, this set is all about revisiting past mechanics as well as introducing some new ones of its own. Now, what else are we going to open, Sam? Looks like Gem Pack 4?
We're going to do another Gem Pack 4. These, of course, available at your local game store at all Armory events this whole season. Oh, they knew it was for me, y'all. They knew I was going to open it. I cannot wait to boost in my Teklo-Vossen deck.
So would you say this Blast Rig was rigged for you to open?
No. Literally no. Don't give them any... Oh! We're so lit on the Frostbite. Let's go. So awesome. Are you kidding me? Little Frostspike. This is a card. I mean, I'll literally hand this to you. You can go play with this in the show match.
Yeah, the one foil in my deck, that's definitely not a cause for concern at all. Definitely
No.
don't
It'll
need
be
to try
fine.
and find that card.
We'll play with this in the show match. I'm so excited about this card just because I also am excited about Iyslander. But we do have to open. We have to open the Antiquity pack. We have to open the Antiquity pack. Listen, we've had some heaters already on stream. Let's see if we can get one more.
Get that E-Strike.
Imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, if we get the E-Strike, that means someone watching gets the E-Strike.
Mm-hmm.
If it's on camera, fine. If it's on camera, then maybe it's... No, it's not. I literally know it's not. They
Yet
just gave me
another
random
part
back.
of the Flesh and Blood backing, which we haven't had yet.
Okay. Here we go.
Yes. Gotta slow roll it. That's how you know it'll be good.
Okay. That is actually a really nice pull. That is one of the most iconic cards in Flesh and Blood. I love Sigil of Solace. Every time I play Sigil of Solace, literally every time, it feels good.
It comes
I don't know
in and
why.
out. It comes in and out of formats again and again. Just one of those eternal pieces of the game.
Okay.
Slowly.
Not slow.
See, that's what happens. That's what happens when it's not slow.
Let's
wow.
go. Rusted Relic. Now, tell me. I mean, one of the most iconic cards in Flesh and Blood's history. A card that has defined formats. It's won Pro Tours. It's won World Championships. This is a card that everyone wants.
You should have revealed it slowly.
No.
I'm holding that
Hey,
over
you know what's nice?
for the rest of your life, actually.
I think what I want to do is I want to spread out a lot of these cool cards we've opened throughout the giveaways. So that means someone at home, you're getting a Rusted Relic. You're getting a Rusted Relic. Okay, so we are doing 2 giveaways over the course of the day. We might, if we open something else sick, we might do another one. We have to give away a couple cards. We have to give away gorgeous Nitro Mechanoid. We have to give away the Nitro Mechanoid. And we have to give away not only an Eye of Ophidia, but a James White opened Eye of Ophidia. We're doing one now. I'm holding the Eye of Ophidia, y'all. You got to keep hanging out with us. You got to watch the show match if you want the Eye of Ophidia. You got to stick around and see who will actually take it down between Scott and Pankaj. So let's give away a Nitro Mechanoid opened on stream.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and spam those messages in chat as we count down for our giveaway winner. We're going to pick the winner in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the winner is
Stairway to Heaven with an incredible name, and she's buying the Nitro Mechanoid.
I love that song.
Evan, go ahead and check out the details in the chat to pick up your Nitro Mechanoid, and we'll throw in some other goodies from these cards as well.
Of course, the Rusted Relic, the hot item opened up this stream.
I feel like the Rusted Relic should go with the eye. You know what I mean? Just like you get it with this. And then of course later in this day we will be giving away the Eye of Ophidia opened by James White. But first, I want to hear from a Pro Tour champion, and I think I want to hear from a Pro Tour champion. We'll see if we can combine those 2 Pro Tour champions into one Pro Tour champion and hear from that Pro Tour champion right after this. It wouldn't be right to be in London and not hear from our most recent London Pro Tour champion. I speak, of course, of a legend of this game, Pablo Pintor, and one of my very good friends. Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Great. I'm feeling great. It's a very good way to start the weekend. You know?
Win a bunch of games?
Yeah, I won all the games. I also got to play Bravo, which is something
dude,
that you
I know.
do not get to do on CC, at least lately.
Yeah.
I took my opportunity to play Bravo on Living Legend. Not this same Bravo, but then we're trying him on Sage, and to be honest, the deck looks sick.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, talk to me I think that's a perfect little segue. I want to hear what it's like as a player who's been involved with this game since the very first Pro Tour to have a new format where you get to play with, Flattering Showman is a new hero, but the play pattern is older, is classics. What does it feel like to return to a hero play pattern that you love?
I actually love the flow that Sage has right now. I believe the ban list was on point because the reacts were actually very, very powerful on this format. And that's giving some decks a chance to shine on this. Dominate is a very powerful keyword. Of course, we still have ways to fight against it. We have a lot of the prevention effects, big reacts, right, and movable, things like that. I do think there's a lot of counterplay. You can actually not fit that many silver bullets in your deck because of the deck limit on Sage.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very interesting format. I'm very hyped for tomorrow for the calling to see what the people cook up for this event because I can see some very strange things doing very well.
Okay, well, if you don't want to spill the beans, you don't have to spill all the beans. But can you give us a sense of what you're playing tomorrow? Can you give us a sense of what you're excited to play?
Look, I came here yesterday night and I have 4 decks on me.
Okay, so you're going to figure it out tonight.
I have to figure it out tonight.
Okay.
We got delayed yesterday and we lost a night of preparation. But yeah, I actually had a very good time with Bravo, so you might be playing him again tomorrow.
I would not be surprised, shall we say, if we see you on Bravo to Marvo. Bravo to Marvo. We're back in London, where you won the Pro Tour just about a year ago. When you came back, because we're in the same convention center, right? We're in the same hall. When you walked in here, did the memories start flooding back? Were you expecting, or just talk to me about the emotions?
It was insane yesterday when we came here during the night. We actually had to cross through this building, right, through the exec, to get to our hotel. And I was walking under and I'm like, hey, this place is cool, you know?
Yeah. I'm comfortable here. Yeah. That's awesome, man. Well, I just wanted to get a chance to speak to you. I think we actually got a chance to speak to you at the Hunted World premiere, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
You also 4-0'd that first event. We got to hear from you. You did very well in that Hunted World premiere event. Wheels kind of came off just at the end, but you had a really good showing in that one, so we'll hope to see you continue to do very well tomorrow. What has it felt like to be at a constructed world premiere? This is the first time we've had a world premiere event that isn't limited, right? We're going to be returning to limited very shortly, but how has it felt to be out there slamming the pre-con decks, opening cards? What was the experience?
It was very cool. I actually I appreciate this format a lot. It also forces you to pick some different heroes, or you cannot have a pick of what you're going to play on this tournament, right? So coming here, seeing your different packs that you get, opening those, I didn't even know the contents of the decks.
Yeah.
So I was just looking through the decks and I'm like, hey, this deck is looking very powerful, right? And it happened to me with both of the decks. So I almost ended up playing the other one. So it's very, very cool.
Wow.
Very, very cool. I would have liked to have more events like this one.
Hear that? We'll see if we can make that happen. Pablo, you should open an Antiquity pack, don't you think? Ooh. Don't you want to?
Okay.
Come on. All right, I'm going to give this to you. Put it right here. Put it right here. Yeah, line up. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead and give that an open. Let's see if we can. We're trying to open something cool to give away to people watching the stream. That's the goal. We've opened some gas. There you go.
One of the other Spaniards got the extended art Command and Conquer.
Oh,
let's see if we can hit.
Come on, dude! I really want to see it in person.
So also the Command and Conquer has some history with me on this.
Yeah,
hall.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, it does. You're not wrong. All right, you flip the first one. Fiddler's Green. I'm actually so stoked to see that one.
Very cool card.
Yeah.
And then we have
Ooh, Amnesia. Yeah. So I'm seeing we're seeing a lot of the it's almost like a rare slot and then kind of like a majestic slot. Most of the cards open in the second are these generic majestic. We've seen Censor, we've seen Cut Through the Facade, we're now seeing Amnesia. There's a lot of cards that you can get. Weakest Link we opened, that'll be going out to somebody in one of you. Maybe we'll do that with the Mechanoid because someone else is getting the Eye of Ophidia. But yeah, it does. It's almost seems like rare and majestic basically in every single one of those antiquity packs.
And there are some very, very cool Majestics going in there. Some cards that are like very scarce. Some people actually need to get their 3 copies.
Yeah.
You mentioned Sensor. I don't have 3 Sensors, so I would be very happy to open one of those.
Very good, very good. Well, I'm honestly, I keep seeing those looking for scraps. I'm like, I'm gonna need some of those looking for scraps. But it's also cool about Compendium of Rathe. Some of those important reprint cards, I think of Shelter from the Storm, I think of E-Strike and that Command and Conquer. They've got the cool EA version in the Antiquity packs, but they're also just able to be opened in Compendium of Rathe. It's not just the Antiquity packs that feature those exciting reprints. So I do think it's a potentially good option for some of you out there if you're looking for cool icy cards and cool reprints. So Pablo, good luck with your prep tonight. I wish you luck in the calling tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. We've got our Caster Show match featuring the new Silver Age format and some Compendium of Rathe cards right after this, and an Eye of Ophidia giveaway. So I know you don't want to go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. One Pro Tour champion leaves the booth and another takes his place. I'm lucky enough to be joined by Pro Tour Baltimore champion, Mr. Michael Fung. How you doing, my friend?
Could be better. It's been a hectic morning.
I, from what I understand, you had a bit of a hectic morning.
Oh, yeah. The whole car came in and missed round 1 of the world premiere, but,
Tough.
you know, we tried our best after that.
Yeah.
It's a fun event.
You sent me a message because we were maybe going to try to feature you round 1. I wasn't sure if James was going to be on stream or not. And so you're like, oh, cool. I get a message this morning like, hey, man, we are screwed. Like, we'll be there late. And I was like, no worries, man. But you did get to get out, able to play some games.
Yep.
Tell me about your experience. Did you have fun? How'd the games go? What were you playing?
Yeah, I ended up picking the Azalea deck. I had an Azalea and KO deck, and I wanted a quick games.
Sure.
So I picked the Azalea deck, and my games were very quick.
Sure.
No one lived past turn 3, and none of my games. And actually, it was usually me that died because Azalea doesn't block very well either. But the games are pretty quick. You can definitely like run it back and get some more experience. You can learn if you like made a mistake on a block or not. In my very first game after I sat down, I died to the Art of Dragon Fire. I had 4 buffs in my hand, blocks a total of 8, and I was like, I hope I don't die. I'm gonna hold these 2 cards for a snatch. And I'm at 2, and I die immediately. And I was like, well, I'm dead no matter what in this case, but it's good to know, I guess, that this is something I can maybe play around in the future.
Yeah, so display loyalty, are they making the fealty there?
Yeah, it was like Ronin Renegade Weapon, get Phoenix Flame, Brand of Cinderclaw.
Oh,
boom.
Brand. Brand will do
card's
it.
legal.
Brand will do it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Hasn't been in CC for a sec. Still around in Silver Age, and card
powerful.
good.
Yeah.
Card good, especially with something like Art of the Dragon Fire. So, well, just talk to me a little bit about your experience with the format leading into this weekend. You're playing the first Silver Age calling. We know you, world traveler, recent battle-hardened champion, right? So somebody who's been at the very top of this game for nearly its entire lifespan.
Yeah.
So you're looking at a brand new format. Yeah,
it's been a hectic week, really. That's like the best way to describe it. I mean, the moment everything got revealed last Friday, we've been hitting the ground running and just trying out a lot of things. I mean, I think all of the pre-constructed decks were really good kind of starter decks. The Enigma deck has a good concepts. We've been calling him Flavo, the Flattering Showman. We had to just come up with something, because it's like Flavo, just calling him straight up.
Flarvo is terrible.
I was like, Flavo is probably the way to go.
Yeah, I hate Flarvo.
We just tested a lot of things, and it's been kind of a pretty gruesome week. Like every day I've been putting in a lot of hours into this. And so I think we still have some questions that we're going to try to answer today.
That makes sense.
And we're live testing some ideas today with these side events as well. They're a really good opportunity, because maybe sometimes our testing might get a little inbred a little.
Yeah, sure.
Also, of course, testing with just like talking with a lot of people, guys who are here and guys who weren't able to make it to the event. But it's kind of exciting as well, right? Like this is a whole new format, a new horizon. We're pioneers of this new world, and so it has been both stressful but also exciting. And it's like this is kind of the moments where at least being a pro player, right? These are your moments, the opportunities to shine and really put time into it and really kind of get rewarded for it. I will say the format is kind of quick, though. A lot of games can be kind of quick, and quick games usually also a little bit higher variance, so that can sometimes be frustrating. But some of the games are also really long and grindy, and it's like, how did this happen? We're playing commons and rares, and the game lasts so long. It's only 20 life, so it's kind of a bit of everything, and it's just learning like where you want to be in the space, and it's just a lot.
Yeah, well, it's early days, right? I mean, literally about the earliest days possible. So we have months before Proto Yokohama when this format will be featured in a Tier 4 event. And many players like yourself are going to be putting in countless hours to try to break this format. But if you take the stress of the calling out of it, if you just kind of think of it holistically as this format, like how's your brain as like a brewer? Has it been fun to look back at these old commons and rares and be like, I haven't thought about you ever?
Yeah, it's actually quite exciting. It's you just get so much volume of games. You can jam so many games. Like you can jam like 4 or 5 more games than you would a CC rounds. And so it's just exciting to kind of see like cool interactions of cards and trying to really, because I think like you have so much edge in your deck design, even by changing 1 or 2 cards or 1 or 2 equipment, because there's only 20 life. So if like your equipment or your card choice gives you an extra point here or there, that's an extra 5% of health, which translates to much more than 5% win equity usually. It's really cool trying to figure out those edges, and I think it's really fun in terms of like if I were to go an army to jam games, I think this is a really good format for that. The jury's still out whether I love it as a competitive format, and I think part of that is just because we have questions that we don't know. And if we don't feel like we have a great deck, we don't feel like, I'm not going to feel great competing.
It's earliest days.
Yeah,
it's earliest days.
Exactly.
Well, we might get, ever so slightly closer to some answers as we take a look at 2 of the brightest minds in Flesh and Blood down in the feature match area, featuring the Silver Age format. It's no longer the pre-cons anymore, baby. We are seeing some brews. We are seeing some heroes that we just know are so near and dear to both of our casters' heart. Iyslander returns. I'm going to cry. And New, of course, on the other side of the table. Both of these decks did so much work in CC in their time, and I just can't wait to see how they execute in this format.
I've never seen these 2 heroes play against each other in any format.
Me neither, I know. Let's take a look at the heroes. Let's see just a little bit. Michael, you've played, I'm sure, in and against both of these heroes many, many times in their heyday. Talk to me a little bit about, their history in CC, how you can, what do you think is going to happen in this match? Like, you see these 2 heroes, what goes through your brain?
These are 2 of the most formidable heroes to play against, and I've never actually really played these 2 heroes. I've spent a lot of time testing against them. These are both known for being very controlling, very disruptive, especially Iyslander. Iyslander is kind of that first prototypical model of this ice mage that really gives you a lot of ice troubles, and Iyslander takes cards from you with her Frostbite-like effects, Winter's Bite-like effects, Chilling Ice Vein-like effects. New also takes cards with you from like using her hat and using the Chi disruptive cards. But in Silver Age, their power is a little bit different from what they were like in their heydays of Classic Constructed.
Yeah, I mean, in both of these heroes really care about blue cards, but in very different ways. So this is going to be a truly exciting matchup. I know from Pankaj, initially he was like, I don't know if Iyslander actually has the tools. But if you look at the potential meta of what tomorrow might be, a lot of people thinking Briar, Oldhim, top of the meta. Iyslander might have pretty good game into both of those decks. So we'll have to wait and see as we get down to the feature match area with 2 of the greatest minds, casters, players, and friends that I have in this game. You can see their records, Scott 1-0 to Pankaj's 0-1, because from in the world premiere in Montreal, we got to see these 2 players square off, and it was Scott taking the victory. So we'll see if Pankaj can go ahead. And we see a Marlin card for the Marlin Enjoyer. Pankaj has to be happy before I tell him we're giving that one away too. Just kidding. As the fist bump is extended, the heroes and players can now reveal their equipment. And we're going to get into this one. I'm honestly so jazzed. So we see the starting hands for both players. I think we saw that Scott is on the play. They've got that nice Marvel they opened at the world premiere in Taipei.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so you've got steps.
Yeah, Scott looks like he's just presenting AB2 in this match. AB3, I apologize. The Hat, Arcane Lantern, and the Stalker Steps. Now that's technology that's never been seen before by an Iyslander, really.
Yeah, I mean, Stalker Steps, so interesting. Just recently added thanks to that Armory deck Arachne, but finding a home in multiple decks, in multiple formats.
Nova's playing on stream, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
Very much.
It's been a while. Been a while.
I'm excited. We're definitely going to get some banter from these two as they play on stream. They're used to being behind the camera with all of us, but actually putting their talents to the test.
Well, they're still technically behind cameras.
That's true. That's very true. All right, let's see what the first game action is going to be for Scott. I think we have at least one Transcend card in the hand. But it's very different without something like Traverse the Universe to be able to grab it on demand. As the Beckoning Mistblade will come forth. Pankaj might be blocking this one out.
Traditionally, New does not play Dagger Reacts, so it's usually safe to block this out. You know, but I'd be excited to see if there were Dagger Reacts in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, we have no idea what is truly going to be available to Scott. It's going to be a pick up the point. 3 go again.
Beautiful extended art rainbow foil from the Gem Pack Season 1.
It's going to buy a block from the Aether Hail for Pankaj. I hope Pankaj wins so that we get to do a best of 3. Next time they come together, we get to do the 1-in-1 game.
3.
Infect now comes forth 3. And I think Scott threatening that react. See if Pankaj respects it. No, he's just going to play the 3 block.
No, this one gets banished.
It does, yes.
Still going to banish the Aether Ice Vein from the new effect, of course, banishing all action cards if they are defending a card with stealth. And of course, the new hero ability, Pichichi can play blue cards from the opponent's banish zone. Just play them. No, don't have to pay any of the costs.
Really heads-up play from Pankaj there, making sure to block with his blues first on the non-stealth attacks.
We're seeing the Scar for a Scar. Pankaj gets to start at lower life. Oh, and look at him orienting the dice for us. My goat. 4 go again from the Scar for a Scar.
It's very classic Iyslander play. I mean, you start a couple lives below. And
I'm home.
Make up with it with a little Scar, a little Find-Out action.
Take a look. Let's see what our friend Mr. Mind is working with. See a Hiss, couple second tenets of Chi, a Fluid Motion, a lot of cards that will pair so nicely with the, I believe, Rising Sun, Setting Moon that Scott parked in the arsenal. This is a hand that could all work together if Scott wants. But he's looking like potentially going to go ahead and put a card in front of this on defense. Blocking 3, down to 19. Goes Scott Mines. They take their first point of damage here. Now, Pankaj, you have to imagine he wants to do a 2-card play and keep a card for the arsenal. What flavor will it be? A big think from our friend Ethnic Smoke. Yeah, there's the Find-Alls. He's just going to go ahead and pitch away the blue Emeritus Scolding for later. That's a card that Scott might want to be trying to banish off the top with that new ability. You have to imagine they'll be tracking the pitch stack, seeing if they can just snipe it later in this game. 7 damage here. This is a huge offer from Pankaj. Again, that hand works nicely if you're Scott, but does it work nicely enough that you're willing to eat 7 to the face?
Yeah, Pankaj was thinking there. He had an Emeritus Scolding in his hand as well as another copy of Blue Aether Hail. Just deciding which one to arsenal. Of course, the Blue Aether Hail does give a Frostbite, though it deals 2 less damage, so, you know, something to think about.
The Fighting Spirit really kind of sucks.
Scott not happy to see this card on the table.
Oh, no, that would have been a disaster.
I know.
Scott's hand just isn't that modal at this point. He has 2 second tenets plus that Hiss. It's not really able to use all of them efficiently, but blocking with like any more than blocking of like 1 or 2 cards also doesn't help you typically.
It's pretty good, I think. I think I'm just blocking 9.
Yeah, Scott just going to put all these cards together on defense. And you can see Pankaj saying, this is why I was debating my arsenal. If Pankaj had kept that Emeritus Scolding, shields are down now for Scott. That would have been a lot of damage just to actually get across. Pankaj made the wrong choice. Not going to be able to get as much damage across as he would have liked.
Yeah, this is Scott's turn now.
Yeah, on Scott's turn, Iyslander once again. We're so back. Getting to play blue non-attacks from the arsenal at instant speed. So dealing damage from Pankaj's side. And once again, just asking the same question.
What do you mean 7?
7 points of offensive value. Scott can't use any of that AB here.
I guess.
Yeah, so what happened last turn is just like the 1-2 punch that Iyslander is really good at doing. Attack you with physical on my turn. You block with all of your hand or most of your hand. Then on your turn, zap you with some ice. The 1-2 punch. We've seen it before.
Pankaj here. Let's see. Gonna put Scott looking like putting just 2 in front. Taking 5 down to 12. Goes Scott already. So comfortable utilizing that whole hand. Pankaj got another card for the arsenal. Drawn up.
Yeah, heads up play. You might never get a chance to convert that armor again. You
Yeah.
might just take Arcane from here on out. So heads up play from Scott, making sure to cash them in while going is good. Ooh. Is that the new card?
Yeah, I know Scott was after one of those new pieces from Penn, Serpent's Kiss. It might be the beginning of this term. It is going to be a Serpent's Kiss. 1 response, Rising Sun, Setting Moon, as a blue card has now been played.
I'm right thinking I can't grain here, right? I have to wait for this to resolve to grain the tips to scale.
I think you can grain. No, I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah. That was the thing we used to do, yeah.
That's fine. So I'll play both.
Okay, so grain that tips the scale going to come down as well.
+1, which is going to be here in a second.
Just targeting an attack.
How very wizard of you.
Yeah, the question, does the card have to be attacking before you can use grain that tips the scale? But it does not. Grain that tips the scale can target any attack. Can be an attack. Attacking? Can it be an attack that's on defense? No, it has to be, but it can be an attack earlier on the combat chain.
I actually am not sure if it can be attack on
I wonder.
defense.
And then Serpent's Kiss will make me one of each Fang Strike and Slither and put them both in.
So, new card here, Serpent's Kiss from Compendium of Rathe, making both the Serpent's Kiss and the Fang Strike, and of course coming in for 2 with Go, not Go Again yet, but the Hiss that is in the hand now, of course, threatens that Go Again here.
I am.
Wow, that's a huge hand for Scott. 6 cards in the hand, 2 of them tokens created from the Serpent's Kiss.
Yeah, it looks like Pankaj just flashed a Wounded Bull, I believe, is in his arsenal, so he actually doesn't have any disruption available to him at instant speed, though he could obviously bluff it.
Pankaj maybe almost doesn't want to take 8 here to go to 11, but if he does, then all of a sudden that Wounding Bull would be online.
Might be hard for him to take 8 sometimes.
Yeah, totally.
Can't convert some other cards, might be wanting to block. There we go.
Fighting Spirit gets in front of this. No life gain. Pankaj living easy. Already higher life. Getting Go Again from the Slither now.
Thinking on that one.
Let's see now. Scott, a lot of cards. Let's see what they're working with. Pick up the point. Title Search. Infect with the Fang Strike as well. I mean, this hand does convert.
Yeah. He has a bit of an action point problem unless he's willing to arsenal that Infect. Though, of course, he can cash in that Stalker Steps. I think he's weighing whether or not he wants to Fang Strike this Serpent's Kiss or maybe Fang Strike the Infect.
Resolves is gets vanished, and I'm thinking.
Resolving, looks like potentially thinking on the Serpent's Kiss trigger.
Yeah, we're at a phase that rarely players will hold priority in, which is the resolution phase, which is, of course, when New's hero ability is resolving.
So it looks like Scott still wasn't quite finished reacting.
Yep.
Going to go ahead and do the Fang Strike here. Now gets to look at the top 2 cards of the deck and banish one of them on the hit from the Serpent's Kiss.
So I banished one of these, correct? Yeah. And then the other goes on top.
Yeah, the other one stays on top, which is actually quite interesting because then you know what's on top for the new hero ability. And that's actually sick.
Yeah, this card is it's very well designed, I believe. It fulfills a lot of things that New does want to do, and it's just another blue stealth attack, which New had a bunch, but none of them were really perfect for a long time.
Get rid of the Arctic Incarceration. No, thank you. Don't want to see that.
Leaves a red polar cap on top of Pankaj's deck.
Mistakes were made.
Now let's see. Scott can continue this tournament to pick up the point. Got the title surge as well. It is so interesting to see New versus Iyslander. It's just like two heroes I've never considered against each other because they never existed at the same time.
I don't know what the macro plan is right now. Obviously, Scott has taken quite a bit of damage early on. And it's rare, really, for Iyslander to be playing a little behind. In Classic Constructed, we're used to Iyslander having Storm Striders to always bridge that gap.
Wow, now look at this. The title surge going to go ahead and just come into the pitch zone for the Beckoning Mistblade. I surely thought that card was going to be played on this one. Not the one floating. Maybe Scott's thinking about a Rousing Wave on the Infect?
Yeah, true. Don't have that many breakpoints is the thing.
Pankaj is honestly both of these players in a really good seat here. Pankaj, these are like the two decks he's played the most in his entire life. So he knows so much about New, about what Scott might be trying to do. And Scott, they're probably playing against the hero they played against the most in their entire life, or played all the time. So both players so intimately familiar with the other player's game plan always leads to potentially the greatest games of Flesh and Blood. Here we go again. Pick up the point and continue this combat chain.
Yeah, there are a lot of players who are big fans of both Iyslander and New. It's kind of like a demographic that they share, these two heroes.
Oh, interestingly, is it a blue Arctic Incarceration?
Yeah. So it can be played, but Scott
like
only gets
ender.
one Frostbite from this. He's not Iyslander. He doesn't get that second one from
I will say, Iyslander sucks with the Frostbite. Iyslander is not good when you have a Frostbite. Those cards are like perfectly efficient, especially the 2-card Wounding Bulls, Findall's Fighting Spirits. Like, that's actually really interesting potentially for Scott here.
Yeah, Pankaj, this Arctic Incarceration is actually kind of hanging over his head. He has to think about his plan. What if it gets played? What if it doesn't get played?
And it's top card, blue Polar Cap.
That was red. It's blue. Okay.
I also thought both those cards were red. Polar Cap and Incarceration. 3 cards in hand for Pankaj.
Imagine if I could fuse, huh? That'd be great.
Yeah.
I will just Polar Cap you.
Interesting. Goes for the Polar Cap. Just gets some damage here.
Yep.
So 2 points of arcane damage. And hilariously, there's AB in the Spellfire Cloak. So Pankaj is able to AB. I guess, is it just 1 point of damage?
Yeah.
Or 2 points of damage. Yeah. So
spots,
one should have come over, yeah.
Yep.
That is so funny. Has AB. Hilarious.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Frostbite there would have been really good on this turn.
Battle Mage, huh?
Now it makes more sense. Scott was playing around a potential Frostbite. He didn't want to commit to a line that would kind of just make a Frostbite worth an entire card.
So that's why there was so much thinking on that last turn cycle.
Yeah.
Any Frostbite could have really changed the math. Scott ended that turn with a resource.
Yep.
Because Scott was just planning the whole turn around, I don't want to get blown out by the Frostbite.
He almost prepaid that Frostbite, so to speak.
Yeah.
There's always a risk, right? There's risk and reward from trying to hedge against it or not. And this block is now telling me a little bit more about what maybe Scott is planning on doing. He's willing to convert a card for an entire damage there on that Wounded Bull, blocking 9. And that kind of tells me that fatigue, or at least something fatigue biased, could be something that Scott's thinking about.
Absolutely. That's a brain freeze that will not have any text, given the lack of fuse capability for New. Let's see what Pankaj is able to put together here. It's an awkward hand.
It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, earlier on, Scott said, I wish I could fuse, and now we find Pankaj probably thinking the same thing.
Yeah, totally wishing for the same.
Maybe shortly, we'll see.
That's just the better line. That's just unfortunately the better line.
You can hear Pankaj saying a better line, but just unfortunate.
We're going to Crucible. And then we're going to Succumb.
Succumb to winter.
Yeah, but no fuse.
Oh, no
I see.
fuse.
Just a 5-ball.
6.
So 5-ball base. Yeah.
So normally the play would be this. It just blows up Arsenal.
Yep.
Oh.
No fuse.
No fuse though.
Okay.
Fascinating. That's
no-
a pretty
no crying on
strong
stream
play.
today.
6 arcane, huh?
And you hear the Glacial Horns plus Succumb. That's a card I don't think I've ever thought about in my life. Succumb to Winter.
That's a classic Uprising.
Yeah.
Not really classic because Succumb was a rare, but it is something that did happen in Uprising Limited.
Mm-hmm.
Cool to see it kind of come back now that we're playing Sage and we're playing commons and rares.
I never drafted Uprising. I was playing CC at that time, but I was but a baby. Just started my journey at the actual LGS. I was too nervous to ask people if they wanted to draft.
But look how far you've come.
Yeah. I've drafted some. I've drafted some since then.
And of course, now Pankaj with a handful of ice cards.
Yep.
Start with the misplay.
Just how we drew it up. Misblade comes across. Serpent's Kiss to the pitch. Cool to see that card resolved in such a effective way, I'd like to say, on that last turn cycle. Got a couple good banishes.
Yeah, it helped Scott banish 2 cards from Pankaj's deck.
No blocks. No reactions.
No blocks, no reactions. Pankaj happy to get the trigger, allow the trigger to come across. And this is nice here now for Scott. 2 go again. Art of Desire Mind, you have to imagine there's plenty of blues that Pankaj is going to have available. 3-block bot on the Succumb to Winter.
I'll go to reactions.
Go to reactions. It is the hiss. So that will be 3 over the top. Or 2 over the top, 3 reflected here.
This already has to go. Yeah, never mind. Ignore me. It's up to 5.
Cool. I have no reactions.
Am I playing the Slither anyway?
Yeah.
Scott thinking, do I want the Slither in hand? Am I actually going to be able to utilize that card in Arsenal?
I don't want it. Taking 2.
Hear that?
Trigger.
Get rid of the Cold Force Slither. 2 over the top. Banish off the top. It's a red polar cap, so no card draw, no life gain off of the Art of Desire Mind.
There's a nightmare scenario because if Pankaj gave Scott a Frostbite, maybe a damage step, and he knows that Scott still just has that Slither in hand, it could be a disaster because there's no way to get rid of the Frostbite, there's no way to get rid of the Slither.
Just stuck in the hand.
Though, in actuality, if Pankaj wanted to do that, he could have done that in response to the hiss being played, and really just kind of gave Scott a bad time.
Oh, this hand's so good too. I'm so back.
So happy to be resolving a fused Aether Ice Vein, and you can just see the Ice Bolt that will now hit the Arsenal. This is exactly where you want to be in the Iyslander seat. This is the deck that put, honestly, both of these players kind of on the map competitively. I remember watching both of their pieces of content. I watched Pankaj talk about Iyslander. The first Iyslander deck I ever put together was Scott's Iyslander deck that they put out after the Calling Leal or the Protorian Leal. I remember that.
You may not necessarily have an Arsenal. Yeah, actually, tell you what. Yes. Sorry, stream. We're doing a little bit of an undo.
Oh, we can hear. Doing a little bit of an undo.
Crucible. Yeah. Sorry, this was here. Yeah, after a Crucible, I'll Glacial Horns.
Glacial Horns to freeze the Arsenal.
My Succumb to Winters are gone anyway, so...
Yeah. No worries.
Interesting. So wants to get the activation of the Glacial Horns off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it freezes a card and potentially an ally.
That's even harder now.
The logic here is since both Succumbs have been played or banished.
And you know I have a proper spell in Arsenal. So.
This removes the chance that maybe you double transcend or Scott has a Oasis. Actually, I'm trying to figure out why this happened, but I'm not positive.
Well, we can ask Pankaj after the game. Why the Glacial Horns? I mean, you heard him say, my Succumbs are already gone, so you don't get to make that play from here.
I'll AB3.
AB3 is the call.
And then I'll discard.
Trigger. I'm going to go ahead and discard the Venomous Bite.
Interesting. Why not just AB3 with this and then discard this and you hold an extra red for my spell on your turn?
I mean, I guess that's
Here the
fair.
players
I'm on 6. My brain autopilot to not IPing 1, so yeah, fair enough.
But like, you're probably, I mean, if you want to take it back, it's because you're floating 1 now and...
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's fine. It's okay. I will live with my choice.
Okay.
Here are the players discussing the lines,
I think I'm
discussing
probably just going to pass priority.
Oh, sure. I think I will do something. Yes, I will.
Crucible of Aether Weave going to come through. Man, I'm loving this. I just love seeing these heroes fight against each other. New versus Iyslander.
Yeah, I'll AB3 at it.
AB3 just held the blue in hand. Like you said,
sounds good.
Unfreeze the Arsenal, but like you said, Mr.
Away
Fun,
you go.
this is potentially where Scott is looking. Just going to see, can I
I haven't
actually
even looked at my hand
fatigue
yet. Come on.
Yes, I have like one of those.
Iyslander deck?
Unbelievable.
Winter's Bite comes across asking for cards. Scott hasn't even looked at the hand yet.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of already in the danger zone. He's at 5.
Yeah.
Two in
If he,
hand.
you know, isn't careful, he could just die on his own turn from Pankaj. And Pankaj is at a pretty healthy 11, still with that blade back in her boots. So it's not a good time. Not a good time to be Scott right now.
Okay.
4 no-go again is the follow-up. I think it's a Wounded Bull in the hand. So that'll be hitting the Arsenal as well for Pankaj.
Yeah, Pankaj knows that he can't kill Scott on Scott's upcoming next turn. But Scott doesn't know that.
He does not.
And with a hand full of 2 blocks, Scott does know he's in a bit of a pickle here. He could block 4, not take any damage, but only have 1 card in hand, which means he might not be able to do anything, or he might be too scared to do anything.
Never lucky, rubber ducky.
Never lucky, rubber ducky. The call from our friend Scott Mines. Looking through the hand there. New is a deck that I just know is sometime going to have a real moment in Silver Age. I just think the hero is so fundamentally sound. We'll have to see without some of those powerful legendary equipment pieces if it will be the same, but I just think these Mystic heroes are going to have their time in the sun. It's just going to be a matter of when.
I would say that during New's heyday, the average percentage of Guardian players of the meta was probably less than 10%. But in the current Silver Age meta, I expect there to be way more Guardians. Like maybe like a quarter, maybe 20% of the meta will be Guardians. And none of these Guardians are boarding out their blues or have the capability of boarding out their 8s. Or even care maybe. Maybe they just have to send them. So I think there's going to be a lot of chances where you actually live that dream of, you know, activate New, Macho Grande you for 8, give it go again, Macho Grande you for 8, swing the Beckling Mistblade, Macho Grande you, like just send a lot of blue attacks. I think it's higher likelihood that you actually live that dream.
Yeah,
like Silver Age.
If Guardian is as strong as we think it might be, looks like it's not the Wounded Bull in the Arsenal. It's Blue Voltic Bolt, so 1 damage now over the top. Scott just priced into keeping the card back to AB every single turn now.
Pitching Emeritus, I'm a bit like not super happy about that.
Holocath fused with a red Ice Bolt, which is something Scott really has to think about. Yeah, won't be dying on Scott's turn, but 6 arcane damage on a follow-up is going to be very challenging for Scott to deal with, given that some surely going to leak over here.
Yeah, we'll AB3.
AB3 with the path well traveled.
Yes. Yeah, Pankaj is just so safe. He can take his time, just chipping away 1 or 2 points of arcane here. Scott does have Homage. He'll probably be able to gain a life this turn, but might not be enough at this point.
Fluid Motion has to be pitched. That's the thing. A lot of these cheat cards, these Transcendent cards, so nice because they don't require any resources to play them. The math gets a lot different with a Frostbite.
I will pay 1 more to throw a Beckoning Mistblade at you.
Look at this. Spending a resource for the Mistblade.
Okay. So deal damage. Yeah. So I'll take
Yeah, no safe on this turn. The Arsenal is red. A 2 life is going to be challenging for Scott on the follow-up once that red Ice Bolt comes out of the Arsenal, just with Pankaj's action point.
This is the first time Scott's done anything for like 2 turns.
Yeah.
He's really been kind of...
He's been in the blender. For sure, the blender. And if so, if we see the win from Pankaj, then we're going to have the rubber match at a world premiere in the future. 3 go again. Off this hurl. Let's see, it looks like Pankaj is motioning a card forward.
He knows he's ahead, but he could maybe just want to close that door and make sure there's no chance for Scott to win.
Got Frost Spike. That's a no block. One of the new cards.
I'll block 3.
Going to be a block 3 on the hurl.
So this will be 2 with go again.
Mist Blade effect here has been utilized from the hurl.
Yeah,
How would you lie to me like that?
3 with go again.
They can't hear it, it's fine.
They can, we've got mics.
That's, maybe. Yeah.
And we do have the Transcend capability for Scott here, so this can be a little bit of a cheeky extra bit of 2 damage. So now up to 5. Amaj will Transcend.
Scott will go to a depressingly low 3 health instead of 2.
What are the blues?
Which would be exactly the amount of damage the Pankaj can leak through with the Ice Bolt that's impending in his arsenal.
I'll spend this resource on Arousing Wave, make a Fang Strike.
Spend the extra resource on the Arousing Wave for Fang Strike, so 6 is the salvo. And then I have to imagine it'll be an activation anew, and unless there's life gain in this Iyslander deck. All right, so taking 6 will be Pankaj. We know it's a red in the arsenal.
Take 6, yep.
Yeah, Scott made the
Down to
God King
4.
at least bleed a little.
Frostbite here, gonna give 2 Frostbites though. Now that arm piece has been utilized.
I'll banish it.
Banish the Frostbite, but without any resources, the Frostbite can't be played.
Well, I was like, if you incarcerate me, I would just pitch this on my turn as extra
I'm
card.
still upset.
But I want
Here are the players here, a little bit of banter, and we think this one might be coming to a close sooner rather than later.
That's depressing.
Yeah.
All right.
So we see 2 cards head to the bottom.
At least.
Yeah, you are. Well, it's 6.
I know. Pitch to your Crucible.
Oh, wait, what? I'm so
Here are the
confused.
players here.
Yeah, I'll pitch
Scott
the Crucible.
is
You have a
not
response?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're good. Crucible's fine.
Okay, here's Ice Bolt for 6.
Ice Bolt for 6.
I'll gain 1.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was
Gain 1
I was
off
like,
the
yeah.
Arcane
Okay, cool.
Polarity.
And we will...
So it's not over yet.
Nope, not over yet.
Which card?
Oh, he has more than 1 blue.
This
Guys,
one.
we got him.
Unfortunate
Over to you, Arsenal.
for
I would love to
Pankaj.
have
We
waited
thought this
to
game would have been
polarity,
over.
but, you know,
Yeah.
that's
Unfortunate
fine.
for
Yeah.
Scott
I'll just die.
that didn't get that Arousing Wave just a little bit earlier in the game to actually gain the 4.
Just
life.
1.
Arcane Polarity is
Probably.
definitely a card you want to play before you face lethal and get that full 4 value. But in this case, Scott just played it as like kind of like a blue sigil solace just to stay alive.
Sure, I will close the chain.
Okay.
On the horizon, just placed in front.
Yeah,
I'm going to play this.
It's going to be a nice Eternal coming out of the arsenal.
You can play it, that's fine.
I've been like...
Oh, but maybe no ice cards? Yeah, no ice cards diffused, so won't be doing any damage. So Pankaj just playing it for 0.
Just to get it out of the
Just
arsenal.
to get it out of the arsenal.
He has to do it on Scott's turn because that's when it's still an instant. It
Yep.
won't cost him his action point on his turn. So just a 1-card 0.
Just a nice 1-card 0. I don't think it's going to matter. The Aether Ice Vein coming through with the, have to imagine, the Crucible activation, but no, just going to go ahead and sandbag the card, get the insurance, get the guarantee.
Putting that blue Emeritus in the arsenal to really guarantee that kill.
Just, I know Pankaj. Just wanted to do with blue Emeritus
Yeah,
at
I mean, this
instant
is
speed.
just
If
good
you're going to
play.
do it, you might as well do it at
You got
instant
the
speed with
1-card
blue
0
Emeritus
into the
scolding.
guaranteed kill, second cycle Emeritus. This is just classic Wizard play.
I will send 5. That is
5.
2 that I've transcended this turn.
Up to an additional, I believe, 7 onto the Transcend, but it's going to be the Crucible reached for. It's going to be the blue in the pitch. It's the Emeritus out of Arsenal. Once again, the Arcane Polarity comes just a little too late for Scott Mines. And we've got 1-1, Mr. Fung, in the feature match area between our 2 casters, which means we are going to need a best-of-3 champion at some point. We'll just have to wait and see when and which heroes it will be. What a fun match seeing 2 heroes that care about blue cards in 2 very different ways. That was a blast.
Yeah, that was a great game. I've never seen these 2 heroes face off each other, so it was really cool. And I think if those Arcane Polarities came a little bit earlier for Scott, totally could have been a different game. I
100%.
mean, obviously the life totals don't tell the full story, but Scott was attacking for 5. Pankaj was only at 4, so this was, there was still some game here.
Well, and think about that. That's a difference of like 8 life, right?
Yeah,
if those Arcane
potentially,
Polarities had
yeah.
just come on an earlier turn. Oh, I'm taking a little Arcane Blam for life. So little bit unlucky, shall we say, for Howling Minds. But, you know, going against one of the best Iyslander players ever, but also Scott Mind's one of the best Iyslander players ever.
That's why we
so
needed a game 3. We need
game.
to run back.
It's just Iyslander mirror.
Oh, yeah.
In game
that
3.
would be exciting.
Yeah. All right, well, before I let you go, Michael Fung, you're here in the feature match area.
Yeah.
Or in the booth. I'd love to ask you if you would go ahead and open a tournament, not a tournament pack.
Antiquity pack.
An antiquity pack.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Because I want to see if we can get another cool card to give away. We're already giving away an Eye of Ophidia. Do you hear about the eye?
Yeah, I
James
see
Wade?
it right here.
You see it right? Yeah. You're like, yeah, this thing. Yeah,
That's
James.
so cool that it's non-foil. I love it.
Yeah. Still good for everybody. Let's go ahead. I'm going to hand this to you. You just hold it right over here.
Okay.
Right over here.
Here.
There we go.
Okay.
And just open her up.
All right, let's do this.
Let's see what we got.
I like doing it this way. Hopefully the fans at home
That's
won't mind.
No, I do it the same way.
Little opening like that, and then try to slow roll it a little.
Yeah, definitely.
FleshandBlood back. Okay.
And
Boom.
Dude, the sigils are good. No, I'm stoked on the sigils, man. I love sigil assaults. All right, here we go.
And the foil is a...
Ooh, this round's on me. Cold foil.
Didn't realize this guy was in the set.
Dang, this is our second cold foil we've opened. I think, is it over here? The truce is
Oh, there's also a truce?
Yeah, there's cold foil truce. I think it's
and
over
that
here.
all you got? So a lot of these staple generic majestics.
Yeah, look at these, dude.
Whoa, that's really cool too.
Okay, that's actually sick.
This could
that's
be an
actually
eye
sick.
proxy for,
we'll be sending this
budget
along
eye proxy.
with the eye. But yeah, dude, we can see the cold foiling on the truce
I love
and the
it.
this rounds.
I love it.
Both these cards, truce, this rounds, and me, they've come into the meta at different times.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
It's a really nice new treatment for any collectors out there. So we'll be sending out that this round's on me cold foil as well to one of our 2 lucky giveaway winners.
Nice.
Michael, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck
Thank
in
you.
the calling tomorrow. I can't wait to see what you play. We're going to let our other casters get back in here. We're going to let them recap, and then we're giving away an Eye of Ophidia. So don't you go anywhere before we say goodbye, because we got a calling coming up later in this weekend. So we'll see you in just a moment.
You know, now I know how other people feel when I'm the one chucking the frost all over the place. That was unpleasant.
Oh, I've missed that so much. Fusing that Ice Vein, it still brings tears to my eyes every time I get to fuse an Ice Vein.
It was
so glad for Sage.
It
being
was
able to
the
do
second Ice Vein. You caught me with double Venomous Bite in my hand. Like, it was not the most pleasant scenario.
Like Glacial Horns do you? So you couldn't.
I just wanted to
use that
hurl.
Yeah.
Literally, actually, funnily enough. It was a very visceral reaction to the situation I found myself in. But really cool showcase. I'm glad that I got to hurl a Beckoning Mistblade just a bit to kind of show off what the deck is about. Obviously, against arcane damage, I got to play that Arcane Lantern. But normally, if I've got two of those, hopefully we can make the deck kind of sing, which is kind of what we were hoping for with New there. So
yeah. Normally, the Glacial Horns is, for people who didn't maybe quite catch that or don't quite know, the Glacial Horns is meant to combo with the Succumb to Winter to go ahead and fuse and destroy the Arsenal. Unfortunately, the Ice card didn't quite line up. Could have Arsenaled it, but I was like, if you go off Arsenal, then I'd rather have the Ice Vein here. So
yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Just had to use it for tempo, which is also fine because then it puts you in the Wizard lock and
The
like
Wizard
that
lock.
much sooner, right? You're in the 4 life total.
Yeah,
So,
of course, the kill range. We'll go with that, absolutely. So hopefully you enjoyed that small taste of what we'll be joining us, what you will be joining us for tomorrow, one way or the other. Let's take a look at how the first ever Silver Age calling will play out. It's a huge one, everybody. Day 1 will be 9 rounds of Swiss before making our way into that second day of competition for 5 more.
Of course, since these Sage rounds are so much quicker, we are able to fit more rounds in the Swiss games and still end the day on time, just to get much better, a much cleaner cut to top 8, if you will, on Sunday.
Looking forward to seeing that top 8 cut play out as we learn more and more about how Silver Age now starts to look. Of course, make sure you're tuned in during that final round. We'll be giving away a box of Compendium of Rathe, and I'm sure we'll open some other things on the broadcast that might be worth giving away as well. So make sure you're in chat and celebrating with the rest of us as we enter this new era of Flesh and Blood. Very exciting stuff.
Can't wait to see what our players have cooked up for tomorrow. Today was all pre-cons. Tomorrow, people get to build their decks. They've had the commons and the rares released to them since last week. Got to see how much Pen is shaking up the Sage format, and honestly, what the Sage format even is. Like, people think it's like Alderman Briar, but we finally have our first Sage calling format. It's very likely just way wider than that.
I think so. I've heard some whispers on the floor during the round. I was not in the booth, and I'm very, very excited. Speaking of things that might make us excited, though, I want to be the bigger man. I understand that I may have lost in the feature match area, but I want to make sure you get the last Antiquity pack.
Oh, thank you.
Today.
The spoils go to the victor, I suppose.
No, well, that's... You try and be generous. Okay, well, I want you to open that Enlightened Strike.
I am
for us all to
reviled,
see at
so.
the end of the day. You are.
Mm-hmm.
So enlighten me, if you will, and show me what's inside this final Antiquity pack.
If you insist, Scott. This way. There we go. This angle's a little strange, but I'm opening it cleaner than the past. There we go.
I'm enjoying it. It's great.
Awesome. Cool. The back. All right, we're going to do this slowly. Ooh!
Sink below.
Yeah, I was waiting to see this. I was expecting we would see this after seeing the Sigils of Solace, the Oasis. Like, surely we have the default defense reaction.
Mm-hmm. What's behind it?
The last Antiquity pack of the day.
I love
spoils to the victor indeed. What a fender pulled after the Eye of Ophidia earlier today as well. No way.
You know what? You want to keep this? Do you want to keep this?
Nah, I'll give this away, I suppose. I got the pleasure of opening it. But yes, we'll be giving this away. Not today, though, because today we are giving away the Eye of Ophidia that was opened by James White. Tomorrow, we will give away this Hard Defender. So definitely tune in tomorrow. And that's why you open the pack slowly, Sam. That's why you do it.
Okay, well, 1 gem for tomorrow, 1 gem for today. One of you gets to own the Eye of Ophidia opened by James White in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Atrocious X, anything but, as far as I'm concerned. Details will be in chat for you. Congratulations, you own a very special piece of Flesh and Blood history. What a card.
Opened by James White himself on stream. Congratulations again to Atrocious X. Make sure to find the details in the chat for how you can obtain your giveaway.
Well, I have one final surprise for today. One thing we haven't talked about heading into tomorrow. You may remember players playing the calling tomorrow get access to the tournament pack. Now, no one has seen a thing.
Neither have we.
No,
it includes us.
No idea what is in here. And these will be available for the very first time for our calling participants tomorrow.
Wait, so are you opening it?
I am.
Opening it right now?
I'm going to take a look.
Live reaction?
At what will be found for our players in tomorrow's calling.